Hi there YouTube, welcome to my React course. My name is Kishan and by the end of this course you will become a React ninja. Throughout this course we'll build 3 fully functional apps using React and some of the most popular modern tools. These apps will not only teach you valuable skills but they will also help you resume stand out in a competitive job market. Our first app will be a YouTube app which will use the YouTube API to show the data from YouTube itself. Our second app will be a Spotify app that will use the Spotify API to show all the data from your Spotify account. Lastly, we will build a unique Pokedex app that will have multiple functionality using the Poke API. In order to build these apps, we'll be using React, Redux Toolkit, Typescript, Firebase, SCSS, Tailwind CSS, Axios, YouTube API, Spotify API, and Pokemon API. Along with these tools, we'll also cover advanced concepts like React higher order components, which will help you design components that are highly scalable and reusable. We'll also follow industry standard practices and cover advanced topics like debouncing, code splitting, recursion, and Webpack. Additionally, we will cover advanced layout and design concepts like CSS grids, CSS flexbox, SCSS partials, and many more awesome concepts. Before we dive in, please take a moment to like this video to help others discover this course and subscribe to my channel to stay up to date with all my latest videos. Also, be sure to check out my channel for more full stack applications. Now, without wasting any more time, let me give you a demo of all the applications we will be building throughout this course. So, sit back, relax, and let's dive into the world of React. So, this is our first app, which is a YouTube application. We have used React, TypeScript, React Router for routing, Redux Toolkit for state management, Tailwind CSS for styling, and many more awesome things. So, now let me give you a demo of it. So, this is the homepage. These videos are directly fetched from the YouTube's data API. Now when we scroll at the end of the page, it will fetch more videos automatically. This is the infinite scroll feature. Now when we click on any of this video, we will be redirected to the watch page and it will also fetch the recommended videos. We have the videos description here and the details. We can toggle this. We can also play one of the recommended videos. Now we can also search for certain videos like React Kishan Sheth. So this will leverage the YouTube search API. We also have the infinite scroll here. We can also play any of the video. Now this is the second application, which is a Spotify app. So this is the login page, and when I click this connect Spotify, it will connect to the original Spotify here. So let's do that. It has been connected and now I'm getting this playlist from the Spotify. You can see that here. And we also get the playlist contents from there. So when I change the playlist, it will also change. It will fetch all the tracks from the playlist. Now when I click over this, it will play the track. You can see that here it has been playing and it is also playing in the main Spotify. Now when I change the track, it will change the track. Okay, now when I hit this play pause button, it will play and pause the track. You can see that here. I'll skip to the next song and it will skip here. I'll skip to the previous song and it would be same in here. I can also increase and decrease the volume. I'll increase the volume. The volume is increased here. I'll decrease it here and I will pause here. So it is also being paused. So let's play another track. Yeah, it is working perfectly. And lastly, this is the Pokedex application. So we are going to use React, Redux Toolkit, Typescript, SCSS, and we are also going to deploy this website at the end on the Netlify for free. So now let me show you the features of our application. So this is the Pokemon page, and so here we have the Pokemon info. So the evolution level, the name, then we have the battle stats of the Pokemon, then we have the types of the Pokemon, and then when we click over this button, see next evolution, it will show you the different evolution level that this Pokemon has, and when we click over any of that Pokemon, then it will show you the evolution of that Pokemon. You can see that the evolution level is 3 here. So now there are here different tabs, and there are also this accent color here. If we go to evolution and click on Bulbasaur, you can see that it picks up the most dominant color from the Pokemon's image and set it to the accent color. Now let's head over to catching, and you can see the catching information of that Pokemon. You can also see the capable moves of that Pokemon. Now let me show you a different Pokemon. So for example, let's select this, and you can see that the color of the accents are changed. So the most dominant color was this. So according to that, all of the colors are changing. Now let's head over to search again, and this time I'm going to select a different Pokemon. Let's select Pikachu. Yeah. Now we can also add this Pokemon to compare with different Pokemons. So this is the compare page, and you can see that this is the Raichu and this Pichu. So this is a queue, by the way. We have implemented a queue data structure. So if I add one more Pokemon here, so you can see that Raichu was maintained and Pichu was removed, and in the front of the queue we have this another Pokemon. So these are the types of the Pokemon and the strength and weakness, so you can compare it. And if you click on this view button, it will redirect to the Pokemon page, and you can see more information about this Pokemon. You can also see the capable moves. Now let's head over to the compare, and when I will remove this Pokemon from the queue, it will remove this, and we have this empty component here. When we click over this, we can again add the Pokemon. So I'm gonna add this Pokemon to compare list. You can see that queue is being maintained. Now let's view this Pokemon. You can also see that accent colors are maintained everywhere. Evolution, Skeptile, compare, that's it. Now what is the other functionality here is the My List page. This page is created with Firebase functionality. So we have to log in with Firebase to maintain your own collection. When we click over this, a pop-up window will appear, and it will sign up with your current Google account, and then it will grab all your Pokemons that are in your Firestore database. So for example, I'll add this Pokemon to the database, and you can see that we have this beautiful post notifications that Pokemon was added to your collection. Delete the Pokemon, delete this Pokemon, and we have the toast notifications. Let's log out the user, and when we add this Pokemon, then it will say that please log in order to add Pokemon to your collection. Again, log in with Google. Now if we add this Pokemon, it will show that subtile added to your collection. Now if we click this Pokemon again, then it will show that subtile is already part of your collection. That's it. And we also have this search page here, and if we can search the Pokemons here by their names. And by the way, this functionality utilizes the debouncing functionality of JavaScript to reduce the number of API calls that are made to the server. Now we also have this about page here, which will show you the about information, and if we click over this, you will be redirected to my GitHub and head over to this React Pokedex, and you can get the source code of this React Pokedex. And if you are here, please make sure to start this repository. It helps me a lot. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Before proceeding further, please make sure that you like this video and subscribe to my channel. That helps me a lot, and you can also contribute to me by going to my YouTube and joining on the any of the membership. It would help me a lot and I can create content more frequently. So I have opened a new VS Code here. I'll open a new terminal and I will run this command yarn create React app. Instead of React app, okay, not that, we'll just have replace this my app with YouTube clone and template TypeScript. Hit enter. This will set up our React app. This may take time depending upon your network conditions. Okay, so the setup is complete. Now let's move on to the YouTube clone directory and we'll set up our Tailwind here. So first we will run this commands, which is npm install tailwind css post css and auto prefix, and then we'll run npx tailwind css init -p. Hit enter. Let's open this and move on to the source directory. Here we'll remove the unnecessary files. This one, this one. Let's check. Yeah, let's keep this file. We'll remove this app.css, app.test.tsx, and delete. That's it. Now head over to app.tsx and we'll remove everything and we'll write rfc here, app. Then inside index.tsx, we'll remove this file and at the end we would have a call, remove this. That's it. Now inside the tailwind config.js, inside the content, we'll remove this array. With this we'll have the source directory and all the js, jsx, ts and tsx files. Now inside the index.css, we'll remove this code and we'll write tailwind base, tailwind components and tailwind utilities. So we are adding the tailwinds directive. So we are adding the tailwinds directives to the css. Save this and we'll also save this. Now we can do one thing. We will replace the app.tsx code with this. Hit enter. And now let's start our React app. Yarn start. Yes. Okay, so our app has started. Yeah, so the Tailwind CSS is also working, and so the basic setup is complete. Now what we will do is we'll add some more dependencies, uh, which were the, yeah, we'll need React icons for the icons, then we'll need Axios for API calling, then we'll need React infinite scroll component for infinite scroll component. Then we would also need, I think, Redux.js toolkit. So add Redux.js hyphen toolkit, and we'll need React Redux also. React Redux. Yeah, that's it. Hit enter. While this is being installed, let's set up our directory structure. Here we'll have components. Inside this, all our React components would be there. Then we'll have a pages directory. All the main pages components would be there. Then we'll have a store folder, which would be for state management. Then we'll have an utilities folder, which is utils. That's it. And we'll also create a new file at the root .env. This should be inside of this React folder, YouTube clone. Move, and we'll start our application again. Yarn start. Everything should work. Yes, on another port. Yeah, that's it. Everything is working. So our base setup is complete. Now let's create the navbar of the YouTube clone here. So let's do that. So now let's first set up our React router DOM. So that is routing. So inside the app.tsx, what we'll do is we'll remove all of this code. I will write RFC again, and here we'll get rid of this div, and instead of that we'll write browser router, and I think we haven't installed the React router DOM package, so I'll install it by yarn add React router DOM. Wait for it to being installed. We'll start our app by yarn start. Close the terminal, and let's import the browser router. And after the browser router, we'll have the routes, and then we'll have the route. And let's auto import this routes. Okay, we have to import route, then routes. That's it. And now inside the pages we'll create I think, yeah, three components, which is home.tsx. Then let's write RFC. Then we'll create search.tsx. Then we'll create watch.tsx. RFC, not RDC, RFC. Inside search, we'll do the same thing, RFC. Let's head over to app.tsx, and inside of here, we'll provide a path of slash, and the element would be the home component here. So we'll write home. Make sure that it is imported from pages. Now let's copy this, paste it 2 times, and we'll change this path to search, and instead of home we'll have the search component. We'll do the same for watch, and here we'll have watch with an ID. This is watch, WTCH watch. Let's check if it is working. Let's reload this. Okay, it refused to connect. Why did that happen? Okay, we have to start it on another port. Yes, should work now. Yeah, we have our home component here. Now let's head over to search. We have search, and at the end we'll have watch. Yeah, we have to pass an ID here. EBASD, yeah. And let's do one thing. We'll have this here. Okay, that's it. everything is working. Now what we will do is, let's create a new component named as navbar.tsx. Inside the components, new file, navbar.tsx. Let me decrease the size of VS Code. Yeah, that's it. Navbar.tsx. And inside of here, what should we do? We'll import some icons from React Icons package. So we'll copy and paste it here. These are the icons which we are going to use from React Icons package. You can write it by yourself. And inside of instead of this div, we'll have div with a class name of flex, justify between, then we will have items center. Let's write it. And item center, then we will have px of 14, h of 14. These all are Tailwind classes. Then we'll have bg as hash 212121. Then we'll give it opacity of 95, opacity 95. Then we'll give it a sticky. Then we'll also give it a top of 0, and we'll give it a z index of 50. This is z50. Save it. Now inside of this div, I think, let me shrink this window. Okay, it won't shrink. Okay, so inside of this div, we'll have flex with a gap of 8. Then we'll give it a items of center and a text of 2xl. Inside of this, we'll have a div, and that would have the GI hamburger menu. Let's save this and import this inside home.tsx. Here inside of this div, we'll write navbar. Let's see if it is working. Let's go to /route. Yeah, we have this. Let's style this further, navbar. Now after this, we'll use the link component. This should be imported from the React router DOM. Let's do that. Import link from RRD React router DOM. Let's use this here, link, and we'll supply a 2 of slash. So when we click over this, the link here, so this is not auto closing, we will supply the logo here, link, okay, inside of this. Okay, this should be the closing tag, and inside of this we'll have a class name of flex, gap 1. Then we'll give it a item center, and j center. Now we'll use the bs YouTube, and we'll give it a class name of text 3xl, text red, and this should be 600. Now let's have a span with a class name of text xl, then font medium, and here we'll write YouTube. YouTube. Let's check it. Okay, we have it here. Now, after this div, we will have another div with a class name of flex, center, which is item center, h10. Then I think we don't need to give it a h10. We'll just provide justify center and a gap of 5. Then we'll have a form. Let's leave the action now. Then inside of that we'll have a flex. We'll give it a background of zinc of 900, center, which is item center, h of 10, which is height 10. Then we'll give it a padding x axis of 4 and a padding right of 0. Now let's have another div inside it, which will have a class name of flex, gap of 4. This is gap. Then we'll have items center, PR of 5, and we'll have the div here. Inside of that we'll have AI outline close, not close, we'll have the search here, which would have a class name of text excel. Then we'll have an input after this div, input of type text. Class name would be w96, so width of 96. Then background sync of 900, and focus outline none, then we'll give it a border of none, border none. That's it. And after this we'll have the AI outline close, this would have the class name as h10, w16, flex, items center, justify center, background zinc of 800. Okay, I think this is not the class names which we have to provide here. Let's comment this out for a few seconds and we'll write AI outline close again. We will give it a class name of text excel, cursor pointer. Yeah, that's it. Now after this div we'll have a button, and all of these classes are going to be provided to this button. Delete and class name. Okay, and inside of this we'll have AI outline search. So let's copy this here. That's it. Let's complete the form tag, and after that we'll have our microphone. Let's see that in browser. Okay, we have everything here, but the color is not white. We have to do something about that. Okay, so what is remaining? I think inside the home component, we will provide the parent component a class of white. Because of that, everything would be white. I don't think so. Let me check. Okay, so I have found that. So inside the index.css, yeah, here before this imports, we'll write a body here, body, and give it a margin of 0, then background background color, and this should be hyphen 181818, and color would be hyphen ff. That's it. And let's check it now. Yeah, everything is perfect now. While we are here, let's style the scroll bar as well. WebKit scroll bar, and we'll give a background color of transparent and a width of 0.5 rem. Let's grab the thumb, WebKit toolbar thumb, and we'll give it a background color of hyphen C7, C7, and we'll give it a border radius of 1 rem. That's it. Let's also grab the font. So for the fonts, what we will do is we'll grab the Roboto from the Google Fonts. Google Fonts. Give me a minute. So let's grab it. Fonts, we need the Roboto, and we are gonna copy all of the family. This one, we need everything. That's it. Let's have the import here. Grab this import and paste it here at the top, and we'll grab the font family here, font family, and paste it here. That's it. Save. Let's check, do we have any changes? Okay, not this app, we have this app. Reload. Yeah, the fonts are changed, I think. Yeah, that's it. Now let's style this further. Now inside the navbar, where were we? Okay, so we need to place a microphone now, microphone icon. So we'll have a text of Excel. I think I have to write that. Div class name, have a text of Excel, then P of 3, background zinc 900, then we'll have a rounded full, Let's place the microphone here, TI microphone. That's it. Now after this div will have another div with a class name of flex. Let's give it a gap of 5 items. Not this should be inside the string. Gap of 5 items center. Then we'll give it a text of Excel, and inside of this we'll give it a BS camera video, IO apps sharp. Then we will have another div with a class name of relative. We'll grab the BS bell here and give it a span. Span would have a class name, not children, class name of absolute, bottom of 2, left of 2, text of access, background red of 600, rounded full, not right full, rounded full, and we'll give it a padding x of 1. Inside the span we'll write 9 plus. This is just a static text to the notifications, and we'll have an image tag here, span div and image. Source would be any YouTube channel's icon. You can find it by yourself, or you can copy this from the source code. What should be the logo, and class name would be W9 H9 rounded full. That's it. Now let's check the navbar. Yeah, this is pretty much it. The navbar is styled. Now let's have the sidebar here. So now let's do that. So now let's create the sidebar. So let's head over to VS Code, and inside it, here first we'll head over to home.tsx, and inside of this div we'll give it a class name of max height screen. Then we'll give it the overflow of 10, and we'll have another div. We'll provide a style here and give it a height of 7.5 viewport height. 7.5 viewport height, and this navbar would go inside of this div. Now we'll have another div with a class name of flex. Now inside of this flex we'll have the sidebar class. Also we'll provide the style attribute here, style, and we'll give it a height of 92.5 viewport height. 92.5 viewport height, because the 7.5 viewport height is already covered by the navbar. And after this, inside of here we'll have the sidebar component, sidebar.jsx, and we'll write RFC here. Let's import the sidebar here, sidebar. That's it. Let's head over to here. We have the sidebar here. Now let's style our sidebar. So for the sidebar we'll need some icons. You can find this icons from the GitHub link, or you can write it by yourself by reading this. Then we'll have some variables where we use these icons and the text. So we are also going to copy that from the GitHub link. You can find that in the video's description. You can also read it from here. We have this main links. We have the icon here, and the class name and the name. We are going to map this main links and the secondary links and all the variables. They are pretty much the same. Only the contents are replaced. You can write it by yourself. Now we have this array of text links. We are just going to map this. So now let's create the sidebar. Initially the class names would be width of 2 by 12, 2 by 12. Then we'll give it a background color of hyphen 212121. Then we'll give it a PR of 5, overflow of auto, and a padding bottom of 8, and we'll give this the class of sidebar. That's not needed, but let's write it. Then we'll have a UL with the class name of flex call, and let's give it a border of 2, border bottom 2, not border of 2, border bottom 2, border gray of 700. That's it. Now we'll map the main links dot map. We'll destructure the icon and the name, and we will return an li. The li would have a key as name. Then we'll give it a class name of pl of 6, py of 3. Then on hover, we'll give it a background of zinc 600. Then if the name is, if the name triple equals to home, then we want this to have a background of zinc of 600, or else we'll have nothing here. That's it. And inside of this inside of this li, we'll provide an a tag. This would have href of a thing. Then we'll give it a class name, not here, we'll provide here the class name of, what should we write here? Yeah, flex item center and a gap of 5. Then we'll have the icon here, and we'll have a span with text sm. We'll also give a tracking wider, and we'll give the name here. Now let's check it. Okay, so I don't know why, but this background is blue. Okay, background gray of 700, this is correct. Okay, this is not background, this is border gray of 700. Okay, yeah, that's it. That's perfect. Now let's copy the same here, and let's copy the whole ul paste. and we'll replace this secondary links, and let's remove this conditional also. Let's check it in the browser. Yeah, we have the library. Now let's do the same for subscription links. So we are going to copy this, paste, and we'll change this to subscription links, and we'll do the same for help links. So let's paste it again and replace this with help links. Let's check. Yeah, everything is there, and we also have this custom scroll bar. After this, what should we do? Okay, so after this UL, we have another UL. Will provide it a class name of flex gap2 flex wrap and text small, then p4 text sync 400, and inside of this UL we'll map the text links of 0 dot map. We'll have the name here, return li, and we'll have the name inside of this, and we'll also provide a key here which would be name. Okay, that's it. Now let's copy this UL and change this 0 to 1, and after this we'll have a span tag. We'll have class name of px4, then text sm, text zinc400, and we'll write ampersand copy for the copyright symbol, and 2022 Google. That's it. Then we'll have the br tag. We'll write p with a class name of px4, pt of 3, and we'll have text sm, then we'll have text zinc400, and here we'll write this clone is for educational purpose only. Full stop. Let's check. And that's it. Everything is correct. So yeah, our sidebar is completed. This is done. Now let's have the watch page videos here. So for that we have to set up the store first. So let's set up our Redux store first. Okay, so now let's create a Google project to grab the YouTube data API. So head over to console.cloud.google.com, and from here select a project. So we'll select this organization, or we can simply just create a new project. This would be YouTube clone, and we'll head over to create, and now it is creating the project. Wait for it. Okay, it has been created, and select the project from here, YouTube clone. Now head over to enabled APIs and services, and we'll enable APIs and services. Search for YouTube data API v3. Got it. Select it. And now click on enable. Now the API is enabled. Now click on create credentials here. We want this. We want the public data. Next. And here is our API key. Now head over to the source code and we created this env file. So in here what we'll do is we'll create a new environment variable. So react environment variable needs to be written react app in front of them and the variable name. So we'll write react app youtube data api key and we'll paste that key here, and then we need to restart our application so that it loads the API in the environment variables. Yes, on another port. Let's close this. Let's close this also, and let's close this. Refresh it. Yeah, everything is working. So now let's set up our Redux store. Head over to VS Code and inside the store, let's create a new file name as index.ts. Then we will need a folder named as reducers. Then we'll also create a file name hooks.ts, and then inside the source directory we'll create a types.ts file. This would contain all the types, and this should be inside the source directory. Yeah, this should be inside the source directory. Now let's create our initial state type. So initial state type. So first for that we'll export interface initial state, then we will have an videos, and for this we'll just provide an array for now. Then we'll write current playing video, current playing, that would be this should be current playing or null. This should be current playing or null, and this should be home page videos array, home page videos. Then we will have a search term that would be string. Then we'll have search results, that would be an array. Then we'll have next page token, which would be string or null. Then we'll have recommended videos, which would be recommended videos array. That's it. Now let's export another interface. Export interface home page videos, then export interface current playing, then export interface recommended videos. Now let's leave this homepage videos empty for now, And then let's head over to index.ts and let's create our store. So for that, what we'll do is first we'll create initial state and give this the type of initial state, and the videos would be blank. Then current playing would be null. Then search term would be empty. Search results would be an array. Then we'll provide next page token, which would be null, and recommended videos, which would be an array. That's it. What is this error? Expected. Okay, we need to pass equals to here. That's it. Now let's create const YouTube slice equals to create slice and pass the name as YouTube app. We'll pass the initial state, then we'll pass reducers, and for now this would be an empty object. And after that we'll also pass extra reducers, which would have a builder arrow function. That's it. And I think that's it. What did we miss here? Okay, we have some issue here. What is that? Okay, that's it. Now let's export our store. Export const store. This is const equals to configure store, and we'll pass reducer YouTube app as YouTube slice dot reducer. That's it. Now let's export type root state equals to return type return export type root states equals to return type of store dot get state. That's it. Then we'll also export type app dispatch equals to type of store dot dispatch. That's it. So that's that. Now I'll explain this code in a minute. Now let's head over to hooks.ts, and now here we'll export const use app dispatch, which would be a function. App dispatch equals to use dispatch app dispatch. Okay, this shouldn't be imported from anywhere. Okay, it should be app dispatch should be imported from dot slash index. So that is use app dispatch, and will export const use app selector as type typed use selector hook, and will pass root state here, and this would be use selector. That's it. So this is the use app dispatch, which is use dispatch hook of Redux Toolkit. And for the use selector hook, we have this use app selector hook. So we have created the hooks for those two methods. And now inside of index.tsx, we need to make some changes. So first we'll remove this provider, not this React strict mode, and we'll write provider here, provider, and we'll pass store as store. The store should be auto imported. That's it. Now our Redux toolkit setup is complete. Uh, Now let's check, do we have any error? Yeah, can't resolve configure store and store, configure store and store. Okay, I think we made a mistake here, or the auto import made a mistake. So configure store should be imported from here, and let's import the payload action here as well. Payload action, we may need it. Yeah, the error is gone and our store is successfully set up. That's it. Now what should we do? Now let's create a reducer named as get home page videos. So we'll create this get home page videos dot ts, and inside of this we'll first grab the API key const API underscore key is equals to process dot env dot react app YouTube API key, then we'll write export const get home page videos is equals to create async thunk, and we'll pass YouTube app slash, this should be create async thunk. Here we'll pass YouTube app slash homepage videos. Then why this isn't auto imported? I think we have to import it. Import from at Redux.js Toolkit, create async thunk. That's it. Now after this we'll pass an async arrow function. We'll have parameters here is next, and this would be boolean, and we'll grab the get state method from Redux Toolkit. Now let's leave it, and I forgot to explain you this. So what we done here is, first we created the store, and not that. So first we created the store folder, and then we created an YouTube slice. So Redux.js provide this create slice method. So we passed an YouTube app here, then the initial state. So the initial state is the at the start of our app, what is the state. So the videos would be empty, currently playing would be null, the search term would be an empty string. That's it. So what this is the initial state type from the types. So these types are the part of Typescript. So we have given the types of this initial state. So this should be for example, if we are using search term, then search term should only be string. If it is any other thing like array, then we will get an error. So that is for that Typescript. Then we created this hooks folder. So what this hooks not folder, a hooks file. So what this hooks will have is, we have two hooks from this file, use app dispatch and use app selector. So we have two methods, use dispatch and use selector from Redux Toolkit. And what use dispatch is doing is that whenever we want to um, access any of the reducer of or method from Redux.js toolkit, so we have to use the use dispatch method. So we created a hook for that, a TypeScript enabled hook, and the same for the use app selector. So what use selector do is, whenever we want any of the state from the Redux toolkit, then we grab it from use selector. So that's that. Now let's close this, and we have this get homepage videos for so this is a reducer, and we are creating a thunk, and we'll grab the homepage videos from this. So let's do that. Now first we'll have the const YouTube app next page token, next page token from state, and the videos, and this would be equals to get state as root state. So you are getting the next page token and videos from the our Redux state. So this videos is the videos array, and the next page token is for the infinite scroll. When we want the next page videos, then we have to use this next page token, which is provided by the YouTube data API. So we are not going to use it for now. Let's keep this as it is. Now we'll have const data items next page token, and we want this from axios dot get, and here we'll pass the YouTube API URL. For that we'll create a new folder in utils named as const constants dot ts, and inside the constants.ts we'll export a constant named as YouTube data. We'll just write YouTube API URL. equals to https colon slash slash youtube slash slash youtube dot google ap google apis dot com slash youtube slash v3. That's it. Now let's head over to get homepage videos and um, let's use that here. YouTube API URL, then videos hyphen not hyphen question mark key equals to API key, then ampersand part equals to snippet statistics, and ampersand type equals to video, ampersand id equals to dollar. Okay, I think we are making a mistake. We are calling the another API. We don't want to call this API. Let's remove this and we'll write search here. Max results would be 20, ampersand query q equals to React.js projects, ampersand key equals to our API key, and part equals to snippet, and type equals to video, and we'll have the is next here. Let's do that afterwards. That's it. Now let's console the data here. Console dot log items, and first we have to use this inside our home.tsx. Home.tsx. For that, let's head over to home.tsx, and in here first let's have the const dispatch equals to use app dispatch hook that we created. Then we'll grab the videos equals to use app selector, pass the state, and state dot youtube app dot videos. Now let's have a use effect hook here. Import it. Okay, auto imports are not working. Use effect. Let's clear all this. We'll have return dispatch. Okay, we don't want to return for now. Let's remove this, and what we'll do is we'll have dispatch get home page videos, and we'll pass false here. Pass this dispatch here, and we also forgot one thing. We have to include all of this inside our store. So head over to index.tas inside of the store, and in here what should we do? Yeah, inside the extra reducers here We'll add a case by builder dot add case. We'll have get homepage videos dot fulfilled. Whenever this promise or this reducer is fulfilled, we want to run this. We will set the state dot videos equals to action dot payload dot parsed data and state dot next page token is equals to action dot payload dot next page token. That's it. Now, okay, so parsed data is not there. Let's comment this for a few minutes and let's check the console. Fail to load this resource. API key not valid. Please pass a valid API key. Okay, we are getting this undefined here. Why is that? Let's check our environment variable. React app YouTube data API key. Okay, so I think inside here we might need to change this variable. That's it. Okay, we have our data here. We got the video ID, the snippet. So yeah, that's it. Now let's proceed further. So our YouTube data API is working. So now inside the get homepage videos, instead of this console, we'll remove this and we'll write const parsed data equals to await and parse data, and we'll pass the items here. This is parsed data and we'll pass the items. So the parsed data is a function inside the utils. So let's create that. New file parse data dot ts, and inside this parse dot data function, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the code and just explain it because it is simple JavaScript. We are not going to waste the time, and we'll create some new file, convert raw views to string dot ts, then we'll write parse video duration dot ts, and we'll write time since dot ts. So inside the time since dot ts, we'll paste this code. Parse video duration will have this code. Please give me a minute. I'm gonna explain everything what I'm doing. Convert, and what error do we have here? Okay, video data, and we need to create an index.ts here. Index.ts. What should be inside of that? Okay, we are just going to export everything from the files from convert values to string, convert values to string, export from parse video duration, parse video duration, export time since from time since, export parse data from /parse data. That's it. Now we have this video data. Let's Let's see this. Import it here. That's it. And yeah, so these code which I copied can be found in the GitHub's description, GitHub repository. So we have this parse data function here, this one. So what this will do is we are getting the raw data from the YouTube data API, and we need to pass the data as per our React application. So first we'll grab all the video IDs and the channel IDs. So we have created an empty array. So all the videos IDs can be grabbed from the item.id.video ID that I showed earlier, and the channel ID can be available from the item.snippet.channel ID. So now we have all the videos ID and all the channel IDs of all the videos that we are getting. Then yeah, then we need the channel image, and we need the channel image. So for that we got this channel IDs, and now so this should be React app YouTube. What environment variable we wrote? Okay, change this. Yeah. So now we are getting the channel data. So inside the channels data, we would be having our channels thumbnails. So for that, we call this API channels column part is equals to snippet and content details and the ID. So we had used the JavaScript join method. So it would join an array with this with a uh, with a with a comma, and it will create a string. So we pass the string here of all the channel IDs that we need, and we pass the YouTube data API key. So we'll get the channels data here, and now we have this array passed channels data. Inside of that we'll have the ID and the image of our channel. So we have this channels data, this array, yeah, this channels data which is returned from the YouTube's data API. Then for each of the data, we will grab the ID and snippet and push it into this parse channels data. So now this parse channel data array would have the ID and image of all the videos that we are getting, these video IDs. Now from the video IDs, we want the videos data for this kind of things. So for that we are calling this API videos part content details statistics ID equals to same, this kind of thing join for that we did for the channel IDs. Then we have this items dot forage for this is these items that we are getting here, these items, and for each of those we want to add it into this parse data array. So this is the type of that. Now we have item here, we get the item and the snippet. So this is just the destructuring this thing. So we are just destructuring the code. And now if we have the channel image, then only we want to add this to the parse data array, because some videos don't have a channel image, so we are skipping that. Now for the parse data dot push, we'll have the video ID. This thing is simple JavaScript only. Now this parse video duration. So this parse video duration, what this function do is we created a new file here, parsed video duration, and we get a string of video duration. So we just get the hour, minute, and seconds from here. I haven't written this code, I just copied it from the net, a Stack Overflow thread. So this is also a simple JavaScript. So what we are doing is here we get a string, and we are splitting it by the colon, and then according to its duration parts length array, we are parsing the data. You can see that here, and returning the data as it is needed. Then we have this convert raw views to string. This code is also copied from Stack Overflow, a thread. I don't know from where did I found it. And this converts the raw views to billions, millions, and k views like that. And then we have this time sense. This is also copied from a Stack Overflow thread. So this gets the time sense, like this video was published 1 year ago, 2 months ago, 2 days ago, 2 hours ago, and 2 minutes ago, like that. So we are using all of that function inside this parse data. You can see that past video duration, convert raw views to string, and type sense. So this is very simple JavaScript. If you are building a project for React, then you must know these things. Now, yeah, that's it. Now we have an error of this video data type. So let's add that to the types video data, and let's do one thing. I'm going to have the type here also, video ID as string. Then video title would be string, video description would be string as well. Then we'll have video link as string. Then we'll have the video duration as string, video views as string, video age is also a string, channel info. Inside the channel info, we'll have the ID as string, image as string, and the name as string. Then for the videos data, I think, yeah, I think for the videos data we can use these homepage videos. Let me check. Okay, we have to add a video thumbnail here. Video thumbnail as string, and yeah, let's use that here, homepage videos, and replace it here. Okay, we don't get the video description here, so we need to add the video description as well. Video description, save it, and inside of the types we'll add video description. Yeah, everything is fixed inside past data, so this should work now. Yeah, that's it. Now let's head over to the index.ts and uncomment this code. This would be solved in a minute, and inside of here, parse data is the homepage videos. What is this? Okay, assigned a value, but it is never used. So what we are gonna do is, inside of this here, get homepage videos, we are gonna return parsed data which would be videos that we got from the state earlier, and will destructure the past data. And our next page token, next page token. Okay, what is this error? Is not an array type. Type undefined is not assignable to type homepage videos. Okay, this is an array here. Okay, so we made a mistake here. This should be past data, and type undefined is not assignable to type homepage videos. So what mistake did we make here? Okay, so to solve this TypeScript error, we have to go to tsconfig.json inside the root directory, and we'll have a new rule here as strict null checks as false. That's it. Now let's head over to homepage videos, and I think, yeah, the error should be gone now. Yeah, it is gone now. Now let's head over to the browser. Everything is working, and let's head over to IndexNet index but home.tsx, and let's console the videos. Console.log videos. Yes, we are getting the videos uh, as the format that we need. Okay, so let's remove this console, and now let's create the home component cards and everything. So for that, inside the components, I will write card.jsx, not jsx, it should be tsx. Rename and write this as tsx, and this should be also as tsx because we are having all the components in TypeScript. We'll write rfc. That's it. Head over to home.tsx, and now inside of here, after the sidebar, first we'll check if the videos have the data. So if the videos dot length, so if the length is greater than 0, then we want our component of infinite scroll, or else we want the spinner. So the spinner component is not yet created. We have to create it. So let's create it also. Spinner dot tsx rfc, and let's also create the spinner now. Inside of this, we'll have the div class name flex items center with full justify center, padding y of 3, and inside of this we'll have another div with a class name of 10, height of 10, border of 2, border red of 100, not 100, we need 600, border red 600. Then we'll have border solid, then we'll have rounded full. Then we'll have animate spin. We'll have border top, border top transparent, border top transparent. Then yeah, that's it. Now inside the home.tsx, let's import the spinner component. And now we'll just write undefined here, and let's see if there is a spinner. Okay, infinite scroll is missing some properties, so let's comment this for now and just write the spinner to check if our spinner is working. Yeah, our spinner is working. Now let's remove this, uncomment this, and let's pass the data to the uh, infinite scroll. Infinite scroll, okay, let's see only. So first we'll provide a data length as videos dot length. Then we want next as our dispatch method, dispatch, and get homepage videos, and this time we'll pass the true here. Then has more equals to, if the videos dot length is less than 500, then only we want to fetch more videos, and the loader is the spinner component, and height is 650, and inside the infinite scroll we'll have a grid with a gap of y-axis of 14. Then we'll also supply gap x of 8, then grid calls of 4 and a padding of 8, and then we'll map the videos dot map. We'll have the item as video data, or we can just write home page videos, and this would be returned in a cart component, and the card would have the data as the item, and key would be item dot video id. Okay, now let's head over to card.tsx and have the data here. That's it. Here's data is equals to data. Okay, so data has implicitly any type error. So for that, what we'll do is data, and data would be having not here. This should be outside of this structure. So this destructured data would have the type as homepage videos, and let's check. Undefined is not assignable to homepage videos. Why is this error coming again? Past data 21 number line. We are not getting the error in here. Let's restart our server. Yes. Okay, so the error has gone and we have the card components here. Here it is. And now let's style the card component. So inside the card.tsx, we'll remove this and this would have the class name as width 64, height 60, flex, gap 3, flex call, and we'll have a class name of relative, then span and a class name. Span would have a class name of absolute, then bottom of 3, right of 3, text of small, background gray of 900, padding x of 2, padding y of 0.5, z of 10. Inside of that we'll have data dot video duration. Now after this span we'll use the link component. We need to import it from React Outer DOM. Import link from RRD, link, and this would have the image. Image would have source as data dot video thumbnail. Then we'll provide a class name of H44 and W72. And alternative text would be a thumbnail, and this link would have a do as /watch $$ data dot video id. Okay, so the thumbnails are here. So now after this link component, we'll leave this div and have another div with a class name of flex and gap of 2. Then we'll have another class name with min, width, fit, and this would have ehref as hashtag. Then we'll supply an image. Image source would be data dot channel info dot image. This would be channel. Class name would be h9 w9 and a rounded full. And after this we'll have another div which would have h3, and that would have an e tag, would have class name as line clamp 2. So this line, for this line clamp to work, we have to install an additional plugin of line clamp. So here goes the video title. If the video title exceeds 2 lines, then we want to clamp those lines. So this is a Tailwind class For this to work, I think we have to install a plugin. What plugin was that? Okay, that was Tailwind line clamp. So let's install that plugin, close the server and install this at Tailwind CSS line clamp slash line clamp. So I'll write yarn add. While this is being added, let's head over to tailwind config tailwind config.js, and inside of this will require the tailwind css line clamp plugin. So in here we'll write require tailwind css line clamp. Let's start our server, yarn start. Let's head over to cart.tsx again, and okay, so we have three lines, and let's wait the server to reload. Okay, we have to pass yes. Now the lines should be clamped. Okay, so no, they aren't clamped yet. Okay, I understand why that is be happening. Line clamp. Okay, yeah, now it has been clamped. And after this h3 we'll have another div with class name of text sm, text sm, and also with text gray 400, and inside of that we'll have another div and e tag href would be hash, and the class name would be over text white, over text white, and this would be data dot channel info dot name. And after this we'll have another div span, class name would be after, and the content would be a circle dot. You have to copy this character from GitHub repo, because I cannot write this. After mx1, and inside of this we'll have data dot video views, and then we'll have the views, and after this span we'll have just the data dot video age. That's it. Now let's check. Yeah, that's it, everything is working. But as you can see, we have a bug in our application. We are getting the repeated videos, not the next page videos. So we have to fix that using the next page token. So we would get different videos every time we call the API. So now what we'll do is we'll head over to the get homepage videos, this reducer, and inside of here we'll pass is next prop. So first we'll check if is next is not undefined. Then we want to pass page token equals to dollar next page token from state, or else we just pass the empty string here. Okay, this should be after this. That's it. Now let's refresh the page and scroll down, and I don't know why, but we are not getting the videos. Okay, so cannot read properties of undefined reading content details. Okay, so why is that happening? Content details. This error is coming from past data. Content, not here. Content details. Okay, so we are not getting the duration or the this content details. Why is that? Let me debug the code. So I found the issue. We in the get homepage videos. So after this video, we didn't write ampersand here, so the error was coming. So we have to write the ampersand here, and now everything would be working. It is. We are getting different videos every time. So yeah, our infinite scroll is working perfectly. Yeah, it is. Now what we are going to do is, now we are going to search a video, and when we hit the search button, we'll head over to the search page, and we will get the search page data from the YouTube data API. So let's do that, and before doing that, let's also create another reducer. So when we change the page, give me a minute. Yeah, here inside the reducers, now when we change the page, we want to clear the videos array. So we'll write clear video. This would be state, and state dot videos equals to empty array, and state dot next page token equals to null. So we are clearing the state. So this reducer would be called whenever we change the page. So I'll explain that, and we also need to export this. So we'll write export const equals to YouTube slice dot reducers, not reducers, actions, and this would be clear videos. Now let's head over to home.tsx, and inside here we'll call another use effect, and pass in the arrow function, and we'll just have this return function here, and we'll dispatch clear videos reducer. We have to pass dispatch. Yeah, that's it. So whenever we change the page, the all the videos would be cleared using this use effect. This is the destroy method of the component. So yeah, that's it. Now let's create the navbar functionality for searching. So the search would be controlled by this navbar here. So let's do that. So now let's head over to navbar.tsx, and here what we'll do is first we'll grab the location is equals to use location hook from React router DOM, use location, and we need to import it from RD, import from RRD, and this is use location here. Location is done. Then we need the navigate, so we'll write navigate equals to use navigate, and we'll also import this from React router DOM. Okay, we have already written React router DOM above here, so we'll just paste it here and remove this import. And after this, we'll have the dispatch method const dispatch equals to use app dispatch. Then we'll have the search term, so const search term equals to use app selector state dot react not react YouTube app dot search term. Okay, we have an error here. What is that? That's it. So after this, we will have an function named as handle search equals to arrow function if the location dot path name not equal search, then we want to navigate to the search page first, search, else we will dispatch the clear videos, and we will dispatch get search page videos, and this is going to be false. Now in the form here, we'll remove this action here and we'll write on submit equals to e dot prevent default, and we'll call the handle search function. Then in the input here, we'll write value as search term, and on change we will write e dispatch change search term, and this is going to be e dot target dot videos, not videos, e dot target dot value. Save it. And now inside the index.ts we are going to create more reducers here. Inside this here we'll add some more reducers, which is clear search term and change search term. First we'll write change search term equals to state, and action would be payload action, and this would be string arrow function, not arrow function, brackets. Then we'll have the state dot search term equal to action dot payload. That's it. Then we will have clear videos. No, we have clear videos. We have to write clear search term. Clear search term. This would be state dot videos equals to, okay, so we just want to clear the search term, so we'll have to write state dot search term equals to empty string. That's it. And we have to export it inside here, clear change search term and clear search term. This is chang change search term, and let's import that in here, change search term, and get search page videos. We have to create this, and there is one more thing to do, I think. Yeah, clear search term on AI outline close. Where did it go? Yeah, outline close. First, we'll have some video, a dynamic class name here. Inside of here, if there is not a search term, then we want it to have the invisible class, invisible, or we will have the visible class. That's it. And on click, we want to dispatch clear search term. We should be below this. That's it. Let's check if we have any error. Get search page videos. Yeah, let's create that reducer. So for that, let's head over to this utils, not utils, here reducers. Will write get search page videos dot tsx, and what we are not tsx, we'll just have to write ts. And what we are going to do is we are going to copy all of this code and paste it here, and we'll write get search page videos here. Everything remains same. Search is this, and we want to remove this max results of 20, and the query would be the search term, the search term, and we want the search term from here, videos and search term. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, everything else pretty much is same. Yeah, that's it. Now let's head over to index.ts here, and let's copy this, and instead of get homepage videos, we'll write get search page videos. That's it. Let me check, is everything perfect? It is. Now Let's import this. Cannot be called with two reducers for the same action type. Okay, let's see what did we do wrong. Inside index.ts get search page reduce dot fulfilled. Okay, so I think we made a mistake here. We have to write search page videos action type, and this should be working now. Yeah, it is. Let's search for anything. Yeah, wait. Okay, so we have the search page here. Uh, Now we have to build the search page. So let's do that. Give me a minute. For a search page, most of the code can be copied from the home.tsx. So I'll just copy the component and replace it and change the name to search, and we need the navigate, dispatch, and all that method. So videos, and we need the search term. So this would be search term. That's it. Then we need the navigate, so that can be copied from here. Use navigate. Import from RRD. Use navigate, and we don't need this use effect. And first we'll dispatch the clear videos here. Then if there is no search term, then we want to navigate to the home page, and if there is, then we'll dispatch get search page videos, and this should be false. We have to pass dispatch, navigate, and search term. That's it. Then what else needs to be changed? The size should be 600, and instead of this card we'll have the search card here. So okay, let's head over to React Kishan Sheth. Still loading, I don't know why. Okay, I think our daily quota of our API is exhausted. We may need to create a new API if that is that case. So let me replace the API. And okay, so let's test it out again. React Kishan Shade. Yeah, it is working. So We also need to replace the infinite scroll function. So here instead of get homepage videos, we need to pass get search page videos. Okay, yeah, it is working perfectly. We just need to replace the component. So we are going to create a new component now, search card.tsx. So we'll create a new component, search card.tsx, and we'll import everything from here. And this is going to be search card, and let's have the contents. I'm going to remove all of the markup from here. We don't need this. And write a fresh markup. We need a div with a class name of flex, gap of 3. Then we'll need a relative class name, relative. And I think we can copy that from here, absolute bottom 3. Copy, and the image would have the height of 52 and width of 96. 52, 96. And let's replace this inside of here. Instead of card, instead of this card, we need search card. Search card from search card, duplicate identifier. Okay, we need to remove this, and we also need to remove this. Let's check. Yeah, that's great. And I think we also need to change the grid. So for that, inside of infinite scroll, this is going to be just my5, and we are going to wrap and div here the infinite scroll. Give it a class name of py8, pl8, flex, flex call, gap of 5, and width of full. That's it. Now let's check. Yeah, it's in the straight line now, but margin y of 5 is not working. I don't know why. Let's do that afterwards. Let's head over to search card, and now after this div, we'll have another div with a class name of flex and gap of 1 and flex call. Then we'll have h3 with max width of 2xl. Then we'll have an e tag with hash as href and class name as line clamp 2, and we'll have data.video title, data.video title. Let's check. Yeah, it is here. Then after the h3, we'll have another div with text extra small, then text gray as 400, or div inside that, another div inside that, and a span will have a class name. Let's copy the class name from not here, card.tsx. this one. I think I can copy both of this here. Search card and replace this with those pans. Then can we copy the other thing? I think we cannot. So let's head over to search card, and after those span we'll leave 3 divs and have another div with min width as fit and margin y as 2, then a with hash, class name would be flex, items center, gap of 2, text of extra small, text gray of 400, and inside that we would have the image source would be data dot channel info dot image channel. After the image, let's give it a class name to the image as well. Class name equals to h of 9, w of 9, rounded full. Then after that we'll have a span data dot channel info dot name. That's it. And after this div we'll have another div with max width as 2xl, max width as 2xl. We'll also give it a line clamp of 2, text small, text gray of 400, and we would have data dot video description. This is going to be a p tag. So here we'll have the p tag, and inside of the p tag we'll have this video description. Paste it. Yeah, that's it. So this is completed, but why there is no gap here? Let's check it. Let's head over to search.tsx, and what did we, okay, this is px, okay, padding y8 and padding left 8. This is perfect. Now margin y is of 5. Let's give this of margin top of 20. Okay, so that is for that. I think I know the mistake. So we have to return the whole div here. This is inside of this, and this also done. Now what mistake do we have? Okay, so return, that's it. It should perfect. Let's remove this. Yeah, this is working. So now all that is left is to create the watch page now. So now let's do that, the watch page. So now let's head over to watch.tsx, and here what we will do is we'll fetch the use effect hook first, use effect, and from here We'll also have the use state first. Use state, and first we'll have show more status, set status, set show more status equals to use state, and this is boolean false. Then we'll have const id from use params. Use params. Uh, use params can be found from React Router DOM. So let's use that. Import from RRD use params, and we will also need use navigate. Okay, use params. That's it. Then we'll get the dispatch. Const dispatch is equals to use app dispatch. Then we'll have const navigate is equals to use navigate. Then we'll grab the current playing equals to use apps selector. Then we'll have the state dot youtube app dot current playing. Then we'll grab const recommended videos equals to use app selector state equals to state dot youtube app dot recommended videos. And then we'll have our use effect. If there is an ID, then we want to dispatch get video details with the ID, and we'll set show more status to false. And if there is not an ID, then we want to navigate to the home page. Then we'll have the ID navigate and dispatch here, and we'll have another use effect here. Use effect, if there is a current playing and ID, then we want to dispatch a new method which is get recommended videos with the ID, and the dependency would be current playing dispatch and an ID. That's it. Okay, so now we have to create two methods, which is get video details and get recommended videos. So these both are async thunk. So this will fetch the current video details, the description of the video, and the likes and time and all that metadata. And the recommended videos is for the sidebar, the recommended videos sidebar. So first we'll grab the get video details. So for that, inside of this reducers folder, we'll create a new file, get video details, video details.ts, and we'll also create another file named as get recommended videos.ts. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy the code from my GitHub repo and paste it here for the recommended videos, and same goes for the video details. I'll explain the code in a minute. And what error do we have here? Okay, get parse recommended data. So I'll create a new file, parse recommended data.ts, and the code is going to be copied from the GitHub repo. What error do we have? Okay, we need to create an item. Okay, so for the item, let's do one thing. In the types.ts here, we'll replace this current playing and recommended videos with this current playing and recommended videos and this item. So this current playing type has video ID, video title, video description, video views, video likes, video age, and a channel info object which contains ID, image, name, and subscribers. All are string. You can copy it, and same goes for the recommended videos. And we have this item which will have a snippet of this kind. You can copy this. I'm going to save this, and now inside the get recommended videos, okay, so I need to export it. Export from parse recommended data. Parse recommended data. Okay, it is perfect. And now inside the index.ts we need to change some things. So I'm gonna copy this builder.addCase, copy and paste it 2 times, and this is going to be state dot current plane equals to action dot payload dot, not dot, just action dot payload. And I'm going to remove this state dot current plane. Okay, what error is there? Is missing the following properties: writable draft. I think I missed something. Let's keep this as it is for now. Then this is going to be state dot recommended videos, and this is just going to be state dot payload dot parsed data. And we are going to pass the current plane here, current plane, and let's get inside get not search page, this is get video details, and this is get recommended videos. Let's remove this. Yeah, everything is working. Now let's import this inside here as well. Get video details, recommended videos. Now let me explain the code. So first let's head over to the get video details. So here we have this get video details. It is an async thunk. We have passed the type as video details. So we are doing the same process as we did in the get homepage videos. So we have this parse data in which we are passing the items. The parse data function is below here only, and we are getting the channel's image on all and passing the object here. That's it. It is very simple. No need to explain it further. Then for the recommended videos, we have the same process that we are following in the homepage videos. You can see that here. We have created another function named as pass recommended data. So it is here, pass recommended data. It is simple JavaScript, nothing complex. You can get this code from the GitHub repo. Now after this, we also created some types. So this is the item type, recommended videos and current playing. These types are used in this files, and inside the index.tes we added the two different cases inside the builder. So this is the get video details. Whenever it is fulfilled, we want to change the current playing, and same goes for the recommended video. So that's it. Now let's head over to where we watch.tsx. We'll also create a new file named as watchcard.tsx. Let's leave it as for now, and inside the watch.tsx, let's write the markup. Let's check our browser. Do we have any error? Okay, cannot be compiled under isolated module. Okay, we'll write RFC here. That's it. Now let's have our markup here inside the watch.tsx. Watch.tsx. So this is going to be the fragments, and inside of this we'll first check if there is a current playing, and current playing dot video id triple equals to id. Then we want to return this markup, so we'll return div with a max height of screen, then we'll give it a overflow of hidden, then we'll give it a div with a style of 7.5 viewport height, and this is going to be the navbar style height equals to 7.5 viewport height. This is going to be columns. Navbar here. After this, we'll have another div with class name of flex with a full, and the style would have a height of 92.5 viewport height to be 92.5 viewport height. This is string. Then we have another flex with gap of y as 10, then gap of x as 5. Then we'll have padding of 7 on all sides. Then we'll have mx of 20, mr of 0, w of full, overflow of auto. Inside that we'll have div style of max width equals to 800 pixels, and we'll have another div. We'll have iframe source will be this would be https www.youtube.com/embed/$id, and we'll also pass the autoplay equals to 1. Then we need the frame border as 0. Then we'll have the width as 800, height would be 502. Then we'll have allow full screen here. Allow full screen. That's it. What warning is there? Unique title element. Okay, so title would be YouTube video layer, and this is going to be frame border. That's it. Now let's load it here. I don't know why it is not coming. Let's check body. Okay, so no JSX has been returned. Why is that? Bad request, API key not valid. Please pass a valid API key. Okay, so we might need to change the code here. Let's copy this key and inside of here, yeah, the video is here. Now let's have the other details. So after this iframe, what we are going to do is, I have this dev ready on GitHub and I'll paste it. So that, and I'm gonna put some icons, just explain it in a minute. Okay, so we have written margin top of 5 and P of video title. Then we have the video views, video age, video likes, and these are just static icons. You can just write it. I'll keep it for a minute. This is just the ordinary stuff. That's it. Now let's check. Yeah, everything is here. Now we have to have this recommended videos. So for that, after the max width div, this div, here we'll have another div. We will have another div with margin right of 24, flex, flex call, and a gap of 3. Then we'll have get recommended videos dot map. First we'll check the length, and then recommended videos dot map. We'll have the item here, and we'll return the watch card. We are not going to have the infinite scroll here. Data item and key would be item dot video ID. That's it. Let's check it. Okay, so the data has to be passed here. Watch card, where is it? Data. I think we can do one thing. Let's copy everything from search card and paste it inside watch card and replace this with watch card, and let's just write the markup for it also, then we'll check it. So everything is going to be the same. So this data would be recommended videos, and we are going to remove this get homepage. Then flex cap 3 is perfect. Then we have to add a new class here, min width of fit. Then this is right, video duration, video ID, video video thumbnail. This is going to be h of 24 and width of 40. Then flex cap 1, flex call, perfect. This is going to be text SM, and this is going to be h4 instead of h3. Line clamps are perfect. Okay, that's it. Now in here, text create 400. Okay, so before the videos, here we'll add another div, an href hash last name would be over text of white, and we'll have data dot channel info dot name. Then we have this, which is perfect. And we don't need this. Save it. Let's check. And that's it. Everything is looking perfect. Let's play this. And why is the autoplay is not working? Let's check that inside watch.tsx. Autoplay equals to 1, not -1. This should work now. Let's reload this. It is still not working. Autoplay equals 1. Okay, so we will also write allow equals to autoplay. Now let's run it. I think let me replace this. Okay, this is working now. Let's check everything further. Let's head to home page. Play. Yeah, that's it. So our YouTube clone is working. So now we'll begin setting up of our React application. So I'll open a new terminal and I will write npx create -react -app and the name of our React app, which is Spotify clone. This will set up our React application. This process may take time depending upon your network connection. So React application has been successfully installed. Now we'll move on to the Spotify clone directory, and I will write yarn add, and we'll add some dependencies that we are going to use. So first we will need the style components, then we will need the React icons package, and we will also need Axios for API calling, and that's it. Hit enter to install these dependencies. While this is being installed, let's open our source folder and remove this clutter files. We don't need this one and this one. We will delete those, and inside app.js we'll remove all this code and we'll write RFC, and this will create our component again. And inside index.js we are gonna remove this input over here and the function call at the end of here. That's it. Save it. Now let's wait for these dependencies to get installed and run the application. Okay, so our dependencies have been installed, and now let's start the application by yarn start, hit enter. And yeah, that's it. Our app is working fine. Now let's head over to VS Code again and create a new directory over here, which is we'll create the directory utils, and inside the utils we will have the state provider.jsx, and we'll have the reducer.js. Now inside the state provider, so we are going to use context API and use reducer hook for state management. So for that, first we'll import create context, use context, and the use reducer hook from React. Now we'll write export const state context is equals to create context. Now we'll also export const state provider equals to arrow function, and we'll return state context dot provider, and inside here we'll have the children props. So we will destructure that from here, children. Again, after children we will also need the initial state, the reducer, and we will pass that as value here. So we'll use that as use reducer hook, and we'll pass the reducer here and the initial state here. That's it. Now let's head over to the reducer.js and create this initial state and the reducer function. So inside the reducer, what we are gonna do is we'll write export const initial state. This would be the initial state. Here we'll just write the token for now. This would be the Spotify token. This would be null at the initial. Now we'll also write const reducer equals to state and the action will have the switch case here. We'll have the action dot type here, and will return the values accordingly. So at now we'll just write the default as return state. That's it. And at the end we'll write export default reducer. Now let's head over to the index.js, and we are going to use the state provider here. So we are going to wrap this app component inside the state provider. So whenever we want to use our state provider, we can use everywhere in the child components. So we'll write state provider. This would be auto imported. Now we will pass initial state as initial state. Okay, it is auto imported, and the reducer would be the reducer. Yeah, that's it. So it is also auto imported. So now we have made a mistake in the state provider. We have to use the parentheses instead of the curly braces, because we will automatically return this. That's it. Okay, our app is running, and now we'll also export const use state provider equals to use context and state context. So what this use state provider will do is it will return the use context value of the state context. So this is very reusable. So that's it. So our base setup is completed. Now let's have the login functionality and get the Spotify token from the Spotify. So now we'll create the login functionality. For that, we'll create a new folder named as components. Inside components, we'll create a login.jsx file. This would be our login component. We'll write RFC, and this is login.jsx, not logins. So login.jsx, rename this component here as login. Now we'll import styled from, okay, we need to write the whole import styled from style components. Now we'll write const container is equals to styled dot div. This is container, and we will replace this div with the styled div named as container. Now we'll import this into the app.js. Inside here we'll write login. We need this component. Okay, now let's head over to login.jsx, and here we'll write login, not here, inside here login. Okay, it's working. Now inside this login we'll have an image tag, and we will have a button as connect Spotify. Okay, we have the button, and for the image we have this website. This is in the description, and we are gonna copy this logo and paste it here. The alt text would be Spotify. Save it. Let's see. Close this. Yeah, it is here. Now let's style this before proceeding further. So this is the login.jsx. We have display of flex given to it. Let me shrink the window so you can see. Display flex, flex direction column. not this column. Then we need align items center, justify content center. Then we will have an height of 100 viewport height, width of 100 viewport width. Then we will give it a background color of green. This would be hexadecimal 1D B954. Save it. Then we'll also provide a gap of 5rem. Then we will select the image. We'll give it the height of 20 viewport height. Then we'll select the button and we'll give it a padding of 1rem and 5rem. Then we'll give it a border radius of 5rem. Okay, this should be outside the image tag. That's it. Okay, why this is not working? Okay, this should be width should be 100 viewport width. Yeah, that's correct. Now we don't need any border to this button. After that, we'll also give it a background color of black. Then we'll give it a color of hexadecimal 49F585. Then we'll give it a font size of 1.4rem and we'll give it a cursor of pointer. Yeah, that's it. Now on click of this button we need an handle click event. So this would be an function here, const handle click equals to arrow function, and let's check if it's working. Click, connect Spotify. Yeah, it's working. Let me maximize this. Okay, so now we need to create an Spotify application inside the Spotify developers console. So hit this URL. This is in the description of the video. Then log in with your Spotify account and we'll create a new application here. This would be Spotify clone. Description is also needed. We'll write Spotify clone. Check this, create. Now inside this we'll edit settings and we'll copy our React this URL and we'll have this redirect URL as this, add, save, and we will also copy this client ID. That's it, we don't need this now. Now inside this function again we'll have const client ID is equals to the ID which we copied. Then we will have an const redirect URL equals to this URL. Then we'll have const API URL equals to https://accounts.spotify.com/authorize. That's it. Then we will have some scope. So we will have the scope from this. So what the scopes are, that in order to perform anything in the Spotify application, you first have the scope, then only you can do that. So we will have this various scopes. If you want to know about them in detail, you can click on that and you can read about that. So what we'll do is, first we need these both scopes. This should be in string format. After this, we need these three scopes. And then we want these scopes. So now let's have the URL first, and then I will explain this. Window.location.href. This would be API URL. Then we have the query string as client ID. This would have our client ID. Then we will have redirect URI equals to redirect URL ampersand scope, and here this should be in this string format and this should be space separated. So what we'll do is we'll write scope.join and we'll join all of this with an empty space. Done. And after that we have response type equals to token, and we need to show dialog. So we'll write show dialog equals to true. Okay, that's it. So let me explain this. So this client ID is the specific client ID that is unique for everyone. Then we have this redirect URL. So after authenticated, we need our application to be redirected to this URL. So this is important. If you have done this incorrectly, then we will not get the token. Then we need to connect this to this API URL, and I have already explained the scopes. Then we have this window.location.href. This is the JavaScript function. So we'll assign this URL, API URL, so it will automatically redirect it to this URL. So let's head over here and I'll click this, and yeah, it's working. Agree, and we have the access token here now. So now we need to get this access token from the URL. So let's do that. Let's head over to app.js, and inside what we will do is we'll have an use effect hook here. Use effect, and every time this page is loaded, we will run this use effect and we'll pass it an empty dependency array. Now we need hash from window.location.hash. So let me console this hash. I'll open the console. Ignore this warning. So we have this hash here. Now we have to get this token from the hash. So for that, what we'll do is we'll write if there is a hash, then we'll have token equals to hash dot substring of 1. So let me console it and write token. Okay, so we have removed the hash from here. So now we have this full values. Now what we'll do is we'll chain the split method here. We'll split everything by ampersand. So before saving, you can see that everything is separated by this ampersand here. You can see that here it is. So I'll have it. We will get an array of the values. So from here we need the 0th element, which is our token. Okay, so access token. Now we'll do the same split method for equals to, and we'll get the first element. So that's it, done. We have our access token here now. Okay, now what we'll do is we'll head over to the reducer.js. Here we'll define our token. So for that we'll create an constants.js file, constants.js, and in here we'll be writing export const reducer cases equals to, the first would be set token equals to, not equals to, colon set token. That's it. Now head over to reducer.js, and here we'll write a case reducer cases. Make sure to import the reducer cases dot set token. Then we will return dot state and token as, do we have to return the token? Yes, we have to return the token as action dot token. That's it. Now let's head over to the app.js, and here we'll have the use state provider. This would return the values and the dispatch method. Dispatch, and here we'll destructure the token. Now what we'll do is we'll dispatch action as reducer cases dot set token and the token. That's it. Remove this console, and here we'll pass the token and the dispatch in the dependencies. So whenever these both are changed, this would be rerun. Okay, now what we will do is we'll create another component as spotify.jsx. I'll write rfc, head over to app.js, and we will check if initially if the token is null, then we will have the okay, so initially if the token is not null, we will have the Spotify component, or else we will have the login component. Okay, I think I made a mistake. Token Spotify. Let me open this components and check it here. Okay, so our dispatch has not worked correctly, I think. Okay, this should be type, not action. Type, and yeah, it's working now. So that's it. Our login is done, and we have the access token from the Spotify, so we can use the Spotify APIs now. So first we'll create the Spotify layout. So let's do that. So now we'll create the Spotify layout. So for that, let's head over to spotify.jsx and we'll import style from style components, and we'll write const container is equals to style.div. This would be small o, container, and we'll remove the Spotify. Inside this we'll have a div with a class name of Spotify body. Then inside this we have the body. Inside the body we have the body contents. Okay, now after this we have Spotify footer. That's it. Now let's create some components that we are going to use here. So first we'll have a sidebar, not here, we'll write new file, sidebar.jsx, write rfc. Then we will have navbar.jsx, rfc. Then we will have body.jsx, we'll write rfc. Then after the body we will have footer.jsx, we'll again write rfc. That's it. Now head over to spotify.jsx again, and here we're gonna import those components. Inside the Spotify body we will have sidebar. Then inside the body we will have navbar. Then inside the body contents we will have the body. And inside this Spotify footer we will have our footer component. That's it. Now inside this style.div we are gonna do our styling. So let me shrink this. So let's give it the max width of 100 viewport width. 100 viewport width. Give it a max height of 100 viewport height. Then we will have overflow of hidden. Then we'll give it a display of grid, and we'll give it a grid template rows of 85 viewport height and 15 viewport height. So the footer would be here, and this would be the Spotify body. Now we'll select the Spotify body, give it a display of grid template columns of 15 viewport width and an 85 viewport width. So this would be the sidebar and this would be Spotify body. Now let's give it a height of, we'll give it a height of 100%, and we'll also provide a width of 100%. Then we will give it a background color, not background color, we'll just give it a background of linear gradient. Value would be transparent, and RGBA 0001. Okay, so there's our gradient. Then we'll give it a background color. This would be RGB 32, 87 and 100. Okay, then let's select the body. We'll copy this height with 100%, paste it, and we'll give it an overflow of auto. Yeah, that's it. Now let's head over to sidebar.jsx and have the styling there. So inside the sidebar.jsx, we'll just give it a background color of black. So we'll write import style from style components, const container is equals to style.div. We'll have this as container. Now we'll just give this a background color of black. That's it. So this is our sidebar. Now let's go to the footer. We'll copy this. I think we should copy all of this. Head over to footer. I'll just paste it here. Change the component name to footer. Let's remove this. Okay, footer. I think we have an error here. Okay, this is here. Footer. Let's give it a red. Okay, so this should be after this. Why is that? Let's head over to spotify.jsx. Let me debug this. Spotify footer. Let's head over to footer, and I think we should give this a height of 100%. Yeah, that's it. And we'll change this color to 181818. Yeah, that's it. So our Spotify layout is ready, and now we'll start creating this sidebar. So let's do that. So now for the sidebar, here the first three would be the links, and after that we will be having the playlist. So let's do that. Inside here, I'll get rid of this sidebar. I'll create a new div with a class name of top links. Inside it, we have a div with a class name of logo. Inside that, we'll have an image, and the source would be copied from login.jsx. We want this image. I'll copy this. Inside the sidebar, I'll get rid of this image tag and paste it. And here at the end, instead of this black, we'll just replace this black with white. So we'll have a white image. You can see that here. And after this div, we'll have an UL. Inside UL, we have 3 LIs. So I'll write li into 3. Inside the LIs, we'll have span tag. Span. Inside the span, we'll have the home. Span search. Not li, span. Inside this, again we'll have the span, and this would be your library. So these would be static links. So let's also import the icons that we need. So I'll import from React icons, and this would be IO5. We need just one icon from this package, that is IO library, and the others would be from the React icons MD. So I'll write import from React icons MD, and in here I'm gonna import MD home field, and other would be MD search. That's it. Now let's use that. Inside here we'll use MD home field, this would be md search, this would be io library. That's it. Let's check the UI. Okay, it won't be visible because this image. Let's style that. So in here we have the background color black, then we'll give it a color of hexadecimal b3 b3 b3. Then we will give it a display of flex. Let me shrink this so you can see flex direction column. After that we'll give it a height of 100%, a width of 100%. After that let's select the top links. Inside the top links we'll give it a display of flex direction of column. Then we'll select the logo. We'll give it a text align of center, and we'll give it a margin of 1 rem to top and bottom and 0 to left and right. We'll select the image and we'll give it a max inline size of 80%, I think. Okay, that's correct. And we'll also give it a block size of auto. That's it. Now let's select the UL. We'll give it a list style type of none. Then we'll give it a display of flex direction of column, gap of 1 rem, padding of 1 rem, and we'll select the li inside it. We'll give it a display of flex, gap of 1 rem, cursor of pointer. We'll give it a transition of 0.3 seconds. Seconds is enough. And whenever we hover over this, we'll give it a color of white. Let's hover over it. Yeah, it's working. So this is done. Now we will list the playlists here. So for the playlist, let me expand this. We'll create a new component named as playlists.jsx. I'll write RFC, and inside the sidebar, I think at the end here we'll import and use the playlists. Yeah, okay, the playlists are here. Now we'll move on to that component only, playlists. Yeah, inside here, first what we will do is, before doing anything else, we'll get the playlist from the Spotify API. So let's do that. First we'll import the use effect hook here. Use effect. Okay, this should be curly braces. Remove this, and we'll use the use effect hook here. Use effect. We'll pass the token and dispatch here because that's only we are gonna use, and this would be used from use state provider const equals to destructure the token from the state. We just need the token and the dispatch. That's it. Now what we'll do is we'll create a function named as const get playlist data is equals to async. This would be an async function because we are going to call an API, so we have to use async await. You can also use promises, but I prefer async await. Now inside here we'll have const response is equals to await Axios. Make sure that you import Axios from Axios. So we'll write await Axios dot, this would be an get request, and what the API we are going to use is this one. Let me show you that. Docs reference this API, and in here we'll have this playlist. I think where that API got. Yeah, this one. So not this one. We are gonna use let me find that API, give me a minute. Okay, so we are gonna use this API, get current users playlist, that would be under the users, and we are going to use this get /me playlist. So we are going to copy this and make sure that you pass this header of authorization and content type application JSON. So we are going to copy this, we'll paste this here, and after this we'll pass an headers that would be authorization. Let's copy that from here only. Authorization, and the authorization would be bearer space, and we'll join this with our token. After that we'll pass content type as application/JSON. Make sure that this is correct. If anything is mistaken here, then this will fail. So after this, let's console the response, and I think our API would fail because our token would have expired. Yes, we have an 401 error which is of token expiration. Let's get a new token. Okay, request failed with status 404. Let's check that in network. Service not found. What does that mean? Okay, let me check. Service not found. api.spotify.com playlist. Okay, this should be playlists, not playlist. Let's see the console. Yeah, we have our console. Inside this data we have our playlist, this items. So these are all our playlists. So let's only console that. So what I'm gonna do is I'll get the items is equals to response dot data, and we'll just console the items. I'll close this so you can see that I'm talking about this items array. So this is our items. Here we have our all the playlist details that we need. Okay, so now let's remove this console and we'll write const playlist is equals to items dot map. We'll pass an arrow function here. We'll destructure name and id, and we will return name and id. That's it. Now let's console the playlists. Yeah, that's it. We have got the id and the playlist. Okay, so now we are gonna store this in our reducer. So let's go to the constants.js, and here we'll add a new type as set playlists, and this would be the string set playlist. Now let's head over to reducer.js, and here we will add a new case, reducer cases dot set playlist as return dot state, and here I think we will be naming this as playlists. Yes, we are going to name this as playlists. This would be action dot playlists. Okay, and initially this playlist would be an empty array. Here playlists empty array. Let's head over to playlists, and now what we will do is we are gonna dispatch type as reducer cases. Make sure that it is auto imported, set playlists, and we'll pass the playlists. That's it. Okay, so our use effect is done. Now what we will do is inside this playlist we'll have an ul, and we are going to map the playlist here, playlist dot map. We are going to destructure the name and id. We'll return li. We'll pass key as the id, and here we'll just have the name. Let's check. Okay, playlist is not defined. Okay, we also need to import that, and this dispatch would be outside of this curly brackets, and this would be playlists. That's it. Dispatch is not a function. Let's reload this. Okay, yeah, we have our playlist here. We just have to style this now. So for that, let's go to sidebar and copy this, paste it here, and let's go to sidebar again, and I'm just gonna copy this ul style, and I'll write const container is equals to styled dot div. I'll pass in the styles and replace this div with the container. Let's check. Okay, we have some error here. Playlists. Okay, this is imported here, the same component. We have to remove this. Yeah, it's working. Now we are going to add some code here for the scroll bar. So I have less amount of playlist in my account of Spotify. If you have more, then we will add a scroll bar here, so it scrolls. So let's do that. What I'm gonna do is I will just copy this, paste it 2 times, so we get the data and it gets overflown. So now we can add the scroll bar here. First, what I'm gonna do is I'll give it a height here of 100%. Then we'll give it an overflow of hidden. Then inside the UL, after padding, we'll give it a height of 55 viewport height. Then we'll give it a max height of 100%. Not here, we'll give it a here 100%. After this, we'll give it an overflow of auto. Let's check. Yeah, we have the scroll bar here. Let's child the scroll bar to make it more like the Spotify theme. So here we'll write ampersand WebKit scroll bar. We just need these 2 pseudo selectors with 0.7 rem, and we'll select ampersand dash thumb. We'll give it a background color RGBA 255 255 255 and 0.6. Yeah, that's more like it, and it's looking great. We will just decrease this to 52 viewport height. Yeah. Now I'm just gonna delete this extra playlist. That's it. So that's it. Our sidebar is completed. Now we will design this body section. First we will design the navbar here. So let's do that. So now let's head over to navbar.jsx. Okay, so before doing anything here, we are gonna get the user info from the spotify.jsx. So we have to call the API from there. So let's head over to spotify.jsx, and in here we will get this. First we'll have the use effect. We are going to use the use effect here. We'll have an not empty, we'll just pass dispatch and token here. We'll get the token from use state provider. I think we should copy this from not navbar, playlists. Copy inside spotify.jsx. We don't need the playlists. That's it. Inside here we'll make a function get user info is equals to async. We'll get const data is equals to await axios dot get. So which API we are going to use is, yeah, we are going to use this /me. This is a get type. So get, we'll just copy this from here, https, not this header. That's it. And we are going to pass the headers, and we are going to copy that from here. Copy, paste. That's it. Let's console the data. Refresh this. Do we have a console? No, we don't have any console. Okay, we have to call this function get user info. Get user info. Yeah, we have the data. So we just need the display name from here. So let's get it and save it. So we will also get the ID. So we'll write const user info as user ID as data.id, and we'll get user name as data.display underscore name. That's it. Now we need to dispatch this event. Dispatch type reducer cases dot set user. Okay, we haven't set it, so let's go to constants and we'll write set user, copy this, head over to reducer.js and we'll write user info as null, and here we'll get a case as case reducer cases dot set user return dot state and user info as action dot user info. That's it. Let's head over to spotify.jsx and here type reducer cases dot set user and we'll pass our user info here. That's it. It's complete. Now let's head over to navbar.jsx, and inside the navbar.jsx we'll first import style from style components. We'll write const container is equals to style.dev. Let's change this devs to container. Now we'll remove this navbar, and inside the navbar we'll give it a div of class name search bar. We'll give it a fa search. This has to be imported from React icons. fa search from React icons fa. Then we will also need another icon which is cg profile from React icons cg. So this is fa search. After this we'll write input type text. We don't need name and id. We'll give it a placeholder as artist songs and podcasts, artist songs or podcasts. After this div we'll have another div named as avatar, and we'll use a tag. The hyper reference would be hash here. We'll use the cg profile and we'll use a span tag which would have user info dot name. That's it. So we need to use the use state provider, and we don't need the dispatch method. Also we don't need the token, we just need the user info. Let's check. Data is not defined, use state provider is not defined. Let's auto import this, and inside spotify.jsx data. Okay, we have the data here. Okay, this needs to be inside this get user function. Inside of here, and we'll have get user info function called. That's it. We don't have any errors. Okay, this is a body, and I don't think we got our username. Let me see. Let me console the user info. Okay, we are getting our user info. So why it is not working? Let's head over to navbar, user info. Let's console user info, console log user info. Okay, here we are getting object and user info is null. This is set afterwards. Let's have another console here named as from navbar. Okay, so we are getting it here. User info dot name. We will leave this for now. We'll just style this first and we'll check that afterwards. So let's style this. I'll shrink this, remove this, give it a display of flex, give it a justify content of space between, align items of center, then we'll give it a padding of 2 rem. After that we'll give it a height of 15 viewport height and we'll give it a position of sticky. So whenever we scroll the body, so it should stick to the top. Now we'll also give it a top of 0 and we'll get a transition of 0.3 seconds ease in out. After that we'll give it a background color. We'll just give it a none for now, and afterwards whenever it is scrolled we'll give it a black color. That would be in the body section. Search bar, let's give it a background color of white. Then we'll give it a width of 30%. We'll give it a padding of 0.4 rem and 1 rem. We'll give it a border radius of 2 rem. So I've got the error here. So we just have to write username here instead of name. I think N should be capital. Yeah, we are getting the name as you can see here. That's it. Now after this border radius 2 rem, what we are gonna do is we'll give it a display of flex. We'll give it a align items of center, a gap of 0.5 rem. Now let's select the input. First, we don't need any border here, so we'll give it a border of none. After that we'll give it a height of 2 rem. After height we'll give it a width of 100%. That's it. Now whenever we focus over this, we don't need any outline. So let me show you the outline. So we don't need this outline. We'll remove this. Ampersand focus, outline, and this would be none. That's it. Okay, we are still getting it. The spelling is incorrect. This should be focus. Yeah, it's gone now. Now we just have to style this avatar. So let me get the VS Code here. After this input, not input, outside of this search bar we'll have another div class name of avatar. We'll give it a background color of black. Then we'll give it a padding of 0.3 rem and 0.4 rem. Then we'll give it a padding right of 1 rem. Then we'll give it a border radius of 2 rem. Give it a display of flex. Justify content, not justify content, justify content of center. Then we'll give it a align items of center. That's it. Now let's select the A. We'll give it a display of flex. We'll give it justify content of center. Align items of center. Gap of 0.5 rem. Text decoration of none. Color of white. Font weight would be bold. Let's select the SVG and we'll give it a font size of 1.3 rem. Background color would be #282828. Padding would be 0.2 rem. Border radius would be 1 rem, and we'll give it a color of hexadecimal C7 C5 C5. Yeah, that's it. So that's it. Our navbar is complete and it is styled. Now we'll have this body section here. So let's do that. Let's head over to body.jsx and create this Spotify body.jsx, and inside here first we'll import styled from style components. Then we are gonna import two icons. Not two, we are just gonna import one icon, which is from React Icons AI. This would be AI fill clock circle. That's it. Now we will also need use effect. Let's create container is equals to styled.dev. Let's replace this div with container. That's it. Now before writing any further code, we'll get the data from our API. So for that we'll use the use state provider first. So we are gonna copy that. Yeah, we can copy that from here. Use state provider, body, paste. We don't want the user info, we need the token, and we also need the dispatch method. Okay, we also need to import use state provider. Then we'll use the use effect hook. Let's pass the dependency array of token and dispatch. Yeah, that's it. Now what we will do is we'll create a function as get initial playlist equals to async. Now for the initial playlist, what we are going to do is, I have this playlist. I'm going to copy this ID from the Spotify. So whatever playlist you open, it has a unique ID. You can copy that from above here. So I'm just gonna copy this ID and I'll head over to reducer.js and What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna paste this ID here as selected playlist ID. Okay, now let's head over to okay, we also, no, we will not write the case now. Whenever it is needed, we'll write that. We'll just get that from here. Token get selected playlist ID, and we are going to use that in the use effect. Now we'll write const response is equals to await axios dot get. So let me show you which API we are going to use. We are going to use playlists. So where is the playlists? Yeah, we are going to use this get playlist ID. So let's copy that from here. And instead of this playlist ID, we are going to use our selected playlist ID. That's it. And we have to pass the headers, which we are going to copy from any of the components. Let's remove this console, we don't need it. Let's copy this headers, head over to body.jsx. After this, headers, that's it. Now let's console the response. Okay, we have an error that our token is expired. Let's get a new token. I think we haven't called this function get initial playlist. And also let's move on to navbar and remove this console from here and check if there are any consoles in the Spotify. No, there isn't any. Okay, we have a network error. What is this? Network playlists. Okay, I think we haven't set our playlist ID correctly. So let's console that first. Console log selected playlist ID. We just have the errors. Okay, let's do this first. We have the playlist ID, and while showing object selected playlist ID, is the error coming from this only? Let's comment it out. Response. Yeah, the error is coming from there only. Okay, I think we made the mistake here. We have to end this here. That's it. And this should end here. Now we have some brackets issue. Yes, we are getting the data back. It's here. Okay, so let me just console the response.data. So what do we need is, from this we will get the ID, this one, then we will get the name. Where is the name? Yeah, this one, name. Then we will get the description, this one. Then we will get the image, this one. Then we will get all the tracks from this. This is an inside the tracks we have an items array, so we are going to map this, and inside that we have all of the details we need inside this track. So let's get the data from that. So now I'll write const selected playlist equals to ID, that would be from response dot data dot ID. Then we will have a name, that would be from response dot data dot name. Then we will have description, which would be from response dot data dot description. Now we are going to change this with starts with, because sometimes we get an a tag, anchor tag link inside this, so we don't want this. If there is anchor tag link, then we will just pass an empty string, or will pass response dot data dot description. Now after this description we will get the image, and we'll write response dot data dot images. This is an array and we need the 0th element, and inside that there is the image URL. After that we will have our tracks. So this is the array response dot tracks dot items. So we are going to map this. We will get the track here. Right, ID as track.id. Then the name as track.name. Then we will have artists. There could be several artists and it is an array, so we are going to map that too. Artist.name, then image, track.album dot images of 2.url. Then we need the duration of the track, so it is track.duration underscore ms. So it is in milliseconds, we need to convert this into minutes and seconds. Album track.album.name. Then we need the context URI. This is a specific URI, so if we want to change the track we need this URL, so we are gonna grab that. Then we want the track number from the album, so we'll write track number. Yeah, that's it. So this is the data we are gonna need. Let's console this. Console.log selected playlist. Let me refresh this. Yeah, so this is our selected playlist. We have the description, ID, image, name, and the tracks that we need. That's very simple. Now let's dispatch this and save this to the state. Dispatch type reducer cases dot set playlist. this isn't defined yet. Set playlists, not set playlists. We are gonna go to constants, set playlists, and now into the reducer we are gonna use this reducer and selected playlist is gonna be null at first. After this we'll use case reducer cases dot set playlist return this would be dot 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 state and reducer not that, but we'll return, I think, yeah, we are gonna return this selected playlist. action dot selected playlist. Why do we have an error here? Case reducer cases, this is correct. Okay, return spelling is not correct. Return, yeah, that's it. Now let's head over to body.jsx, and now what we are gonna do is we'll dispatch this, and after this we'll have the selected playlist. That's it. Okay, we are also gonna add the selected playlist ID to this dependency list. So whenever the ID change, the use effect is again run. Now we also need the selected playlist from our state selected playlist, and now everything is done. We just have to use that everything here. Okay, so first we are gonna check if there is a selected playlist. If it is not null, then only we want to render our component. So we'll use the fragments. After this we have a div with the class name of playlist. Inside the playlist we will have our image tag. Source would be selected playlist dot image, and this would be selected playlist. After the image we will have the details span. We'll give it a class name of type. This would be playlist in all caps play list. After this we have an h1 with class name of title. We'll give it a selected playlist dot name. After this h1 we have p with description as class name description. So we'll write selected playlist dot description. Let's just check if everything is working. Yeah, it does. We have our image and we have our text and name and everything. Okay, so we are gonna style it afterwards. Let's get the list also. So after this div playlist div, we will have a div with a class name of list. Then we'll have a header row. Inside the header row we will have call. Inside the call we will have span. Okay, we need the span tag, and inside this let's copy all of this, paste. This would be title, this would be album, and this would be the icon that we imported first the clock circle. Okay, after this we will have the tracks, and we are gonna use the selected playlist dot tracks dot map. We need the ID, name, artists, image, duration, the album, context URI, then we need track number. Yeah, that's it. And after this we will have this and return a div with class name of row. Will also pass the key attribute as ID. Then we'll have the call inside. We'll have span. This would be index plus 1. Okay, we also need the index from here. Index. Why is an error here? Okay, we have to wrap this into one more parenthesis. That's it. Let's copy this. We'll add a new class name here as detail, and we have an image inside this. The source would be the image. ID would be track, not ID, alt. We'll remove this. And I think we have error here. Okay, what's the error? Yeah, everything is perfect now. Okay, so we don't need this. We'll remove this. We have an call. Not call, we'll call this as info with span dot name. There is name inside this. Then I think this should be inside this only. Yeah, we'll create an image div here. This is inside this, and we'll have this info div inside this. After this we'll have span and artist. Yeah, that's it. So after this div we'll have another call. We'll have album inside this, album. Okay, and we again have an call. Inside this span we'll have our duration. We'll convert milliseconds to minutes and seconds afterwards. Let's see here. Yes, everything is perfect. We have our data and everything. Okay, also as you can see that our navbar is sticky. It's to the top. We'll change the color when the scroll height is more. We'll do that afterwards. So let's style this first. Let me shrink this and we will style this now. I'll select the playlist. Inside the playlist we'll give it a margin of 0 and 2 rem. We'll give it a display of flex, align items of center. Let me scroll this. We'll also give it a gap of 2 rem. We'll select the image. Inside that we have the image tag. We'll give it a height of 15 rem, not 50 rem. Okay, it's small now. Now we will give it a box shadow of RGBA 0, 0, 0. It's outside this. 0.25. Then we have 0 pixels, 25 pixels, 50 pixels, and the last would be 12 pixels. Okay, let's increase this 0.1. Okay, there is a slight shadow now. Now after this we'll have the details. Then inside the details we'll give it a display of flex. Then we'll give it a flex direction of column. We'll give it a gap of 1 rem. Color would be E0 DE. We'll select the title and give it a color of white. This is color, and we'll give it a font size of 4 rem. Okay, this isn't looking perfect, I think. Yeah, there should be some issue here. Let's reduce the gap to 1 rem. Okay, we need to decrease this gap. Let's style this afterwards. We'll do this afterwards. Now let's select the list dot list. Select the header row. Give it a display of grid. Grid template columns would be 0.3 fr, 3 fr, 2 fr, and 0.1 fr. You can see that here that it's a grid. Now let's also give it a color. Color would be DDD-CDC. Okay, it should be visible now. After the color, we'll give it a margin of 1 rem and 0, 0, 0. We'll also give it this as position sticky, and the top would be 15 viewport height, same as the navbar height. So if you remember, we give navbar a top of 15 viewport height, not top but height. Why did we have an error? I don't know. Did we missed something? Let me reload this. Yeah, it's working now. Then we'll also give it a padding of 1 rem and 3 rem. Then what else? We'll also give it a transition of 0.3 seconds, is in out. Now let's head over to the tracks and we'll give this a margin of 0 and 2 rem. Then we'll give it a display of flex and a flex direction of column. We'll also give it a margin bottom of 5 rem. We'll select the row, give it a padding of 0.5 rem, 1 rem. We'll give it a display of grid, and we are going to copy grid template columns from here, and this would be 3.1 FR. Just that, and whenever we hover over this, we will change the background color to RGBA 000. Okay, 0.7. Let's hover. Yeah, the color is coming. Okay, now inside the call, we'll give it a display of flex, align items of center, color would be DDD CDC, color DDD CDC. So we also need to give an hexadecimal here. Okay, the colors are changed. Now after this, we'll have an image and give this a height of 40 pixels. That's it. Now we'll have the detail, give it a display of flex, gap of the detail gap of 1 rem, and we'll select the info. We'll give it a display of flex and a flex direction of column. That's it. Okay, it's almost correct. Now we have to change this album. So for that, we'll change this to 2.3 FR, 2.3 FR. No, we have to reduce this to 1.8 FR. Not that, 1.9. Yeah, now it's correct. Album. The hover effects are there. Now what we'll do is, whenever we scroll, we want this to be a black color. So let's head over to spotify.jsx, and here we have to do something tricky. So for that, we are going to use the useRef hook first, and we'll have as here const body ref equals to useRef. We will also need the useState hook, useState, and we are going to create two state as nav background and set nav background. Initially this would be false. Let me copy this, and this would be header background. header background. We will just change this to set header background. That's it. Now we'll create a function as const body scrolled equals to body ref dot current dot scroll top greater than equals to 30. Then we'll set nav background as true, or we'll set nav background as false. That's it. Let's copy this and we'll change this 30 to 268, and this would be set header background. That's it. Now what we will do is we are gonna use this body ref on the body class. Here we'll have ref equals to body ref, and we'll have on scroll as body scrolled. Now we'll pass the props here as nav background, and inside the body we will pass header background as header background. Let's copy this and head over to navbar. We'll destructure the prop from here and we'll pass this to our style component here, and we are going to use the background color here. We'll use this syntax. We need the nav background. We'll return a string on the basis of nav background. If it is true, we will have RGBA 0, 0, 0.7, or else we'll pass none. That's it. Let's check if it's working. Let's scroll. Okay, we have an issue here. What is that? Let's open the console. Why the styles are not correct? Background color. Let's remove this for now. Comment this and we'll refresh it and see. Yeah, it's working. We just have issue from this. So RGBA. Okay, we have to close this. Yeah, it is working. You can see that here. It is working, and we also have to do this title now. Let's do that. We'll copy this, head over to the body.jsx. We'll destructure the header background from here. Header background, and we'll provide this as prop to this container. Header background, and inside here the header row will use this. Okay, sorry. Header background, and what height should be given here? Not height, but the color. Okay, it is hexadecimal color 000000 DC. That's it. Okay, as you can see that we have different colors here and it is looking great. Now we just have to convert this milliseconds to seconds, let's write the function for that. Const ms to minutes and seconds equals to, we'll get the ms const minutes equals to math dot floor, will have ms divided by 60,000 and will have const seconds equals to ms modulo 60,000 divide by 1000 and will have 2 fixed as 0. After this we'll return minutes plus also plus we need seconds. If it's less than 10 we'll have 0, or else we will have this plus seconds. That's it. Let's wrap this into a parenthesis so it would be clear to you. Yeah, that's it. Now let's use this ms to minutes here, ms to minutes and seconds, duration. That's it. Let's check. Yeah, it's working perfect. Now we have to style this scroll bar. For that we'll head over to playlists.jsx and we are gonna copy this code from here and head over to body.jsx, we'll head over to spotify.jsx and inside this body here we'll paste it, and yeah, we have our scroll bar. Yeah, it's looking great and it's working perfect. Now we'll design the footer, so let's do that. Let's head over to the footer.jsx and we'll just give it some styles here, width of 100%, then we'll give a border top of 1 pixel solid, color would be hexadecimal 282828, then we'll give it a display of grid template columns of 1fr, 2fr and 1fr, then we'll give it align items of center, justify content of center, and we'll give it a padding of 0 and 1 rem. That's it. Now let's head over here. You can see that we have the border and we have this footer. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll have track information here, currently playing track. So for that we'll head over to our Spotify and I'll play any of the song. I'll just refresh this first. If any song is not playing or there is no current playing song available, if it is also in pause state, it is okay, but if there is no song here, then there would not be a song here also. So make sure a song is here. So now we'll create a new component named as current track.jsx rfc. We'll import the component here, current track. We'll also import this child and this container. We only need style components once. We replace this divs with the container. We also do need the use effect hook. Use if okay, it's from React, not styled. Use effect. Then let's head over to login.jsx and not login.jsx. We will go to playlist.jsx and will import this use state provider, current track, use state provider. Don't need the playlists. Let's copy an API call also and get this use effect. Copy current track, paste it. We'll change this to get current track, and this API is gonna be this one, get currently playing track. This is under the player, get currently playing track. This is a get request. We copy this, replace it with this endpoint. Done. Now we don't need this console log response. I'll comment this out. Let's test this. KXUS is not defined. Let's import it. Refresh. Okay, the name is up in flames, and here there is up in flames currently playing track, so that's correct. So we have the currently playing track. Now let's store that into the reducer. So let's go to constants.js, and I have already written that set playing here, set playing to set playing, and inside the reducer.js I have written currently playing as null and written case reducer cases.set playing, currently playing, action.currently playing. So that's it. You can just write it, and let's head over to current track, and I will create the object on if condition. If the response dot data is not equal to an empty string, then we'll create current playing equals to, I'm gonna grab item from response.data. So ID would be item.id, then name would be item.name, artist would be item.artists.map, artist.name, then we'll have the image item.album.images second.url, and now we'll dispatch reducer cases dot, we also need to import reducer cases dot set playing and current playing. We can also write current playing, or we'll just replace this with currently playing. Let's check this in reducer.js. Yeah, it is currently playing, and we'll input this with the token. We need it once. currently playing. Okay, that's it. So now let's use this in the component below. First we'll check if there is currently playing. If it is null, then we do need to render our component. Now we have a div with a class name of track. Inside that we have div with a class name of track image. We'll have the image source would be currently playing dot image. This would be currently playing. After this we'll have a track info. We have h4 inside this, and we are going to use currently playing dot name, and we have h6. This is for the artist, and here what we'll do is we'll use currently playing dot artist dot join. We'll join it by an comma and a space. Yeah, that's it. So let's check it here. Yes, we have our image, and here is the name. Let's style this. And select the track, give it a display, flex, align items, center, gap of 1 run. I'll select the image. No, we don't need to select the image because it is correct. I'll select the info and give it a display of flex. Then we'll give it a flex direction of column. Then we'll give it a gap of 0.3 run, and I'll select the h4, give it a color of white, and I'll give it a h6 and give it a color of hexadecimal b3. That's it. So this is correct. Now also head over to index.css and replace the code here with a star selector and give it a margin of 0, creating the 0, box sizing of border box. So before the star selector there was a code here. I have replaced it with this. You can also do that. Now I will change the track and I will refresh this. So yeah, it is working. Now we'll have the player controls here. So let's do that. So now we'll create a new component named as player controls. Player controls.jsx rfc. Let's import this into the footer. Player controls. Let's head over to player controls. Import child from style components. Const container is equals to style.div. Replace this. Now we are gonna import some icons for the player controls. These are from React icons BS fill play circle, BS fill play circle fill, then BS fill pause circle fill, and BS shuffle. Then we'll import from React icons CG These are CG, play track next, CG, play track riff. That's it. And we will also import from React icons fi, then this is fi repeat, not di, fi repeat. Yeah, that's it. Okay, now we'll head over to reducer.js and we'll create a state first for our currently player state, if it is playing or not playing. So I'll write player state as false and head over to constant.js and we'll have the player state as set player state. That's it. Let's head over to reducer.js, copy this, paste it and replace this with set player state, and this currently playing would be player state. That's it. Now let's head over to player controls again. We'll replace this with our JSX markup. So we will call the API afterwards. So let's first do this. Shuffle PS shuffle, then previous CG play track ref, then we'll have a state. So for that we'll check player state, and if it is true then we'll have BS fill circ BS pause, or else we'll have BS play circle fill, and we have to write a question mark here. That's it. Then we'll select the next, CG play track next. After this we have repeat, yeah, fi repeat. Yeah, I think that's it. Let's check. Player state is not defined. Let's grab it. So I'm gonna go to current track and I'm gonna use this use state provider method, call it here. We don't current playing, we need player state. That's it. Use state provider is not defined. Auto import. Okay, made a mistake here. We have our player controls here, you can see that, and currently there is no playing song, so there is no here. We'll play a song, refresh. Yeah, we have now here. Let's style this. So first I'll give it a display of flex, then we'll align items, not align self, we need align items as center, justify content as center. We'll give a gap of 2 run, then we'll select the SCG, we'll give it a color of hexadecimal B3, 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 B3. We'll give it a transition of 0.2 seconds is in out, and when we hover over this, we need the color to white. Then we'll select the state, select the SVG, give it a color of white, then select previous, next, and state, and give it a font size of 2 run. That's it. So this is the styling. Now let's handle the click methods of this. So whenever we play and pause this, we want to play and pause from the Spotify. We will handle the previous and next. So let's do that. So I'll create a method here. First, const change track equals to async. We'll have the type here. So let's use this first, change track. On click, change track, and we'll pass ref here. Let's copy this, and here at the next we'll do the same and just change this type to next. Now we have got the type here. Let's grab the API call from current track, copy this, and we also need the dispatch. This API call would be replaced by skip to previous and skip to next. Skip to previous has this previous at the end, and skip to next has this next at the end. So both are similar. We just need this. Okay, and I think in the type here we need to pass this as full name as previous. Now we'll replace the endpoint here. This would be template string, and this would be string interpolation of type. Let's console response. I think there would not be any response from this. Yes, there wouldn't be any response. And after this we will call another API. Let's remove this, and also make sure this is a post request, not a get request. You can see that from here, it is a post request. And after this we'll pass currently playing API. So that would be from current track, currently playing. Just copy this entire code, clear controls, paste it, and we'll dispatch if else we'll dispatch null. Not just null, currently playing as null. Okay, that's it. Let's test it. We have error, reducer cases and SCSS. Auto import, reducer cases. Now let's test this. Currently it is playing something special. I'll just decrease the volume first. I'll change the track. Did it changed? I think I have to play first. Refresh this. Next. Previous. I think we should be having errors. Let's check into the network. I'll just pause it. Next. No token provided. They did provide the token. Okay. Here headers. Okay, so this is a post request. So after the URL, it comes the body part. So we'll just pass an empty object to the body, and the headers would be the third part. So now it should work. Next, yeah, it is being changed. You can see that here. Next, still in love. It is changed. Let's go to previous. Yes, it is working correctly. Okay, so now we'll have the play pause functionality. Let's do that. Const will have change state here. Const change state equals to async. So we'll have const state equals to player state. If it is true, then we'll have pause, and we'll have play if it is false. Let's copy this API call, and I'm sorry, this should be outside here. Copy, paste, again an empty body. So this API call would be set playback state, not get playback state. Yeah, this one, start resume track. No, I don't think this is the one. Yeah, we have this me/play/pause, and for play, yeah, we have this play. So we'll have play pause conditionally. So we'll just change this to $state. Make sure to change the string type, and we will dispatch type as set player state, and player state would be not player state. We'll just invert this. So if it is true, then it will be false, and if it is false, then it will be true. Now we will just use this here on click, change state, copy this, paste it here. Let's try it. I think we have an error here. Maximum update depth. What mistake did we make? Okay, so the dispatch would be inside of this. Yeah, so that's the mistake we made. Let's play. We have an error of 401. Let's check. No token provided. Okay, so this is an put request, I think. Yeah, this is a put request. Put. Yeah, it is working now. So here now it is in this pause button. We'll change, play, again change. Yeah, so this is working perfect. Now we'll have the volume controls here. So let's do that. So now we'll have the volume controls. So for that we'll create a new component, volume.jsx, rfc, import that into the footer, volume. Let's head over to volume. I'm just gonna copy this style, copy the container, we'll replace this div with container, and inside the container we'll have an input of type range, not video, range. We don't need to give a name and id, we'll just give it min of 0 and min of 0 and a max of 100, and on mouse up we will have a function called of set token. Not set token, we'll have set volume and pass the event. We'll have const set volume equals to this. Let's grab the token. So I'm going to copy this. We don't need the dispatch method here and this play state, we just need the token. Use state provider. Let's style this first. So currently this is like this, and we'll give it a display of flex. We'll give justify content of flex end, align items, align content, content of center, and we'll select the input, give it a width of 15 rem, border radius of 2 rem, height of 0.5 rem. Yeah, it is looking great. Now let's call the API. We'll copy the API from here. And this is going to be set playback volume API. This one, this is a put request, and at the end we just have the volume put request, and here we also need to pass a query param of volume percent. Device ID is optional, but volume percent would be the percent of volume that we want to set. So I'll write params before header here, params, and I'll write volume percent as parse int, and the value from e.target.value Okay, this should be this, and the comma here. We still have an error. Let's check. Okay, this should be async. SCSS is not defined. Okay, so the current volume is this. Let's increase it. Think it failed. 404 slash new slash volume. This is a put request. What error did we have? Let's change it again. We have failed, no active device found. Okay, there should be an active device. Let's play. And now let's change the volume. Okay, yeah, it's working. So I'll decrease the volume. Yeah, it is working. So the player controls volume and this is done. So now what we'll do is, when we select this playlist, we want to change the playlist here, and when we select any song from here, we want to change the track here. So that's the last things. Let's do that. So we'll first head over to playlist.jsx. Inside the playlist.jsx, we'll just have a method here as const change current playlist equals to selected playlist id, and we'll use the dispatch method. We'll write set playlist id and we'll pass selected playlist id. That's it. And now we'll use this function here inside the li. We'll write on click and we'll pass change current playlist, and we'll pass the id here. That's it. Let's test it. I don't know why this is not working. Are we sending the dispatch method correct? Type okay, set playlist id. I think we need to add set playlist id into the reducer state. Set playlist id, set playlist id. That's it. And now inside the reducer, copy this, paste it, set playlist id, and we'll have a selected playlist id here. That's it. Let's head over to playlist.jsx. Should work now. Yeah, it is being changed. You can see that change. The songs are also being changed. Yeah, it is perfect. Now let's play a song when we click here. So let's do that. So for that, I think we need to go to body.jsx, and inside body.jsx we'll create a method as play track. After this, const play track equals to async, and we need ID, name, artists, image, context, URI, and track number. That's it. Now let's call this from below. So on the row here, yeah, this one, when we click over this, on click, we'll call our function play track, and we'll pass in the all of this that is needed here, copy, and paste. That's it. Now inside the function here, we'll call the API of play. So let's head over to player controls, and I'm gonna copy this await xcs.post. Not this one, this one. Yeah, this one. Let's head over to body.jsx, paste it, and this would be play. We'll pass in the context URI. The offset would be position, and track number -1. After the offset, we'll pass position underscore ms as 0. Okay, that's it. Now after this API, we'll check if response dot status triple equals to 204. If the track is played, we'll have const current playing as ID, name, artist, and image, and we'll dispatch type reducer cases dot set playing, and we'll pass current playing, and we'll use another dispatch here and pass type. This would be reducer cases dot set player state. If it is in pause state, we need to make it into the play state, and we'll pass player state as true, and we'll also use the else here, and we'll do the same in the else. That's it. Now let's check. We'll go to YouTube next, and currently it is something special. We'll use lost control. Okay, it did played. Lost heaven, but why we don't have any here? So current playing, and let's go to current track, current playing, and then I think this component did not update. Let's console log here, component, and we'll also pass current playing. component change. Okay, so now it is undefined. Why is that? Did we make a mistake? Currently plain. Okay, so it is currently plain, not current plain. We have to change that. It should work now. Yeah, it is working now. Perfect. As we change here, it is also being changed here. Yeah, everything is working perfect. Play, pause, skip, skipped, previous. So yes, so our application is complete. So now let's get started with the base setup. I've opened a new VS Code terminal, a VS Code instance and a new terminal in it, and I'm gonna head over to this URL reduxtoolkit.js.org, and I'm gonna copy this command, this one, for creating the template of Typescript and Redux Toolkit. I'll just copy this and head over to VS Code, paste it here, change the name of our app. This is gonna be Pokedex. Hit enter, and now it will start creating our React application. Yes. Wait for this to complete. While this is being done, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. It helps me a lot. Let's do one thing. While this is being set up, we are going to download the assets. So for assets, I have this URL which is provided in the description of the YouTube video. Hit enter, and this would automatically grab the assets from my GitHub repository and download it. So there are more than 2000 assets because of all the Pokemon images. We have just downloaded it from the Poke API and stored it inside our GitHub repository because these images are broken sometimes. So I just move ahead and downloaded this into my own GitHub repository. So this was a more safer way. So let's wait for this to complete. If it gets stuck, yeah, I think it's stuck. We need to reload this. Okay, so this has been downloaded, and what I'm going to do is I'm gonna grab this assets inside our this Pokedex folder, and here I'm gonna extract the files here. I'm gonna delete this zip file, and yeah, just wait for our application to set up. Let's wait for that. Okay, so the setup is complete, and what I'm gonna do is I'll open this source, move this asset directory inside the source, and I'm gonna move into the Pokedex and okay, cd Pokedex, yeah, that's it. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna install some dependencies inside of our React application. So the first one is gonna be React icons. So we are gonna use some icons inside our project. So this package is for that, React icons. Then as we are going to use the Firebase for logging and storing the Pokemon data, so we are also gonna download the Firebase package, hit enter. Also, I just forgot to install the SAS package. I will also do that. Let's wait for these packages to be installed and we'll do that. So there are pretty more packages that we may need. I just forgot it. Let's wait for this to complete and we'll install them. Okay, so the packages have been installed. Now let's add other packages. So first is SAS for the SCSS files. Then we need the React toastify package for toast notifications, react toastify. Then we also need react router DOM for routing. Then do we need any other package? Yeah, we also need Axios for API calling. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Hit enter and let's wait for this to install. Okay. React toastify was not found. Okay, I made a mistake. So the spelling is react toastify. That's it. Now let's start our application by yarn start. Let's close both of these. Wait for the app to compile. Yeah, it's here. Let's do one thing. Let's remove all of this clutter code. So I'm gonna head over here inside the app. Let's remove this counter reducer first. Remove. After this, save this, and we are gonna delete this features folder. Continue. We also don't need this app.css, app.test.tsx, and we don't need this index. Let's keep it for now. Delete this logo.svg. Web vitals are also not needed. Setup tests are also not needed. We need this file. This is for Typescript, and this is not deleted. Let's do it one more time. Yeah, that was deleted. Let's remove this directory. Yeah, it's been deleted. Now let's head over to app.tsx, remove all of this code, and I will create the new component by rfce. Hit enter. Inside the index.tsx, I'm gonna remove this web vitals import and a function that is called here. Now again, we are gonna remove the strict mode. We don't need this for this project. And let's refresh. Yeah, all of the clutter code is removed. Let's check it once more, folks. So this is the dispatch and selector method for the Redux Toolkit. This is the store assets. We have our Pokemons here. Then index.css. Let's remove this code and let's set up our base files. So first, inside the source directory, we'll have a components directory. All of the components would be inside this directory. After that, we have an pages directory. So all of the pages are gonna inside here, and we have some sections inside our application. So it's not the thumb rule to follow these kind of structure. I'm just following these as a part of best practices. Now, new folder utils, all of our utility codes would be inside this, and we also need an SCSS folder. That's pretty much it. And let's do one thing. Let's create components inside, not components, pages inside the pages directory. So inside the pages, I'm gonna have about.tsx. After that, I'm gonna have search.tsx. Let's create the components also by rfce. That's it. Let's head over to here and create compare.tsx, rfce. Now Pokemon.tsx rfce, and what's left is the mylist page, mylist.tsx, again rfce. That's it. We have error inside the Pokemon.tsx. Why is that? Okay, I didn't save this. It should work now. Yeah, we don't have any error. Now, what I'm gonna do is, first I'm gonna create the background of here, the Pokemon images, Pokeball images, and then we are gonna create this structure. This is the navbar, this is the footer, and this is a wrapper component. So that's a reusable component and a higher order component. All of our component would be going inside of this. So yeah, let's proceed to create that. So now let's head over to app.tsx. Inside of here, I'm gonna give this div a class name of main container, and let's create some components. So one is going to be navbar.tsx, rfce, and we want a footer.tsx. Give this rfce. We also need wrapper.tsx. This is going to also have rfce. That's it. Save, and inside of app.tsx, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have an div with the class name of app, and inside of that I will have our navbar component, the wrapper component, and the footer component. That's pretty much it. Now inside the SCSS, not before that, I would like to create one more component, which is the background component. So inside the components, I'm going to create a component name is background.tsx. Hit rfce. Gonna import Pokeball images, Pokeball 1 from assets, and this is going to be pokeball1.png. Let's copy this, paste it, and control D, not control D, sorry. This is going to be Pokeball 2, and this would be Pokeball 2. That's it. Now this div has a class name of background. Let's remove this background text, and instead of that we'll have image, and the source would be Pokeball 1, and the alternate text would be Pokeball. Let's provide a class name of Pokeball 1, not Pokeball 1. So this is going to be a generalized class name of Pokeball, and another would be Pokeball 1. Now let's copy this, paste it. This is going to be Pokeball 2, and this is going to be Pokeball 2. Now copy both of these image and paste it 2 times, and change the classes respectively as 3, 4, 5, and 6. Save this. Head over to app.tsx, and before this app I'm gonna import that background here. Now let's save and head over to browser. So yeah, we have a structure which is something like this. So what we are gonna do is we are going to have the main container as the position relative, and give this a position of absolute, these pokeballs, and size them into a grid like we have done here. And on top of that we will have this one, our app component. So this is app dev. So on top of that we have everything here. So let's do that. So inside the SCSS, first I'm gonna create index.scss, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna follow the same structure like I did for the components. So here first we will create a base folder for base stylings. Inside SCSS we also have components for all the component styling. Then we have pages for pages styling. Then we have sections, and the last one is gonna be the utils. This is going to be a folder, not file. Utils. And what we will do is inside of every these folder we need an index.scss file. So new file, index.scss. Let's see if we can copy this. Copy and paste. Yeah, we can do that. Paste, paste, and paste. So I think we made a mistake. So this is not index.scss. We are going to use partials. So this has to be underscore index.scss. Let's do, we can rename these files as underscore index.scss. Okay, we are not able to do that. Let's do that manually. Underscore 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 and underscore again. Now let's import all of these inside index.scss. So first we are gonna import the utils, then we will import the base semicolon, copy this, paste, paste and paste. Let's just change this to components, change this to sections. This is going to be pages. That's it. Now inside the components I'm gonna create a background.scss. So this is underscore background.scss. Make sure that you use underscore at the beginning of the files, because all of these imports are partials and we have to follow that structure. So inside the background.scss I'm gonna have the background class, and I will try to split this window so you can see what's going on. Background, let's first give this a z index of -1 because we need it like stacked. So for that, then we will have position absolute. We will provide a max height attribute of 100 viewport height. Then we will provide display of grid template columns of 1fr, 1fr and 1fr, and then we will provide a gap of 2 rem. Oh, the images are not okay, so the styles are not being applied because we forgot to import this inside our app.tsx. So I'm gonna import the SCSS, and this is going to index.scss. Let me check if I did it correct. Okay, that's correct. Index.scss. Now let's head over to index.scss and just give a body of background color of red to check if things are working, and yeah, it's working. Let's remove this, and I think we also, yeah, we have to import the background inside the index.scss of components. So background.scss, and yeah, our styles have been applied. We have to resize this images, so let's head over to background.scss, and now I'm gonna select the images by img. We'll provide max inline size property to 100%. Then we will give the block size as auto and give it a height of 20 rem. And yeah, that's it. So that's perfect. Now let's do one thing. We also need this class of main container, and that is going to be inside the base directory. So let's do that. Let's head over to the base, and this is going to have an app class, app.scss. Let's import this also. Do not forget to import any of this SCSS, because if you forget to import, it won't work. App.scss. Let's head over here. Main container. We are going to give a position of relative and max width of 100 viewport width, overflow of hidden, and we are going to provide a static height of 100 viewport height. That's it. Now what we have to do is, let's check inside the app.tsx. Our background is done. Now we need this app class, so let's do that. So head over to app.scss, and now .app. First we'll give it a z index of 1 because we want it on the top of the stack. Now let's give it a background property of RGBA 4620 and 0.85. Yeah, here's our background. Now let's give it a height of 100 viewport height and a width of 100 viewport width. Yeah, it's here. We have to get rid of this styling. So for that, what we are gonna do is, we'll create a new file called new file underscore base.scss. Let's import this. Import base. This is on top. Make sure you are also following this. So now inside the base.scss, first what we are going to do is select the body and give it a background color of black. Yeah, this is looking good. And we'll select the star selector and get rid of this margin and default margin and padding provided by the browser, and give it a box sizing of border box. That's it. After that, we are also going to have some fonts here, so let's do that quickly. So I'm gonna head fonts.google.com, and we are gonna need the railway font. Railway, you can use any of the fonts that you want. I'm gonna stick to this. We need the 101, 200, 300, 400 as well, 500 as well, and we need the 700 one. That's it. Dismiss, import. We need this import. Gonna copy this, import, and have this at the top. Now we also need this, and inside the body, not inside the body, let's give this to the star selector, font family, and I think, yeah, that should be it. Yeah, we have the fonts applied. That's it for the base styles. Let's close this, also close this tab, and head over to our app and continue with the stylings. So after this we will give it a box shadow. I don't think a box shadow is needed. Let's drop that. Let's give it a backdrop filter of blur of 50 pixels. Yeah, we have the blur effect. Now let's do that for WebKit backdrop blur 50px. After this we're going to give it a border of 1 pixels solid, and the color would be RGBA 23 20 20 and 0.37. That's it. Now after this we'll give it a display of grid, a grid template rows of 10 viewport height, auto, and again 10 viewport height. So what we did here, let's save this, and again after this I'll explain that in a minute. Grid template columns of 1FR, and have content here, give it a margin of 0 and 5 rem. Yeah, so we divided this into 3 sections. So here is the navbar, which has the 10 viewport height. Then we have this wrapper, which have auto viewport height, which is 80 viewport height if calculated, and at the end we have this footer, which again has the 10 viewport height, just like this. Now let's have this content. So the content would be inside the wrapper. Let me check it once again. Wrapper. Yeah, so inside the wrapper we have this content. So this has class name of content. Let's head over to app.scss. Border of 0.5 pixels, solid, RGBA 255 0.203. Yeah, we have the border here. Now after this we'll give it a border top of none and a border bottom of none. After that we'll provide it a height of 80 viewport height. Yeah, that's it. Now what we are gonna do is, after this let's create our navbar first. So for that let's head over to the navbar component, navbar section, not the component. Here navbar, and initially I'm gonna replace this divs with nav, empty nav. Inside that we have a block which will have the Pokeball here. After that we will have an data div which will have all the links, and after that we again have a block. That's it. So for that let's have the image here. So for that we need the Pokeball icon. So import Pokeball icon from assets pokeball icon.png, and we also need the hamburger menu, so we are going to import it from react icons, and this is going to be gi package, and from that we need gi hamburger menu. So inside this block we'll have gi hamburger menu, and inside of here we'll have image, and the source would be pokeball icon. Alternative text would be pokeball icon, and after that, that's it. Let's save it, reload it. Okay, we have the image here, and I don't think the SVG would show here because we need to give it a color. So that's it. Let's proceed further and head over to this here. Inside these sections we are gonna add a new partial named as navbar.scss and import that. Import navbar.scss. Now let's head over here and style this nav display of grid template columns of 5rem auto and 5rem. Then border bottom would be 0.5 pixels solid RGBA 255 255 255 and 0.23. That's it. We have the border here, you can see that. Now let's do one thing. What we are going to do is we'll first have the block, give it a display of flex, justify content center, align item center, have the SVG here, provide it a color of white, font size of 2rem, cursor of pointer. Save this and let's check. Yeah, this is the SVG. Now let's style the image also. Image, cursor, pointer, and what we need is a height of 3rem. Everything is looking perfect. Now let's have these lines here also. So for that, what we are gonna do is, after this block here, we'll select the data, give it a border, and let's do one thing. I'm gonna copy this, paste it here, remove this border bottom. We have the border. Now let's get rid of this border bottom and border top. So for that, border top none, border bottom of none as well. It's looking great. Now let's do the same for footer, and after that our base layout would be complete. Then we will proceed to create our nav here. So let's head over to the footer section, footer, and replace this with the footers, footer, and this is going to be footer as well. This is going to be having block. After block we will have data. After data we will have block again. So in this block we will have the sign out icon. So let's import that. Import from React icons, and this is going to be from MD package. So MD outline power settings new, this one, and let's have this inside of here, MD outline power settings new. That's it. Now let's style this. So for that, I'm gonna head over to the sections and gonna create a partial footer.scss, import that inside the index footer, and what I'm going to do is head over to navbar, copy all of this index and paste it, change this to footer, and I think we have to provide border top and border bottom here. And this is going to be border top. That's it. This is looking great. We don't need border top and border bottom. Yeah, that's it. Complete. It looks exactly same. Yeah, we also need to give this a red color, so let's do that. Let's head over to here, SVG, and what I'm gonna do is give this a color of E21 and B5A, and going to give this a font size of 2.5 rem. Let's check. Yeah, it's looking great. That's it. So our base layout is complete. Now we are gonna first do this nav bar, and again when we click over any of these, so we are gonna have this animation like this. Initially it won't load because we have used the lazy suspense here, so it would not load the page. So that's an optimization technique, so we can deal with that. So yeah, let's do that now. So now let's create the navbar functionality. So head over to navbar.ts6, and in here first what we are going to do is I'm gonna head over to this URL just.github.com. so here all the static code that we are going to use is here, so you can just copy them. So first is navigation route, so as and when needed I'll just add the data to this data.ts6 so you can find it. So for now, let's copy navigation routes from here. This URL would be in the description of the video, and paste it here, navigation routes. Now what I'm going to do is inside of here we'll have a UL, and we are going to do is navigation routes dot map. We want the name and route to be destructured, name route, and we are going to return link which has to be imported from React Router DOM. Make sure it is imported here, link, and this is not going to be a self-closing tag, and this link would have the 2 as the route, and the key would be index. So we also need to grab the index from here. Now inside of this we'll have the li, and inside of li we will have the name. So this is going to be this and this, name and route. That's it, nothing complex. We just mapped over this array. So let's check inside our application. Something is broken. Console cannot destructure property. Okay, so this is something related to destructure. let's do one thing. I'm gonna comment out these and just return an h1 hello. That's it. Let's refresh. Yeah, we have our hellos here. So what was the issue? The route is here, name is here. Let's uncomment this again and remove this hello. So link has a to property and a key property. To is a route and name. Now it's not working again. Console. Base name. What's a base name? Oh, I think I got the issue. So we haven't set up the browser router. So because of that, we are having the issue. So let's do one thing. Let's head over to app.tsx, and what I'm gonna do is here we are gonna wrap this app component inside a browser router. It's not imported. I have to import it manually. Import from our RRD React Router DOM, and this is going to be browser router. Then we also need the routes and the route. That's it. Let's use that here, browser router. I'm gonna wrap the browser router inside this div. Then what I'm gonna do is, after the navbar we will have the routes. So all of the route would be inside of here. So element equals to this and path equals to search. We need to create the search component. Did we create that? Yeah, we did create that. So this is going to be search. Make sure the components are imported. Let's copy this multiple times and change it. So this is going to be my list and the route would be list. This is going to be about and this is going to be about route and imported. This is going to be compare. Route would be compare. This last one would be Pokemon. Pokemon, and the route would be Pokemon with an query parameter as ID. Now I want a default route. So any of these routes, if a route without any of this route is hit, for example a route named ABCD123 for any of the random route, then we want to display a page. So for that, what I'm gonna do is element and navigate. Okay, we also have to import the navigate from React Router DOM. This one, navigate. So navigate, and this is going to have a to parameter which would have slash Pokemon slash with an ID 1, and for what routes we want to give this. So the path would be star. So for every path here, okay, outside of here, that's it. So for every route we want to run this, make sure this is at the bottom. So if we give this at first, then all of these routes would not match. So yeah, That's it. Let's check here. Yeah, everything is working now. Yeah, we now have to fix this wrapper component. So this one wrapper, we just have to remove this from here, and what we are going to do is we are going to convert this wrapper component into an higher order component. So what that will do is it will just wrap the styles of this around all of these pages. So that's an higher order component. We are reusing the functionality. So for that, let's create that const wrapper equals to, we will receive the component inside of this component, and it will have a type of react.fc. React.fc is for React functional component. Then this is an arrow function. We don't need any props. If there are any props passed to this component, and it should be here, and we would destructure it below inside the component, but for our use case we don't need any props. So return div would be this, and we are gonna get rid of this function here. Did I made a mistake? Okay, we don't need the return keyword here. This also, that's it. And this is going to be wrapper, not wrapper component. That's it. Now if we want to pass any props here, we'll just have props here and destructure it here, props. That's it. Now let's check. Yeah, the UI is still not perfect. We need to wrap all of these pages into the wrapper. So for that, what we are gonna do is head over to, for example, this about page, and before exporting this this component, what we are going to do is we are going to call this wrapper component, pass our component inside of it. So yeah, that's it. Not compare, this is going to be about, remove this import, my mistake. And now let's head over to the about page, and yeah, everything is perfect. If you go to another page, it would break because we haven't wrapped all of these pages to our higher order component. So let's do that for every component. So this is about, for here this is wrapper, pass in our compare in here, my list, get rid of this, wrapper, my list, save this. Let's head over to Pokemon, remove this, wrapper, Pokemon, and at the end search. So this is again wrapper, Pokemon, no, that's not Pokemon, that's a search. That's it. Let's check for every route. Yeah, the functionality is working for every route. Now we are going to style this and have a layout like this, and with the animations. So let's do that. For that, what we are going to do is, first let's head over to nav.scss, navbar.scss, navbar, where was it, inside the sections, and in here inside our data we will add some more styles like padding of 0 and 20 rem. Let me do one thing, let me have this below so you can see the styles. Now what I'm gonna do is have a UL display of grid template columns of repeat 5 and 1fr. No, 1fr, we're gonna give it a 20% of the available width. So yeah, that's on a straight line now. Now again we will give it a height of 100%. Then what's left is, let's get rid of list style type, so none. That's it. Now let's provide it a z index of 1 and a position of relative. After that, we'll have the A here. Text decoration would be none. Then color would be white. After that, let's give it a display of flex, justify content of center, align items of center, and a border bottom of 1 pixel solid, and this is going to be transparent. Now let's select the li, give it a text transform of uppercase, so we need everything in caps. Let's give this a cursor of pointer and a font weight of 500. Also, let's give it a letter spacing of 0.2 rem. Yeah, it's looking great now. Now all that's left is the underlines. So for that, what we will do is, give me a minute, I'll explain. Inside the navbar, there is a component sections navbar. We will have, before this map function, we'll have 3 divs with underline, copy, paste, underline. And what we will do is, first let's give this underline a style. So for that, let's head over to navbar.scss and select the underline and give it a display of block first. Then let's give it a position of absolute. Yeah. Then let's give it a z index of 0. Then give it a bottom of 0 as well. And initially what we are going to do is, we will give this a background color of white for now. Let's give it a width property of 20% and we'll need to give it a height of, calculate where, and this is going to be underline height. I don't think any variables should be required, so I'm just gonna copy the value from my source code. Give me a minute. Okay, so the underline height would be 4 pixels from here, 4 pixels, and again we want to divide this by 2. As and when you need this, you can read this. Now let's give this again we need this background color is given, height is given, width is given, and let's give it a mixed blend mode of initial, and bottom is 0, left is 1 rem. It's still not visible. Why is that? Bottom is 0. Let's give this bottom of 1 rem. Let's inspect it. Underline. Okay, so this is not working. Invalid. Okay, so we need to get rid of this where. I'm sorry for that. 2 pixels, and yeah. Here it is, our underline. Now we don't want any pointer events for this, so we will give it a pointer events of none, and we'll give it a transition for moving. So the transition would be 0.5 seconds is in out, and what we will do is ampersand nth child of 1, we are going to give it a transition duration of calculate 0.5 seconds into 0.8, and let's copy this, give this a 2, and this is going to be 1.2. That's it. Now what are we gonna do is on the click of this, we want to move this from here to here, so we are gonna write the code for that, and I'm gonna get rid of this bottom of C1 RAM and left of 1 RAM. That's it. So now it is perfectly placed. Now let's move the underline with animation. So for that, let's head over to navbar.tsx, and in here what we are going to do is, before this we'll create a function on UL with an index which is number, and we'll get the underlines, const underlines equals to document dot query selector all, and the type would be HTML element, and this is going to be dot underline, this is const. Now we will loop over this underlines, I equals to 0, I less than underlines dot length, and I plus plus. Pretty simple. Now what we are going to do is underlines of I dot style dot transform equals to translate 3D with, let's close this first, and this is going to be plus index into 100, and again plus percentage, oh we need the colons, and percentage 0 0, and close this. I'm gonna explain this code in a minute. Let's complete the code first. So I'm gonna write here use effect, and let's import use effect from React. The auto import is not working. Use effect, and in here we'll grab the index equals to navigation routes dot find index route, and location dot path name dot includes of route. So for the location to work, we need the use location hook of React Router DOM. So const location is equals to use location. We need to auto import it. Use location, this one, that's it. And what was the, yeah, we'll call the UL function with index. Let's test it. Yeah, it's working. So now let me explain. So what we did here is, so first for this code, okay, we need to pass the empty array. So just to call it only once, and in here we need to pass location dot path name, and we need to pass the navigation routes. That's it. Okay, we will just ignore this error by having ESLint disable next line React fix exhaustive depths. So this is not needed. So we'll just copy paste this. And now let me explain this. So first we are finding which index we are currently on from this. So we are grabbing the current location of the route. So for this instance it is about. So this would get the about and find the index of the about from here. So this one. So it will have the index as the 5th index. So now we are calling this UL function with the 5th index. So what this UL function is doing is it grabs all the underlines by document.querySelector and loop it over and just adds the transform property as translate 3D with the index and into 100. And because of the transition property we have this long underline effect. So if I do one thing, if I just have this disabled, then we will not have that effect, long underline. So because of this we are having this effect. So yeah, that's it. Our navbar is also complete. Now what we are going to do is we are going to create this search page like here. Let it load. Yeah, the search page. So we are going to do this. So for that initially we have to set up our Redux Toolkit. So yeah, let's set up our Redux Toolkit. So now let's close this SCSS, this sections, and inside the utils I'm going to create a new file which is types.ts for the Typescript. So for now export interface app type initial state as an empty object. Now let's head over to this app. Inside of this app we are gonna create a folder named as slices. Inside these slices we are gonna have two slices. One is the app slice and another is the Pokemon slice. So what slices are, it just decouples the code into different objects. So the objects has it reducer functions, the initial state, its name, everything. So first we are gonna have the app slice .ts. So this is the part of Redux Toolkit, and in here what we are gonna do is first create the initial state. Give it a type of app type initial state, make sure it is imported, and give this an empty object. Now what we'll do is export const app slice is equals to create app slice, create slice make sure it is imported. This is an object. Let's give this object a name of app. After this provide the initial state, then a set of reducer functions. So for now it is going to be empty object, and after that if there are any extra reducers for your application, if you have used any middlewares or API calling using create a sync thunk, then we have to provide that into extra reducers. We are not going to use the extra reducers in this app slice. We are going to use that in Pokemon slice. We'll do that in a minute. So again what we are going to do is export const and export an object from app slice dot actions. So these are all the reducers we want to export it and use it. So yeah, that's complete. Now let's head over to store.ts, and what we are going to do is inside the reducer we are going to have app and grab the app slice dot reducer, and yeah, our store is set up completely. Now inside the index.tsx, you also have to, if you are have not installed the template from the Redux Toolkit website, then you may also need to provide the store inside a provider component and wrap it inside the above the app component. So this is inside the index.tsx. So yeah, so Redux already did that for us. Use this. Now it's complete. Now let's do the same for Pokemon Slice. Pokemon Slice.ts. So we have divided our state into two sections. One is for the app slice, which will store the login information and everything like that, and other is the Pokemon Slice, which is for like storing the Pokemon's data and everything. So yeah, pretty simple. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this, paste it here, replace this app slice as Pokemon Slice, replace this app as Pokemon, and this is going to be app Pokemon type initial state. For that, let's go to types.ts and create another interface, Pokemon type initial state. That's it. Let's head over to Pokemon Slice, place this with Pokemon type initial state, remove this import, and that's it. Now let's head over to our store.ts and do the same for Pokemon and app slice, not app slice, this is going to be Pokemon slice.reducer. So yeah, pretty simple. Our Redux toolkit setup is complete. So now if we want to grab any state, we just have to use the use app selector, which are inside of this, and if we want to update any state, then we just have to use the use app dispatch method. That's it. So now what we are going to do is we are going to get the search page initial data. So these initial Pokemons before searching those Pokemons. So we also have to lazy load the images. So what does that mean is, I'll just open my inspect. Now this is bottom. This is not responsive, and head over to network tab here. Close this and close this. I'm gonna refresh this. So let it make the API calls. Okay, so what you see here is only these much images are loaded here. Let me increase this so you can see it. Only these much images are loaded, but we have 20 Pokemons here. So as we scroll down, it will import the images dynamically, as you can see that here. So this is a performance optimization. So not every user is going to scroll to the end of the page. Imagine there are 100 elements here and 100 Pokemon images here. So we don't want to load every 100 image on the initial load, because not all that would be displayed here. So as we scroll down, we are going to import it. You can see that. You can also see that we have not scrolled down to here also, but it would have imported here in advance. But now when we scroll again, that it would import again. Yeah. So yeah, we will also develop that. So first, let's grab these data. So yeah, for the search functionality, we are gonna use the Poke API for the data. So this is a RESTful Pokemon API. So that will provide the data. It's an open source project. So these are the endpoints that we are gonna use throughout the project. If you want to develop any more features, you can just check out the docs of the Pokemon API here and grab the endpoints and develop the functionality. So it returns a JSON structure like this. So yeah, that's it. I'm gonna just close this and head over to our project. and in here the utils folder I'm gonna create a new file named as constants.ts for constants throughout the project. It's a very best practice to use constant throughout your project if there are static values used in your project. So what we are going to define here is the Pokemon API routes, so that are constants and going to reuse throughout the project. So we are going to define it here and export it and import it whenever it is needed. So first we'll just write export const Pokemon API, which is the endpoint of Pokemon API. So that is https colon slash slash pokeapi dot co slash API and version 2. That's it. So this is the base route of Pokemon API, and now we are gonna export one more route, which is going to be the Pokemon's route. So that would return us all the Pokemons in the Poke API database. So I'm gonna use the template string here, use the Pokemon API, which is the base URL, and have slash Pokemon and give it a limit of 5000. That's it. So that's pretty much it for now. Now let's create a reducer function that would use the create async thunk to fetch the data from the Pokemon API. So we are gonna use that logic inside the Redux Toolkit. So inside this app, we are gonna create a new folder named as reducers. I'm sorry. And inside the reducers, we're going to create a new file named as get initial Pokemon data.ts. That's it. Now we're going to export the function get initial Pokemon data is equals to create async thunk and pass in a type prefix. So this can be anything, but this should be unique. So I'm gonna give it a Pokemon slash initial data. That's it. And now in here goes our function to get the data. That's it. So first I'm gonna wrap this inside a try catch block. So whenever we are calling any API, so that's a best practice to wrap it around a try catch block, because that would help us in catching the errors whenever the API fails. So yeah, that's it. So this is the try block, this is the catch block. Inside the try block, our main API calling logic gets called. So now what I'm going to do is here const data is equals to await axios dot get. So yeah, we have written this code and that would return us the data object. Inside the data object we have data, and inside of that we have data.results. So I'm gonna just head over and console it so you can see that I'm gonna have data here. Now to call this reducer, we have to head over to I think search.tsx, import the use effect hook, use the use effect here. We want to call this initially, and let's grab the dispatch method from the use app dispatch. This is for calling the Redux Toolkit reducers. So these was auto setup inside the hooks. So this is a use the app dispatch, and use app selector is the hook provided by the Redux Toolkit. So that's it. Now let's use that. Again, use app selector is for getting the state data, and use app selector is calling the reducer methods. So what we created here was an reducer So let's call that reducer inside of our use effect. So we'll use the dispatch method and pass in that reducer get initial Pokemon data and call it here. That's it. Also pass the dispatch method inside here. That's it. Now let's head over to the browser, load it, open this, and we have our data object here. So data has the results, everything here, name and URL, name of the Pokemon, and this is the URL. If we hit over to this URL, this would show us the JSON data of the Pokemon. That's it. So this is the name, it's Bulbasaur, and all the details. We are going to use it throughout the project. So let's close this and let's head over to get initial Pokemon data. Remove this console. Make sure to return this data.results. What this is results. Result data.results. Yeah. So what we are going to do is we will return this and head over to Pokemon slice. In here I have defined initial state all Pokemon as undefined, and we head over to here. I have also added all Pokemon as undefined, and either it is going to be undefined or it would be have a error of generic Pokemon type. Generic Pokemon type just have the name and URL as string as I displayed in the console. So I just did that, and inside of here I just had all Pokemon as undefined initially. Now I will have a extra reducers method here that would receive us the builder, and we are gonna add an case with builder.addCase. This is provided by Redux Toolkit, nothing new, and we'll have the get initial Pokemon data reducer dot fulfilled method. So there are three methods to be noticed here. One is fulfilled, another is pending, and the last one is rejected. So fulfilled is called whenever the try catch block or the reducer function has completed its execution, and pending is called whenever it is still being executing, and rejected is called whenever the reducer method fails. So we are gonna use the fulfilled method and have our state and action here. So we are gonna set the state dot all Pokemon equals to action dot payload. So action dot payload has the return value of this reducer. We return the data dot results method. So those are all the Pokemon's data and storing it inside all Pokemon. That's it. Now what we are going to do is for getting the initial data of these Pokemon. So there's 20 initial Pokemons here, and we are gonna just get some random Pokemons from all the Pokemons and grab the data. So let's do that. For that, let's head over to search.tsx. Let's use the const use app selector here. So destructure object and use app selector would have Pokemon. Let me show you one thing first. Is this called here? So use app selector initially has our Pokemon here. As you can see that Pokemon, and we are gonna return the Pokemon, and in here we are gonna destructure the all Pokemon from here. That's it. Now we are going to use another use effect, and this is going to be called whenever there are changes in the all Pokemon state. So let's do that. Now if there are all Pokemons and it is not undefined, because initially it is going to be undefined, and this would also be called whenever the all Pokemons are undefined. So we are preventing that if the all Pokemons has data. So if it is a 2-3 value, then what we are gonna do is we are gonna get const clone Pokemons equals to spread all Pokemon in here and get some random Pokemons ID equals to clone Pokemons dot. We are gonna sort it first, then have math dot random minus math dot random. That's it, and we are gonna change this. Oh yeah, this one. We are gonna change this with slice. So this method just sorts the data, and we are gonna slice it by 0 to 20. And let me console this random Pokemon data. Okay, random Pokemon's ID. Head over to browser, and in here we have 20 Pokemon's ID. Those are random. You can see here. If I reload this again, then there are gonna be 20 different Pokemons again. 20 different Pokemons. Yeah, so that is working. Now let's remove this console, and now what we are gonna do is we are gonna create another reducer in here. So that reducer would be get Pokemon data .ts, and in here we are gonna grab all the Pokemon data from the Poke API. So for that, first we'll create export const get Pokemon data equals to create async thunk, and in here we'll pass in the Pokemon / random Pokemon. That's it. You can name this anything, and what I'm going to pass here is an async function. That's it, and this is going to receive the Pokemons, the 20 random Pokemons. So that is going to have a generic, not generic, yeah, it is going to have generic Pokemon type because it has the URL and name. So this is going to be generic Pokemon type of array. That's it. Now let's wrap this around try catch block. Try catch error, and now I'm gonna just console.log Pokemons from reducer, just to show you the things that we are working on. Now let's head over to search.tsx, and in here we will call that reducer by dispatch method, dispatch, and we will call that by get Pokemon data, pass in the random Pokemon ID, and in here also pass the dispatch. That's it. Now let's call it here. From reducer we have the 20 Pokemon data. So yeah, that's working. Now let's head over to get Pokemon data, remove this console, and what we are gonna do is we are gonna create const Pokemon's data equals to an empty array. So this empty array is gonna have a type, and for that let's head over to types.ts, create export interface equals to generated Pokemon type. So these are the type that this array would have. So in this array, we would have the name, ID, image, and the types of the Pokemon. So first, let's have the name as string. Then we will have ID also. That would be the number and the ID of the Pokemon. And there would be an image that is going to be again a string. And we would have a types array, so that is going to be a Pokemon type interface. So for now I'm gonna just comment it. I'll not use it now. Let's create the other functionalities first, and we'll have this types afterwards. So let's head over to get Pokemon's data and give this a type of generated Pokemon type of array. Now what we are gonna do is we are gonna call the API for every element inside this Pokemons. Remember there were 20 elements, so for all the 20 elements we are gonna call the API. So what we are gonna use is we are gonna use the for await loop const Pokemon of Pokemons. So yeah, let's call the Pokemon.url from here. So from here, const data equals to we are gonna await this by Axios. Oh, Axios is not being imported. I think I have to manually import it. Import Axios from Axios. I think we don't have to restrict it. Okay. Await Axios dot get and Pokemon dot URL. That's it. Now let's console dot log this data. So there are going to be 20 consoles. Okay, so as you can see, these APIs are being called. 20 of them would be called, and that would receive the data. Let's have this data. So these are the data. So we are gonna grab the name from it, the ID from it. Then we are gonna grab the types of these Pokemons from here. And yeah, that's it. The image would be rendered by the Webpack. So I just grabbed the image from the Poke API repository, and I showed you initially that how to download the assets from GitDown. The link would be provided in the description. Now for importing all the images, I've written this code. I've not written it actually. I just copied this from the Stack Overflow. So what this will do is this will import all the 2000 images dynamically as in when it is needed. So we just have to insert the path of the image that has to be inserted. So from here all the images have to be imported. So we just give the path here and export that into an array. So all of this code is not important. So just copy this code, copy, and inside the utils we are going to create a new file, get Pokemon images.ts. Just paste this code here, and I think we will have to ignore this TypeScript errors by and command by ts no check. So we will write at ts no check here. So what this will do is this command will explicitly tell TypeScript interpreter to not check this file for TypeScript errors, because I was not able to solve the errors for TypeScript in here, and this code is not that much important to understand. So yeah, that's it. If you still want to understand this, I'll just explain this briefly. So what this will do is this will call the fetch images and have the require.context function that is provided by Webpack, and we have to pass the path. So the path is this: assets, Pokemons, default and shiny. We have all the images here in the default and the shiny. So the default is the default images which are with low quality, and the shiny are with high quality. And now what was the other parameter? I don't know about this. And we have to pass the regex of what extensions we want to grab the images. So that would be PNG, JPG and SVG. Again, now this fetch images function has the cache mechanism, and it would import all the images one by one with this import all function and set it inside the cache, and then we will set it by all the object.entries function and grab the image name and the image data and set it inside the images and return this object, and we will export it throughout our project. So I tried to explain it. If you guys could get it, or you could just explore to Stack Overflow for more details. Now let's head over to get Pokemon data and set up the things. So from this, what we are gonna do is first we'll have let image that would be of type string equals to images of data.pd. Let me show you one thing. I am gonna import this images and default images. This is going to be images. Let me comment this, and I'm gonna console the default images and the images that should be outside of this for loop. And refresh this. Yeah, so you can see that it's an array of 1, 2, 3, 4 and everything. So these are the images and everything, default images and images. That's it. Now let's remove this console, have this image here, and what is the error here? Images data.id. Okay, I think what we are gonna do is from here is we are gonna give this a type. So from data we need the ID, which is going to be a number. That's it. And this is data.id. Let me resolve this issue. Give me a minute. Okay, so the issue was resolved. It was coming because this images is an empty object. So we use the ts this ts no check for this. So this object is empty for this, and the type is also empty, and we are going to indexes with data.id. So that was giving us error. So what I did is I just had another rule of ts expect error here. So for this, the from this command, the TypeScript compiler will know that next line is going to have an error, and it would ignore it. This is not the better way, but for the use case I have done this. Now let's move forward. Now if the shiny if there are images inside the shiny, then the image would be stored here. If the image was not found inside the shiny array, then what we are gonna do is we'll check it. If there is not an image, then what we are gonna do is we'll have image equal to default images of data.id. Again we have to use this yes expect error, and now if there is an image, then only we want to return the Pokemon data. So we are going to use Pokemon's data dot push, and we are gonna push it with the name as name would be Pokemon dot name, then id would be data dot id, image would be image, and then there is going to be types of the Pokemon. So for types, what we are gonna first do is we are gonna define the generic Pokemon types. Let's do that. Generic Pokemon's type. So where did the types file? Yeah, here. Export interface generic Pokemon type. Oh, it's already been defined here. I'm sorry for that. Generic Pokemon type. So let's head over here, and after this id you'll have types, and this would be type as generic Pokemon type, and this is going to be an here this is going to be an array of types with this name and URL. And now one more thing is to map this types const types equals to data dot types dot map, and what we are going to do is we are going to destructure the value type and the name from the type. So the Typescript value would be type, and type would have an object of name which is of string, and in here wrap this with brackets and curly brackets. This is going to be a dynamic object name, and then what we are gonna return from here is Pokemon types of name. So we haven't created this Pokemon types, so let me give me a minute, and I'm going to create that. So inside this just again I have created this Pokemon types. I'm going to copy this. I'll explain the code, give me a minute. Just copy all of this, fill this water, copy, and in the utils again we are going to create get Pokemon types dot ps, paste that code here. Oh, it's not imported correctly. That was not imported. Let's import it again. Copy, paste here. So what we did here is we imported all the Pokemon types images from the asset here, asset types and all the Pokemon types, and then we have defined the constant values for all of this here, and then for every Pokemon types here we gave it a key of Pokemon type and gave that an image and all the parameters of the Pokemon type, like the strength parameter, weakness, resistance, vulnerable. So these all would be string values. So if the Pokemon type is bug type, then this object would have the image of bug type, that would be this image, this bug type image, and the strength of the Pokemon type, the weakness of the Pokemon type, the resistance, the vulnerable. I just found this data from online, from a website that was Pokemon charts, and then I just created this array. So do not write this and waste your time, so I just copied this. So that's it, nothing more, and I just exported this Pokemon types, that's an object. Okay, so let's use this here, Pokemon types. So this is going to be Pokemon types. Let's import it, Pokemon types with name. Okay, now we also have to add the types inside the our Typescript files. So let's head over to types.ts, and in here the types would be Pokemon type interface, Pokemon type interface, and let's define this interface. Export interface, Pokemon type interface, and inside the Pokemon type interface we will first have an object name with a dynamic key as string, and inside of that we will have the image as string, then the resistance, strength, and weakness and the vulnerable values as string also. I'm going to paste it. So this is the resistance of type string, strength of type string, weakness of type string, and vulnerable of type string. Not type string, array of type strings. That's it. Now let's head over to our get Pokemon data, and what error do we have here is Pokemon types of name as any type, because expression of types cannot be used to index type. Okay, we also have to use this here. Yes, expect error, and remove this. That's it. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna console the Pokemon's data. Let's see if all the Pokemon's data are being fetched correctly. Okay, name is here, ID is here, images are here, and the types of fighting, the images, strength, and everything is here. Yeah, that's working. And I'm not sure why did it only called 16 of the Pokemons. Search.tsx, we gave it a 20, and it just grabbed the for await. Let's have this outside of this for await loop. Refresh this again. Let's wait for all of these requests to be completed. Okay, yeah, I know the issue here, because we use this here. If there was not an image, then it would not get pushed. So let's do one thing, else console.log no image. Refresh this again and we'll check it out. So there were 4 no image values, and there were 16 of the parameters in the array. So yeah, our code is working perfectly. Let's remove this console and the else block. remove this console also, and inside the catch block we are going to write console.log error if in case there is any error, and we are going to return Pokemon's data. And inside the Pokemon slice, what we are going to do is we are going to add a new builder.addCase, and this is going to be get Pokemon's data, get Pokemon data dot fulfilled, and pass it with the state and action arrow function, and this is going to be state dot random Pokemon. So okay, we haven't defined it here, so random Pokemons, which is going to be an empty array, I think initially. Let me check. Random Pokemons, yeah, could be undefined, or it is going to be generated Pokemon type of array. This one. That's it. Now let's head over to Pokemon slice here, and random Pokemons initially undefined. That's it. Inside the Pokemon slice, what we are gonna do next is state dot random Pokemons equals to action dot payload, which would return our Pokemon's data. Now what should be done next? Okay, so we have our data, that is we are gonna need to render the Pokemon cards here. So what we will do is, now let's create the grid of Pokemons, this one, and render all the data. Let's do that. So now let's create a new component. Inside the components, this is going to be Pokemon card grid, Pokemon card grid.tsx, RFCE to create the component. That's it. And with it, now this is going to have Pokemons. For now, let's give this as any parameter. Let's head over to search.tsx, and inside the search.tsx, what we are going to do is, instead of these divs, we are going to return and React fragments, and inside of that, what we are going to do is we'll have a search div, and inside of that we'll have an input, we'll have the parameters afterwards, and we'll give it a Pokemon card grid with Pokemons as random Pokemons. Okay, so random Pokemons also needs to be fetch destructured from here, random Pokemons. And now let's use it, random Pokemons, and let's check our component here. We have the search bar here, we have the Pokemon card grid here. Now what's left is, let's head over to the Pokemon card grid here, and what I'm going to do is, let's create the components here. Let's remove this, give it a class name of Pokemon card grid container. Inside of this container we have another div of Pokemon card grid, and first we'll check if there are Pokemons and the Pokemon's dot length is greater than 0, then what we are going to do is we are going to map Pokemon's map Pokemons with data as any and return a division with a class name as Pokemon card. Let's give it a key also. Key data.id and let's write hello here. Just that. Okay, is there any mistake here? Data is of type any. Okay, there's an extra bracket here which needs to be here, not here, I'm sorry, here. That's it. Let's check this out. We have the Pokemon's map methods data here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new type of interface inside the types.ts. So this is going to be user Pokemons, I think. Yeah, user Pokemons. So for that, give me a minute. Just chill out. Yeah. So we'll create a new interface, export interface user Pokemons type, which extends the generated Pokemon type. So what this will do is we have all these information here, and user Pokemon types has another value which is going to be Firebase ID, and this is going to be of string, and this is an optional parameter. So all this user Pokemon's type would have 5 values, and this is going to be optional. So this Firebase ID would be the Firebase ID of the Pokemon when we store it inside the Firebase. So we are doing that in advance. Search.tsx, and now not inside the search.tsx, head over to Pokemon card grid, and we will pass here Pokemons as user Pokemon type of array. That's it. And this data is going to be of user Pokemon type. That's it. Now what we are going to do in a minute. Now inside of this we'll have another class of Pokemon card list, and inside of that let's have this div for now, and another div would be Pokemon card compare. So inside of this list and compare, what would be the values is the plus or delete button. If it is on the search page, it would have plus button, and if it be on my list page, we are going to reuse this component, and that would have this delete icon here, and this one would have the compare, this div Pokemon card compare. So this one have the compare icon, and yeah, let's proceed further. Let's keep this for now. We'll do that afterwards, and after this div we have after this div we have an h3 with a class name of Pokemon card title that is going to have data.name, and after this we'll have the Pokemon image. So for this we'll use an image tag. Image source would be Pokemon, not Pokemon, data.image Pokemon image. Now Let's give it a class name also. Class name would be Pokemon card image. That's it. What is the error here? Oh, I think we don't have to give this. So what's it? Redundant altered view screen reader is already announced image as an image. Okay, we don't have to give image here. Yeah, that's it. Let's check it out here on the browser. We have the images, but undefined is not assignable. Okay. Undefined is not assignable. What was the error? Let's do one thing. Let's head over to search and we have the error here. Let's pass an exclamation to explicitly tell Firebase that this is not empty. This is not undefined. That should solve the error. Yeah, it is solved. We have the images here. And let's apply the CSS now. So for CSS, first what we are going to do is head over to SCSS, head over to pages, create a new file underscore search dot SCSS dot search here, not here, sorry. Here we'll just import SCSS, that's it. And in here dot search, and now also components. So the component would be as the Pokemon card grid. So components, new file, underscore Pokemon, underscore card, underscore grid dot SCSS. Let's import it. Pokemon card grid. That's it. Now let's have the styles for the search page first. Give me a minute. And search page. So we're going to provide it a height of 100%, width of 100% as well. Max width again would be 100%. Let's give it a color of white and a text transform of uppercase. That's it. Then after we'll have the Pokemon search bar styles here. We'll do that afterwards. So yeah, the text is white. So now let's style this. Initially what I'm going to do is use this, make this smaller, head over to Pokemon card grid.scss and I will show you the changes that we are making here. So the first would be Pokemon card grid container. So the max height would be explicitly 80 viewport height. Overflow Y would have a scroll property and color would be white and text transform would be uppercase. I don't think this is required. Let's do one thing. I'll just write background color as red here. Okay, so the styles are working and this is scrollable now. You can see that we have all the Pokemon images here. Let's remove this. This is still scrollable. Yeah, let's proceed further. Inside of this we have Pokemon card grid This is going to have a display of grid. We are going to use CSS grids here. Grid template columns would have repeat, auto fit, auto dash fit with a min max property of 250 pixels and 1 FR. So this is for responsive. Still need to style this further. We'll give it a gap of 4 rem, so everything has a gap. Then we'll give it a margin of 4 rem, and a margin top would be only 2 rem. Other than that, everything would be 4 rem. Now let's select the Pokemon card. Give it a width of 250 pixels. Then display of flex, justify content center, align items center, and let's give it a flex direction of column. So yeah, so there are 4 Pokemons here. Now you can see that in every column. Now what should we do next? Let's do one thing. We'll have ampersand image as height 10 rem. Okay, this is looking good now. So what I did this ampersand is, this is an SCSS function. So this would just replace ampersand with dot Pokemon card. So that's an shortcut method. Use that whenever possible. So flex direction column. Now let's give this card a background color of RGBA 255, 255, 255 and 0.125. That's it. Now let's give it a border radius of 1 rem. Let's also provide this a padding of 1 rem. Oh, yeah, the data is loaded now. Padding 1 rem. Now let's give this a box shadow for some 3D effect. So this is going to be RGBA and 0, 0, 0 and 0.35. After this we will give 0 pixels, 5 pixels and 15 pixels respectively. Now we'll give it a position of relative. That's it. I'm still not sure why this is overflowing from here. Let's proceed further. We'll deal with this afterwards. So now the title also needs some styles. So ampersand title, text align, center cursor would be pointer. Yeah, cursor pointer. Also here cursor would be pointer. And now let's give this a margin top of 1 rem. Yeah. Now what is left here is the types and these icons. So let's write the code for these icons first. So types. So let's do that. For that, let's head over to Pokemon card grid, and the logic here would be pretty Like it would be pretty tough. So we'll write Pokemon card types here. This is going to be another div. We'll map data dot types dot map here. This would has the type as Pokemon type interface with an index of number, return a div. This is going to have a class name as Pokemon card types type. Let's provide it a key with index. Okay, that's it. Now I forgot to do one thing. We want to also add a lazy attribute here. No, not lazy. We'll apply a loading with value of lazy. So what that will do is it will generate the scenario where we scroll, and as and when we scroll, it will load the images. So I'll show you after all of this is developed. So just write loading as lazy. And what was the error here? I think we need to wrap this. Yeah. Wait. Now what I'm gonna write here is I'm gonna get all the keys of object dot of the type. So object dot keys type. I'll just console this keys to show you what it is. Keys, refresh, open the console, wait for the data to load. Okay, so here are the keys. So keys would have a single property inside of array. So that would be the type name for X. So this would be used to access the image. So what we'll do here, let's remove this console first, and inside of this div I'm going to use an image attribute tag, and the source would be type of keys of 0 dot image. And this would be Pokemon type. Let's save this, and we have the types here. We still have to style it, but before that let's add an h6 with the type name. So this is just going to be keys of 0. This one we just consoled it, and let's add some class names here. Class name would be Pokemon card types type, and this is going to be text, and this is going to be, let's copy this class name, give this to image also, and change the text to just image, and also will provide this loading attribute with lazy value. That's it. So that's it, and now let's style this. Head over to, where is the file? Okay, here it is. And for styling, after the image we'll have types. Inside of type we'll give the width of 100%. Let me close the console so you can see the styles would be fixed in a minute. Display of grid template columns would be repeat with auto fit property. This is for responsive stuff. We haven't used responsiveness in this project, but still I follow this practice whenever I use CSS grid columns to wrap this inside AutoFit and MinMax. And let's give this a gap of 1 rem. Let's select &_type, give it a display of flex, then we'll provide it a flex direction of column, justify content of center, align items of center, margin top of, let's give the margin top afterwards. Let's select &image so you can see everything. &image height is of 2 rem. Boom, that would fix everything. Yeah, that works. Now after this, let's select &text, give it a font size of smaller, font size smaller, that's it. And now after this align items, we'll first give it a margin top, so have some margin between images and the element. So margin top could be 0.5 rem. And now to fix the gap between these text and image, so we'll provide a gap of 0.4 rem. That's it. It's looking pretty good. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. Now what is left here is to add the icons here, the compare and the plus minus icons, and afterwards of that, when we click over here or the compare, then it should be redirected to the Pokemon page or added the Pokemon inside the compare queue. And we also have to style the scroll bar, and we also have to style this search bar and add the search functionality. So let's do that. Now first let's add the compare button here. So I'm gonna head over to Pokemon card grid here. You remember we had the div here for that, and inside of that we have our SVG for that. Let's import the icon from React icons. Import from React icons, and this is going to be from IO5, and this is going to be IO get compare. That's it. Let's use it out here. IO get compare. It's not, yeah, it's here. Let's give it a on click, but it's not needed now. We'll do that after the compare queue and everything is created. We will do that afterwards. And while we are here, let's also do one thing. Let's add the card list. For that we need the add and delete button. So for now we'll just add the add button, not the delete button. Let's do that. That would be from FA. So import from React icons FA. This is going to be FA plus. FA plus, and let's delete the trash button also. FA trash. That's it. Now in here card list, first let's do one thing. I'm gonna use the use location hook. Const location equals to use location, and that should be imported from React Router DOM. Import from RRD React Router DOM, and we need the use location. That's it. Use location. That's it. Yeah. Now in here, what we will do is we'll check out first location, not local storage. We need the location dot path name. Let me do one thing. Let's increase the size. So where it was location dot path name dot includes, and let's check if the route is of Pokemon, then what we want to do is we want to have the FA plus button, and let's give it a class name of plus, and or else what we'll do is we'll again check if location dot path name dot includes, if it is a search route, then what we will do is we'll have FA plus or FA trash here. So let's do that. If the path name is of search, then we want to have FA plus here with a class name of plus, and if it is not, then we want FA trash, and this is going to be have a class name of, does it need a class name? Yeah, it needs a class name of trash. So what we did here, first we checked if the current route is of Pokemon. So in here I'll just show you that if the current route is of Pokemon and we are inside the evolution, so we have to show the plus icon here, and if we are into the my list or the search, let me log in with Google. I think there are no Pokemons on the list. I need to add it. Add. Let's head over to my list now. Yeah, Pokemons are here. So you can see that there is the trash button here on the list route. So for the first condition, what we are checking is, first, if we are in the Pokemon route, then we need to display the plus route, and if we are not on the Pokemon route, then it will check again if the location is of search, then we need the plus or trash. We can also optimize this code and do an OR condition here by copying this, cut this. If its location is of search or Pokemon, then we want to display this, or else we want to display this. This is going to be colon. Yeah. So if the route names are of search or Pokemon, we need to display the plus or hash. We optimize that. Now let's check it here in our app. So we have the plus here. Now when we will be in the my list, we will show the delete. So that's it. Now, why there are only 3 Pokemons. Okay, the Pokemons are here. Now let's style these. So for that, I'm gonna shrink this again. Head over to Pokemon card grid.scss, and inside before all of this, I'm gonna have ampersand list, give it a position of absolute, and give it a top of 0.7 rem. Then what we'll do is left of 0.8 rem, font size of 1 rem. That's it. Let's give it a cursor of pointer, and let's select the trash in here, give it a color of E21, E21, B5A. Let's select the plus here and also give it a color of hash 27AF, 27AF 0F. That's it. Yeah, the plus colors has been changed here. You can see that. Now, before this list, what I'm gonna do is have the SVG here, give it a transition of 0.3 seconds is in out, ampersand hover, and give it a font size of, I think, 2rem. Yeah, that's it. Now when I will hover over this, we have this transition effect. Now let's do the same for this compare. So I'm gonna select compare, and I'm gonna copy these all, paste it here, and let's do one thing. Top is the same, and instead of left, let's give this a right. That's it, and everything is set. And inside of compare, we will just provide the SVG a color of #1F 51FF. That's it. That's looking great. Now let's compare this. I think this needs an increase in font size. So let's give this a font size of 1.3 rem. Yeah, it's looking great now. So yeah, this functionality is complete. Now when we click over this Pokemon, it should redirect us to the Pokemon route. Let's do that quickly. Pokemon card grid, and we have to use the navigate. So let's use navigate by use navigate. This is again a hook provided by React Router DOM. Use location, and this is use navigate. This is navigate, and now when we click over image, I want on click event, and I want to navigate, and where do I want to navigate? That's a tough choice. Okay, so jokes apart, and we want template string / Pokemon, and we want to pass the parameter, which is data.id. That's it. Let's check it out. Click. Yeah, that's working. It's working. Everything is working. Now let's do one thing. Let's style this style bar, search bar. So for that, let's head over to search page, search.tsx, and I think there was the input is here. Let's remove the ID and the name, and let's have the class name here first. Class name would be Pokemon search bar, and placeholder would be search Pokemon. Yeah, it's here. Now let's do one thing. Let's child this child bar from search.scss, and let's paste that class of search bar here. First, let's give it a height and width. So width would be 100%. Yeah, it's that. Now let's give it a height of 9%. That should be enough. Looking great. Now let's provide it a padding left of 1 rem, and a font size of 1.3 rem should be enough. That's great. Now should I style anything else? Yeah, let's give it a background color RGB A, 0.125, and the alpha value would be 0.125 only. Yeah, it's there. Now let's get rid of the outline and the border. Outline none, no border also. Now color should be white, so the text color white, and let's check it here. Yeah, we also have a shadow here, and I think we also missed here the effect. This one, you can see that both of these are different. So let's also fix that scroll bar and that. So first, let's give this a box shadow. Head over to here, box shadow, and this should be RGBA 0.35 and 0 pixels, 5 pixels and 15 pixels. That's it. There is a shadow slightly, but you may not able to see it because of the color here. So let's also style the placeholder text. So our search bar would be styled completely. WebKit, not scroll bar, input. Color RGBA 255, 255, 255, 0.7779. That's it. Yeah, that's looking great. Now let's fix all of this. I think that it should be common app.css. This is background filter, backdrop filter. Let's remove this. Yeah, this is working. Let's give this content a background color of red. Yeah, this is that. We have to fix the colors here. Give me a minute. Okay, so I fixed it. I provided that a background color. I'll just comment this out so you can see that. I provided a background color here, and that fixed the color, and for the overflow, the hidden property. That's it. Let's give it a padding bottom of 1 rem here. Let's increase this to 4 rem. Still no issue. Let's give this a 10 rem. Yeah, that's looking great now. I think the padding, yeah, padding is not needed here. Now let's style the scroll bar. So that should be inside our app again. Let's head over to our app.css. We are inside the app. Let's select WebKit scroll bar. Give it a background color of transparent. Then let's give it a width of 0.4 rem, and this is width ampersand thumb, WebKit scroll bar thumb property. Give it a background color RGBA 0.557. We have the scroll bar. It's perfect. Yeah. So I think most of the styling part of search.scss is complete. Now, yeah, most of the styling part is complete. Now let's do one thing. Let's search the Pokemon and get the results here. So let's do that. Let me increase the size of this. And what we are gonna do inside search.tsx is give me a minute, I'm just checking the code. Okay, so we are gonna implement debouncing here. So we'll do that afterwards. First, what we are gonna do is we'll grab the Pokemon and display inside of the clone Pokemons, and after everything is complete, what we'll do is we'll just have the debouncing mechanism over that. I'll also explain the concept of debouncing then. So first, let's grab the Pokemon case const get Pokemon equals to async value would be a string, and if value dot length, then const Pokemons equals to all Pokemon dot filter Pokemon, and Pokemon dot name dot includes value dot to lowercase. Get the Pokemons. Now let's dispatch get Pokemon data with Pokemons. I will explain the code. Give me a minute. Okay, what is the Typescript error? Argument of type generic Pokemon undefined argument of type. Oh, this is not undefined. Now let's have an else block, and in the else block what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this logic, paste it here. That's it. Okay, now let's add the on change here. Event get Pokemon e dot target. I am gonna explain that code. please give me a minute first. Let's search for Pikachu. Yeah, that's working. All the Pokemons with Pikachu is here. Pikachu. Let's remove this. And our 20 Pokemon's logic is working again. Okay. Are we getting any error? We are not. Okay, so the issue is because of debouncing. Yeah. Now let me explain the logic. So for this text box on change event, we call this function with the e.target.value that would have the search value. Now we checked if there is a value.length. So if the length is greater than 0, then it would go inside this logic, or else it would be inside this logic, which would again fetch the random 20 Pokemons. And if this has value, so what we are doing is the all Pokemons array. So that has the ID and the name of the URL and the names of the Pokemons. So we are just applying the JavaScript filter method and checking if the name includes the value that we have provided. So if we search for Pikachu, then it will match the text Pikachu inside all of this and get the Pokemons, and we again reused our component to get Pokemon data of the reducer to fetch the data, and it works automatically. That's it, pretty simple. Now what we are going to do is we are gonna wrap this function get Pokemon around and debouncing function. So what the debouncing function would do is, let me show you here. It would reduce the number of API calls that are being made. Just head over to network, and if I search for the whole Pokemon, not Pokemon, just I will write, let me clear this, I'm sorry for that. I'll just search again Pikachu. Okay, all the Pikachus are here. Let the load be completed, and let me refresh this, and I will show you here. Let's refresh this also. Let this be loaded, and let's now I will show you in our current scenario what it is being happening is, if I search for Pikachu, you can see many API calls are being made on a single event. If I write P, then all of the P's data would be fetched. If I write I, then the function would be called and the API calls would be made. So we are going to use debouncing. So what that will do is that would reduce the number of API calls. So in here I will search for Pikachu, and while I am typing, it would not make any API calls. After I have typed, it would call the APIs. So that's very good strategy for performance. You can see that number of API calls are very less in here, and in here the number of API calls are infinite. So let's reduce that by debouncing. So for debouncing mechanism, inside our utils, we are going to write a debounce dot ts function. So that would have our debounce code. Let me paste the code here. So this is the debounce function. We'll pass in our function here the get Pokemon data here, and the timeout. So the timeout would be 3 seconds, 5 seconds. So we'll just pass it here, and first we'll define the timer as empty, and we'll return a function, and whenever this function will call, it will first clear the timeout which has been returned here, and it would be stored in here. If any of the timer is set, then it would have the clear timeout method available, and we will clear the timeout and again call that function from function.apply, and also pass this if we want the context of the debounce function, and if we have passed any arguments like the search value, then it would be passed in here. Pretty simple. Now let's head over to search.tsx and we will implement that functionality here. So first what we will do is we'll create a function const handle change equals to debounce, and we'll pass in our value of string and call the get Pokemon with the value and 300 milliseconds. That's it. Now let's head over here, and instead of get Pokemon, we'll call the handle change. That's it. Now let's check it out. Refresh, clear, and let's search for Pikachu. And yeah, number of API calls are reduced. This is working like a charm. Great. So our search page functionality is completely done. Now let's do one thing. Let's create the compare queue and add the Pokemon to compare from here. So let's create the compare queue. So let's do that. So now let's head over to our Pokemon slice, and we are going to create a reducer, not the extra reducer or create async thunk. We are going to create the reducers here. So that are the reducers are going to be add to compare and remove from compare. So for that we are going to maintain a compare queue, which is initially going to be undefined, not undefined, I think. Let's give this an empty array and add the compare queue inside the Pokemon initial type. So compare queue would be generated Pokemon type, and this is going to be an array of generated Pokemon type. Let's head over to Pokemon slice and add a reducer here of add to compare, not queue. So this is going to be add to compare, and give this a state and action as well, arrow function. Now what we are going to do is, first we will check if the Pokemon is currently inside the compare queue. So we don't want to add the Pokemon 2 times, so we'll grab the index. So for that what we'll do is we'll check state dot compare queue dot find index, and I'm not sure why there is an error here. This is add to compare. Let's this. Okay. Yeah. Now find index. Inside of this we have Pokemon, and Pokemon type would be generated Pokemon type. And now we'll check if Pokemon.id triple equals to action.payload.id, and if there is not a Pokemon with the given ID inside the compare queue, then it would return us an index of -1. So we'll check if the index is of -1, and now what we want to do is we will have state dot compare queue dot unshift method unshift and give it an action dot payload, and let's have another condition, state dot compare queue dot length triple equals to 2. Then we want to state dot compare queue dot pop. I'll explain this logic in a minute. Let me write it first. That's it. So in the action we'll have the Pokemon ID, name and everything. So all the generated Pokemon type would be there. Now we'll find the index. If the Pokemon is not in the compare queue, then it will return us an index of -1. If it returns an index of -1, then all of this code would be executed. Now we only want to compare two Pokemons at the same time. If there are more than two Pokemons inside the compare queue, then what we are going to do is we are going to pop one Pokemon from the end and unshift that. The first element would be unshift, so the 0th element would be on the first, and we will add the new Pokemon as the 0th element. Pretty simple. Now let's do the same for remove from compare queue. So remove from compare is going to have state action. Now let's find the index. This is going to be same const index, and const q is equals to state dot compare queue, and after that we'll splice that q dot splice with the index, and we want to splice a single element. After that we'll store the compare queue again. State dot compare queue is equals to q. So what we did here is we'll just pass the ID of the Pokemon, and we'll check the index of the Pokemon inside the compare queue. So the Pokemon would be inside, we don't have to check if it is a -1. The index would be there, and we just destructured the compare queue and cloned it inside the queue and spliced the index. If the index is at 0, then it will splice one element, or if it has 1, then it will also splice one element. Then we are again storing the compare queue. Now what we are going to do is we are going to import this, add to compare and remove for compare. That's it. Now let's head over to search.tsx, and we are going to dispatch add to compare. So Pokemon card grid, and on the click of this SVG we want to dispatch that. So const dispatch is equals to use app dispatch, and on click we want to dispatch that. Dispatch add to compare, and we have to share the Pokemon here, the data. That's it. Let me check it once again. Let me get it correctly. Yeah, that's it. So this will add to compare queue. Now let's have a toast notification whenever a Pokemon is added inside the compare queue. So for that what I'm going to do is inside the app slice, I'm going to add a reducer of set toast. That should be state action. Action type would be payload. I don't think that is necessary. Let's get rid of that. We'll do the type afterwards. And oh, we also didn't write the toasts here. So toasts is gonna be an empty array, and inside the app type initial state we are going to add toasts as an array of strings. Sorry for that. Let's head over to app slice. So const toasts equals to state dot toasts, and we'll push the toast dot push as action dot payload, and again we'll set this to a toast state dot toast equal to toasts, and we'll clear the toasts state dot toasts equal to empty. That's it. Now what we are trying to achieve is, I'm gonna show you is this, and if I click this button, there's a toast notification that Pikachu has been added to compare queue. If I click this again, Pikachu Rockstar has been added to compare queue. Do this compare, then we have the Pokemons here, but we want that toast notification here. So we are going to achieve that. Also, the toast notifications are common. If I click on this, then the Pokemon would be added to collection. So let's do that. So export the reducer, set toast, and clear the toast. So this is going to be used to add a toast inside this toast, and we'll clear out the toast by clear toasts. So we have used a React Toastify package at the initial basic setup. We installed that package, and now we are going to use it inside app.tsx, and we are going to have that toast container in here. Toast container is it auto imported? No, it's not being auto imported. Let's import it. Import toast container from Toastify. We need the toast container, then toast options, and we need toast method. Now what I'm going to do is, we also need to import the CSS file. So this is the CSS file, React Toastify dist react-toastify.css, and after this I'm going to write an useEffect function for whenever the toasts are changed. So for that, first we'll grab the toast from useApp selector, const toasts equals to useApp selector app. That's it. Now let's also have the dispatch method, because to clear out the toasts we need the dispatch method. Use app dispatch That's it. Now we'll have the use effect here. We want to run this use effect as soon as any toast has been added. So we'll write toast here. So if any of the toasts are added, then we want to run this use effect. So what we'll do is, first we'll check if the toasts are added, not removed. Toast.length, and then what we'll do is, for toast.for each, we'll get the message that would be of type string, and use the toast function from the React Toastify and pass the message here. Let's check if it is working. Okay, we also have to call the dispatch method for set toasts. So let's head over to Pokemon card grid, and after add to compare, we want to dispatch the event. So let's wrap this inside of the curly braces. Dispatch set toast, and the message would be Pokemon has been added to compare queue. Save it. Let's run it now. Yeah, it is here. Pokemon has been added to compare queue. And what was the message here? Okay, so we are passing the Pokemon name here, and as you can see that this is more styled. This is at the bottom and has black color and this kind of function. So let's do that. Instead of Pokemon, I'm gonna use the template strings and use the data.name as Pokemon name. Let's check it out. Okay, that's working. Let's head over to app.tsx and pass in some toast options. So in here first let's define const toast options, and this is going to be toast options, the type of toast options. Then we'll have the position. Okay, what this is? Okay, we need to have is equals to here. Position would be bottom right. Then we will have auto close with 2000 milliseconds. Pause on hover property would be true. Then we want this to be draggable, and the theme would be dark. That's it, and we have to pass it here to toast options. Okay, so we also do one thing. After this for each is completed, we'll dispatch clear toast method, a reducer, to clear out the toasts from the stack. So this bug would be solved after that. Okay, now let's try everything. Compare, yeah, only one is coming. Compare, only one is coming. Compare, works like a charm. Now everything is done for here. Now let's have the components here. So when we hit over to compare and we'll remove this, we have this empty component first. So let's do the empty component here. So let's do that. So now let's head over to compare.tsx, and inside of here, give this a class name of compare, and now inside the components, create a new component named as compare container.tsx. hit RFCE, RFCE, that's it, compare.tsx. Now we are gonna use the use app selector to get the compare queue here. Const destructure compare queue equals to use app selector, and inside of here we need the Pokemon and return the Pokemon. That's it. Now we have the compare queue, and let's have the compare container here. Compare container, and in here we'll pass the Pokemon prop as compare queue of 0, and we'll pass is empty prop equals to compare queue dot length, that would be less than 1. Let's copy this, change the element to 1 and this to 2. So what we are doing here is we have two compare container components here, because there are two comparisons, and after that we are giving the 0th element Pokemon inside the compare queue to this, and the first element to this, and we are checking if this is an empty component, because if the length is less than 1, so there are 0 elements in the compare queue now, then we don't want to show both of these. We want to show is empty component, or else we want to show the Pokemon, and same goes for here, but the conditions are just changed. Now let's head over to compare container, and first let's grab the props. So we structure them, and Pokemon is initially undefined and is empty is initially false. That's it. And now let's do one thing. Let's give this the type Pokemon is going to be user Pokemon type, and is empty is going to be Boolean. That's it. Now inside this compare container, what I am going to do is first give this a class name of compare container. After that we'll check if this is empty is true, and if it is, then we are going to render and div with the class name of empty. Inside of empty we'll have a button, and then we will have an h3 of add Pokemon to comparison. Let's check, refresh it. Yeah, we have that here. So let's have the FA plus icon here, FA plus, and make sure that is imported from React icons. Import FA plus from React icons FA. Now let's style this. So let's head over to our SCSS pages and create a new file underscore compare.scss, and inside index import that compare, and let's head over to compare.scss and have the style here compare. Now let me shrink this. Okay, compare. First let's give the background color of red. Yeah, that's okay. Delete this. Let's give it a display of grid template columns of 49% and 49%. So these are the both grids. We gave it a 49% because we are gonna utilize the 1% to padding. For that, let's give this a height of 100%, a width of 100%, and a gap of 1 rem and a padding of 1 rem as well. That's it. Now inside the components folder, we are going to create a new file, compare container. This should be underscore, I think. Compare container.scss. Import that here at import compare container, and here there's many things to do. So first we'll have compare container height of 100%, a width of 100%. After that, let's have the M key and give it a display of flex, justify content center, align items center. Then we'll give it a gap of 3 rem and flex direction should be column. After that, we'll also give it a height of 100%. That's it. Now what should we do is, inside of this we have an button. Let's provide that a cursor pointer, and let's have this here. Here is right here, cursor pointer. Now let's give it a border radius of, I think 10 rem is enough. Yeah, it's circle now. Let's also give it a padding of 2 rem. Let's give it a display of flex, justify content center, align items center, and border of none. Select the SVG, give it a font size of 5 rem, and color would be white smoke, and the color for here is background color where accent color. This variable is not set for now. We'll do that on the Pokemon page, so this would be empty for now. We'll do that, so we've just written the code. And now H3, let's give it a color of white as well, and let's give that a text transform of uppercase. After that, letter spacing of 0.3 rem. Yeah, that's it. So this is done. Now let's add some Pokemon to the compare queue. Yeah, so that has been added to the queue, so it's not displaying here because the is empty is false. And let's add one more. So yeah, nothing is displayed here. So now let's display the Pokemons here. So for now, let's head over to compare container, and inside of here, if this is not the case, then we have to do many things. Let's get started with that. So we'll first check if there is a Pokemon, and if it is, then we'll have compare element, and let's have this first have compare info. Inside of that we will have compare details. We'll have an h3 with Pokemon dot name, We'll have an image tag that would be source would be Pokemon dot image and Pokemon, then class name. Okay, this should be inside the image tag. Class name is going to be compare image. Now after this, we should end this div, and a new div would be there of Pokemon types container. Yeah, let's check it. Yeah, the Pokemons are here. So for this, we'll have a div here, Pokemon types. Inside of that, we'll have an h4 with a class name of Pokemon type title, Pokemon type title, and in here the text would be type. After the h4, we have a div of Pokemon type icons. Inside the icons, what we'll do is we'll have Pokemon dot types dot map. We'll have a type here with Pokemon type interface, and grab the keys as we did in the card object dot keys of type, and we'll return div of Pokemon type. Inside of that, we'll have an image. Source would be type of key of 0 dot image, and this would be here. Okay, so this is keys, and this is type, Pokemon type, and yeah, that's it. Let's check it here. So yeah, these are the types here. Okay, so after this, we'll have another here function. We'll call the function get stats. That's it. Get stats. We have to define it upward here. Const get stats. This is gonna be an arrow function, and that's it. Okay, we had an error here. What was that? Let's. Okay, so I need to return something from that. So because of that, it's giving me an error. So let's get the stats. So let's do one thing. Let's comment this out for some minutes and have the buttons down here. This buttons I'm talking about. Let me add a Pokemon. Compare and compare. I go to compare. Let's add this, and this part is already completed. We have to complete this part: strength, weakness, resistance, and vulnerable. We'll do that afterwards. First, let's grab these and style this. So whenever after this get stats, leave two divisions and have another division with compare action buttons. Instead of that, we'll have a button. This would have add. Class name would be compare btn. Copy, paste, and paste. This would be view, and this would be remove. That's it. Let's head over to compare container now, and after all of this, we'll have compare element. Let me shrink this. Compare element. And now let's give it a height of 100%. Then display would be grid. A grid template rows, not column. Grid template rows would be 90% and 10%. And then grid template columns would be 1FR. After this, we'll have compare info, and inside of compare info, first we'll give it a color of white. After that, let's select compare details and compare image inside of it. Let's give it a height of 10 rem first, so we can see the things. Now let's fix the sizes of this also. Let's head over to compare container, and inside of compare info we have Pokemon types container. So let's also copy that and go to compare container. After this, here we'll have Pokemon types container, and we'll give it a width of 100%. Then we'll select Pokemon types and select Pokemon type icons. Pokemon type icons. Inside of that, we'll again have Pokemon type, and then we have Pokemon type image, and give it a height of 3 rem and a width of 3 rem. That's still not working. Let's see. Inside compare info, we have Pokemon types container. Compare info, yeah, we are inside it. Pokemon types container. Inside of that, we have Pokemon types. We have Pokemon type title and Pokemon type icons. Then we have Pokemon type, and we have Pokemon type image. So this class name was not provided inside the image tag, so I think we have to pass the class name here. And yeah, working like a charm. Compare container. So let's complete the above styles first. So the compare info has a text transform of uppercase. Then we have letter spacing of 0.1 rem. After that, we will have a width of 100%. We have to add the Pokemon again because DOM reloaded. Add and add. width of 100%. Let's give it a display of grid and grid template rows, not columns. Grid template rows would be 40% and 60% respectively. 60% for the image and 40% for the text. Now instead of this, let's give it a display of flex and flex direction of column, then justify content center and align items center. That should fix that. Yeah, done. Now we have the compare image here. The styling is done for that. Now Pokemon types container. Should we fix that first? Let's do that first. Then we'll have the buttons. So width is 100%. Display would be flex. Then flex direction would be column. Then we'll have a gap of 1 rem. Okay, so now I have to again add the Pokemons to contain queue. Now what I'll be doing is I'll style this part afterwards. We'll first style the buttons and then we'll have the content here first, then we'll style that. So for that, compare action buttons should be after, let me check. Okay, compare action buttons should be inside of compare element. So let's find that out. Let me do this and compare element. Okay, just before this, not Pokemon type image, we are gonna add compare action buttons. Display is of grid template columns, repeat 3 1FR, and then width would be 100%, height would be 100% as well. Then we'll select the button and what we'll do is we'll give it a font size of 1.2 rem. Then we'll give it a font weight of 400. Give it a text transform of uppercase. Border of none. Then we'll give it a color of RGB. Color RGB 228, 228, 228. And then cursor would be of pointer, background color, transparent, then letter spacing would be 0.1 rem. Let's give it a border. Let's remove this border none and give it a border here of 1 pixel solid RGBA 255, 255, 255 and 0.647. Now we have the borders. Now let's give it a transition property of 0.3 seconds ease in out, 0.3 seconds ease in out, and now let's select the buttons by nth of type. Nth of type 1 would have, whenever we hover over it, we want to give it a background color of hash 1f51ff. Let's check it. Yeah, background color is there. Okay, we also have to write s here, 0.3 seconds. Save it, and now there would be a transition. Yeah, we have the smooth transition. Also, we'll give it a border color of the same color. That's it. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this and paste it 2 times. I'm going to change this to 2 and this to 3, and I will change the colors respectively. So this would be 27AF0F. Let's copy this, paste it here, and this is going to be let's select them both, and this is going to be E21B58. That's it. Let's check it out. Yeah, working perfectly. So yeah, the buttons are there. Now let's do this part. Let's have this types. Okay, so let's head over to compare container here, and we'll enable this get stats. And what code should be written? I'm just checking it out. Okay, so we'll also have to create first const create stats array equals to, we'll get the types here and stat type. So let's have the Typescript. So this is going to be Pokemon type interface, and this is going to be Pokemon stat type. Pokemon stat type, we haven't defined it. Let's head over to types, and at the bottom export interface Pokemon stat type. So here stat type is just a name and value. Name is of string and value is of string as well. That's it. Now let's head over to compare container, import it, and what we are going to do here is first we'll create const stats array equals to an empty array. Stats array would have a name and image property. So name would be of string, image would be of string as well. Now we'll also create a stats set equals to new set, which would be of type string. That's it. Now what we will do is we'll receive the types here and the stat type, like the name of the stat type, if it is a weakness or resistance, just the string, and then we get all the types. So now what we'll do is we'll loop over types dot for each, and we'll get the type, and this would be of Pokemon type interface, Pokemon type interface. Okay, I made a mistake here. Pokemon type interface, and this would return us nothing for now. So we'll get the keys, is equals to object dot keys, and we'll provide the type here, and we need the 0th element from here. Let's leave it this now, and we are going to call it from here. Just write const data is equals to create stats array and pass in Pokemon dot types, and will pass in the strength parameter strength strength. Okay, that's it. Okay, I made a mistake. So inside our types, the Pokemon stat type doesn't have this value, but instead we have this values of vulnerable, weakness, strength, and resistance. Sorry for that. Please make that change and head over to compare container. And now, yeah, there's no Typescript issue. Okay, so now let's console.log the key here and head over to browser. Okay, stats array. This is going to be an array. Okay, we also have to return from here, so for now we'll just return this. And now let's console, refresh console, head over to search, add the Pokemon, compare, and we get the key of bug in grass. Now what we are going to do is remove this console, and we'll have the type of key and the stat type. The stat type is weakness. Also, let's console the type also, so you can get what we are doing. We need to add to compare queue. Okay, so type is water, image, and everything. So we will head over this strength array from this and get all the types from that and create the images from that. So type of key, which is type of key is water, and of water we need the strength. So again, that is an array, so we'll use for each here and have the stat, which would be a string, return if not stats set dot has stat stats array dot push. I'm going to explain that, give me a minute. Name is stat, image is Pokemon, types of stat dot image, and we have to write the type rule here at ts ignore. Now after this we'll also have stats set dot add stat. Now let me explain everything. So after this for each we are going to check inside the stat set. Okay, we have added this stat inside that. If that has not been added, then this code would be executed. We'll add that stat of like the stat would be this grass, electric, and everything. So if the string has been added inside of that, has not been added inside of that, and we'll add it and we'll push the stats array with name and stat image, and now we are gonna return that stat. Now return stats array, that's it. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove this and we will return React fragments with this code dot Pokemon dash types h4 with h4 with a class name as Pokemon type title, Pokemon type title. This is going to be strength, strength, and we'll have a div with Pokemon type icons, Pokemon type icons. Inside of that we'll use create stats array Pokemon. Oh, let's do one thing, we'll just copy that from here, remove this data, paste it here, and we return that data, and now we'll map over that for component generation. Stat would be image of string, now we'll return a div with we don't need the curly braces, just use this, and we'll return a div with Pokemon type which has an image, and the source would be stat.image. The alternative text would be Pokemon type. Okay, this is stat.image. Class name would be Pokemon type image. That's it. Let's check the browser. I'm gonna close this. Yeah, we have the strength here. That's great. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this divs 3 times, and I'm going to have this strength as resistance, this is going to be vulnerable, and this is going to be weakness. Let's change this stuff also, weakness, vulnerable, and resistance. That's it. We have the data here, but we have to style the CSS. Let's do that. Let's head over to compare container. I'm gonna have this again. So first Pokemon types container, we have the gap, and now align items would be at flex start, and max height would be 100%, and overflow y would be of scroll, and overflow x would be of hidden. And padding bottom would be 1 rem. Let's check that out. Yeah, this is scrollable now. Okay, now this has to be of display grid. Grid template columns would be 25% and 75%. After that, we'll give it a gap of 2 rem and a width of 100%. Let's add this. Then we need to provide the type as display flex. So let's do that, display of flex. Then justify content would be flex send, and align items would be center. Does that work? It did something. Okay, also we have to provide type icons here. So display of flex, then we'll give it a gap of 1 rem. Then what should else be given? Width would be 100%. Yeah, that's work. And anything else? Flex wrap, yeah. Flex wrap would be of wrap. I think that's it. We still have to style this title. So let's do that. The title would be inside of Pokemon types in here. That would be Pokemon type title. We'll give it a display of flex, justify content of flex end. Also will align items of center. Yeah, looking great. Let's add more Pokemon. We have the scroll bar now. Yeah, it's looking great. So everything is complete. Now we just have to add the links here when we click over this. For example, when we click over this view, we'll be redirected this Pokemon. Add would be added to my list, and remove would remove this from the queue. So let's do that. Let's head over to compare container, and for the buttons let's use dispatch. Have I used dispatch? No, let's do that. So const dispatch is equals to use app dispatch. That's it. Now on click would trigger dispatch with remove from compare reducer, and will pass the id as not PID. We'll pass the ID as object, and Pokemon dot ID. Let's check it out now. Remove, yeah, it was removed. Search, compare, remove, search, add, working perfectly. So now let's do this also. On the click of this, we want to navigate to the Pokemon page. So let's do that. And For that we need the use navigate hook. So const navigate is equals to use navigate, imported from React outer DOM, import from RRD, and this is going to be use navigate. That's it. And for this, on click, we want to navigate to /Pokemon $Pokemon.id. Let's check it out. View, yeah, that's working. View, that's working. Now, by clicking on this add button, we want to add that Pokemon to our list. So search page and compare page is completed. Now we will move on to create the my list functionality. So for that, first we have to set up our Firebase account and Firebase inside our React app. So let's do that. So now head over to this website console.firebase.google.com and create a new project. In here we'll write Pokedex, YouTube, continue, select an account, default account for Firebase, create project, wait for the project to be created. Okay, it has been created. Hit continue. Now click over this web icon, web app. This is Pokedex register app. We don't need this hosting, by the way. And now we already did this. I'm gonna copy this and inside of our code base we will have a Firebase config file. Inside the utils, Firebase config, Firebase config.ts, not it's .ts. Now pasting this code. We don't need the analytics. I'm gonna remove that, and this is perfect. We don't need this. And after this, I'm gonna import get auth from Firebase/auth, and after this here I will write export const Firebase auth equals to get auth and pass in our app. Also we'll write export const Firebase db is equals to get firestore, pass an app, and for firestore I'm gonna import that from Firebase/firestore, and this is get firestore. That's it. Copy this, and yeah, that's it. Now let's head over to Firebase again, continue to console, head over to authentication from here, and we are going to enable the Google authentication from here. Google enable, configure the email and save. That's it. Now yeah, we'll do this authorized domains later when we are hosting. Now let's head over to Firestore database. Create database. And okay, we'll start the database in test mode. Choose the default. And yeah, that's it. It's created. Now let's head over here and let's create collections. So collections are just like tables in MySQL. So users ref is equals to collection, and we'll pass in Firebase DB and the name of our collection, which is going to be users. This will store the email IDs of the users, and again we'll do the same for Pokemon list ref is equals to collection Firebase DB, and this is going to be Pokemon list. So this will maintain the list of all the Pokemons. So yeah, that's complete. Now what we are gonna do is we'll head over to my list page. My list, where it is, my list, and we'll remove this my list here and give it a class name of list. And what we'll do is we'll first check if there is any user currently logged in. So we have to maintain that info in our state. So let's head over to our app slice, and in here app initial state, and we are going to add user info here. First, the type, it can be undefined or it can be an object with email as string. That's it. Now let's head over to app slice and user info, which would be undefined as the initial value. And again, what we are going to do here is we'll create a reducer function to set the user status and yeah, set the user status, just that. So what the user status reducer would do is it would set the email ID returned by Firebase. So that's it. So state and action, and this is an arrow function. So state dot user info equals to action dot payload. That's it. Now let's import that from here as well, set user status, and now head over to my list. We'll get the data here first, the user info. So const user info equals to use app selector, grab the app, return the app. That's it. And we'll do the same for Pokemons. So const user Pokemons. I think this is not needed as for now. We'll do that later. And now we'll conditionally check if there is a user that has been logged in. Then we want to show the Pokemon grid, or else we want to show our login component. So first what we'll do is we'll just show our login component. So we have to create that component. Inside the component, login.tsx rfce, head over to my list and render login, not logger, login. That's it. Let's check in our front end. Yeah, we have the login text here. Now let's design the login component. So login component is gonna be pretty simple. Class name login, and inside of that we'll just have a button which would have text login with Google, and we are going to use an icon from React icons. So import icons from React icons FC, and this is going to be FC Google. FC Google, login with Google, and let's do one thing. Let's provide this a class name of login -btn and an on-click handler that would be const handle login equals to async. Let's pass handle login here. That's it. Now let's check the UI. Yeah, we have the UI. Let's do one thing. Let's style this first. We can do everything else afterwards. So first we'll style the list page. Head over to list. Okay, we have to create that page. New file underscore list dot SCSS. Import that inside index. Import list. Head over to list, and with list we have height as 100%, width as 100%, then we have max width of 100% as well, and we'll give it a color of white and a text transform of uppercase. That's it. Okay, didn't need any change because we have the button here. So now let's do one thing. Head over to components and we'll create the login partial, login.scss. Import that inside here. Import not a URL, it's login.scss. Head over to login.scss, and here we'll write the code for styling. So dot login, display flags, justify content, not justify self, justify content center, align items center. Yeah, the button is inside the center. Now let's give it a height of 100% and a width of 100%. I don't think that's working. Now let me do one thing. Let's have background color as red. Okay, so let's head over to here, and okay, we had the wrong class name. Yeah, things are working now. Let's head over to login.scss, remove this color, and let's select btn and give it a background color of transparent. Then we'll give it a color of white. Then we'll give it a font size of 1.5 rem, text transform of uppercase, and padding of 1 rem, I think. Padding of 1 rem. Then I'll give it a border of 5 pixels, solid, transparent, and what else? No, it's not transparent, it's white. Let's give it a border radius also. No, border radius is not required. Let's give it a display of flex, justify content of center, align items center, a gap of 1 rem, and a transition of 0.4 seconds is in out. Also the SVG would have font size of 3 rem. It's a rem, and font weight would be 700. Let's also give it a letter spacing 0.2 rem. Now that's looking great now, and after this, whenever we hover over this, we want the border radius of 3 rem and border width of 10 pixels. Let's try it. Yeah, that's working. Now let's change the colors of the border. So border top color would be red, border bottom color would be green, then border left color would be yellow, and border right color would be blue. Let's test it. Okay, I made a mistake. This is border bottom. Okay, that's working. Also we have to give a cursor pointer. That works. Now what is left is when we click over this button, we want to log in into Firebase. So for that, let's write the code. Head over to login.tsx, and on the on click here, first we'll get the provider from Firebase. So we would be getting new Google Auth provider, and then we'll have const equals to await sign in with pop-up. We'll pass in the Firebase auth and pass in the Google provider that we just created, and from this what we are gonna get is the user, and from user we are gonna get the email and the user ID, that is UID. Now after this, if there is an email, then what we'll do is we'll have the Firestore query equals to query users ref, where user ID double equals to user ID. Okay, so let's import the query and the where function. I'll explain this code in a minute. Let me write it first. So fetch user equals to await get docs and firestore query. Now if fetch user dot docs dot length triple equals to 0, then await add doc to collection. Instead of this, we'll just have users ref. Would this work? Expected 2 argument. Okay, we'll just write collection Firebase DB and users. Okay, that would work. We have to pass the function, so users ref, not the function but the object, so user ID, and the other would be email. And after this, give me a minute, I'm just checking the code. Okay, so after this we will dispatch the set user status as email, and let's grab dispatch use app dispatch. Okay, set user status and email. Let's head over to app slice. Action would be we'll deal with that later. Okay, so I found it. It's not dispatch event, it's just dispatch function. Okay, so what I have written here is, first we grab the provider from Firebase providers. So this is the Google auth provider. Then we will sign in with pop-up and pass the Firebase auth and this provider. From here we will get the email ID of the user and the user ID. Then if there is an email returned in here, then what we'll do is, first we'll create a Firestore query which will check if there is inside the users ref collection, is there any user with the given user ID, and will then fire this query using get docs. And if any user is returned here, if any user is not written here, that means that this is a new user and we will add that user to our users collection. Or else what we'll do is, we'll just set the user status as email, so our user would be logged in. So let me do this, login with Google. Kishan Sheth. It should work. It's done. Now let's head over to Firebase and I am going to refresh this. Let's check if the data is here. Yeah, the user is here and the email is also here. So yeah, our functionality is working. Now what I'm gonna do is, okay, so now what we will do is, we'll write the code to add the Pokemon to our Firebase database. So I'll create a new reducer which is add Pokemon to list.ts, and this is again an async thunk. So export const add Pokemon to list equals to create a sync thunk, and we'll pass the Pokemon / add Pokemon, and after this we'll have a sync, and this is going to be an arrow function. Now inside the async we'll get the Pokemon, and from the Pokemon we have ID inside that Pokemon which is of number. Then we have name of that Pokemon which is a string. Then we have types again, and that is Pokemon type interface, or we can have that as string. Then we have stats, I think that's optional, and we'll have Pokemon stats type. Do we have that interface? Pokemon stat. We have to create that interface. Export type Pokemon stats type. This is not a type interface, I'm sorry. And in here, that is that. We are going to define this afterwards. We'll just writing this first. And now after this destructuring, we will get the get state from Redux Toolkit. So that's a function of Redux Toolkit, and we'll get the dispatch method from Redux Toolkit. And now let's wrap the code inside try catch error console.log error. Inside the try block, we'll get the state that we need. Const is equals to get state as root state, and from here we need app, and inside of app we need the user info, and again we need the Pokemon, and from Pokemon we need user Pokemons. So we haven't defined that, so let's head over to get not get Pokemon setup, Pokemon slice, and create this user Pokemons here. So user Pokemons is an empty array first, and what was the type inside it? User Pokemons. So that is going to be user Pokemons type. Pokemon type user Pokemons, and we already created that, the one with this, yes, user Pokemons type. We have created that. We'll use it, user Pokemons type. And while we are here, let's create this Pokemon stats type. So this is name with string and value as string as well. That's it. Now let's head over to Pokemon slice. Yeah, user Pokemon should be empty. So get Pokemon data. Not get Pokemon data. We want to add Pokemon to list. Add Pokemon to list, and we grab the user info and user Pokemons. Now what we'll do is user info dot email. So there is, if there is no user info and email, we want to return with a dispatch method, and we'll set the toast that please log in in order to add Pokemon to your collection. That's it. Now after this, we'll find index equals to user Pokemons dot find index user Pokemon, have type of user Pokemon's type, and return user, not user info, user Pokemon dot name triple equals to Pokemon dot name. So what we are going to do is we are just checking inside the user Pokemon's array. So user Pokemon's array has all the Pokemons that the user has added. So we haven't implemented the functionality to get the user Pokemons from Firebase initially. So initially this would be empty. So still we are finding the index of the Pokemon. Like if we are adding Pikachu and we are checking if the Pikachu is already inside the user Pokemons. So if it is inside the user Pokemons, it would return the index as greater than -1, and if it is not, then it will return an index of -1. So we will check if the index triple equals to -1, then we want to add that inside the user Pokemons. So let types string equals to empty array. After that, let's do one thing. Types equal to Pokemon dot types as string. What is this? Okay, it's assigned a value, but it's never used. Now we'll do one thing. Await add doc and pass in the Pokemon list ref, and Pokemon would be id with Pokemon.id and name would be Pokemon Pokemon.name, and types, that's it, and await dispatch get user Pokemons. We just have to comment this because we haven't created this. We'll just create it and enable this. Now we'll dispatch that set toast with return dispatch set toast, and what should be the toast? So it should be a template string with Pokemon dot name added to your collection, and we'll have an else block here. We'll copy this, paste it, and here we'll write already part of your collection. That's it. Now let's try to add a Pokemon. Where is the Pokemon not loaded? Okay, it's loaded, and we have to dispatch the event from here. So let's do that also. Let's head over to, which component was that? Pokemon grid. Yeah, it was Pokemon card grid. And here FA plus on click event, and we want to dispatch the add Pokemon to list reducer and pass in the data. That's it. Let's try it out. Add Mr. Mime to collection. Please log in order to add Pokemon to your collection. My list. Log in with Google. search Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime added to your collection. Great. Now let's head over to our Firebase and check it out. Refresh. And we have the Pokemon list and Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime, yeah, Mr. Mime is here with the types. That's it. Mr. Mime. Yeah. Now let's head over here and let's grab the user Pokemons inside the search.tsx, not search, compare. Okay, my list, sorry. And const equals to use app selector Pokemon, return Pokemon, and in here we need the user Pokemons. Again, let's have the conditional if user info, then we want to render Pokemon card grid with the Pokemons as user Pokemons, and if there is no user info, we need to display the login. Okay, it's not showing up. Let's inspect console. I think I need to refresh this. Okay, we haven't written the code for fetching the user Pokemons, so that's still left, and we need to fix this. If the user is already logged in once, then we don't want to show this component. So for that, we need to head over to app.tsx, app.tsx, and in here we'll have a use effect hook. Use effect. This would run with dispatch and will have on auth state changed. That's in function from Firebase. So it will grab the Firebase authentication after a refresh. If the user is already logged in, we'll get the current user from here. And if there is a current user, we want to dispatch that to our Redux store. Set user status as email, current user dot email. That's it. Now, yeah, the login has been gone. Let's refresh this. Yeah, it's gone. It's working. Now let's write the code to fetch the user Pokemons here. So what I'm gonna do is reduce a new file, get user Pokemons.ts. So let's grab the user Pokemons. So for that, export const get user Pokemons equals to create async thunk, and this is going to be Pokemon slash user list async args async arguments, and we need the get state. Now let's wrap everything in try and catch. Console.log, or what should we write it here? Console.log, yeah. Console.log error. and inside the try block, first let's get the user info. So first const equals to get state as root state, and this would have app. From app we need the user info, and now what we'll do is we'll check if there is no user info dot email, then we want to return from here. That's it. And now let's write our Firebase queries to fetch all the Pokemons of the current user. So let's do that. So now let's write the firestore query. Firestore query is equals to query. Make sure that query function is imported from Firebase. We'll pass in Pokemon's list ref. That's the name of our collection, and we'll pass the where clause with the where function. And here we want to pass email double equals to, not this, we want this inside a string, and user info dot email, and after this let's fetch the Pokemons with firing that query. Fetched Pokemons equals to await get docs. Make sure that it is imported get docs, and pass in the firestore query. Now if the fetched Pokemons dot docs dot length is greater than 0, then we want to loop over that docs and get the Pokemons. So I'm creating a user Pokemons array which is of type user Pokemon type. It's an empty array, and now we are gonna loop over fetch Pokemons dot for each and async Pokemon. Now let's write const Pokemons equals to await Pokemon dot Pokemon. Okay, there's a mistake here. Async. This is Pokemon dot data. This is a function. Let's call this function, and we want dot Pokemon from this. Now the image code would be the same as we written before. Pokemon dot id. Let's import these images, and if there is not an image if there is not an image, then we want image equals to default images of Pokemon dot id. That's it. We also have to write the ts ignore here. Ts ignore, same for here. And now after this we'll get the types. Const types equals to Pokemon dot types dot map. Name would be of string, and in here we'll have the ts ignore again, and name would be the key of the object, and Pokemon of name. Sorry, that's it. So pokemons.types.map. What is the error here? Property type does not exist on query. Not sure why there is this error. Pokemon.types.map. Let's ignore that error for now. I'll resolve that afterwards. Now user Pokemons dot push, and I will have dot Pokemons, and then we'll add Firebase ID as Pokemon.id, and we'll add the image and the types. Now after this, we'll return user Pokemons and we'll create a new extra reducer and builder.add case. And what we'll do inside that is we'll just save this user Pokemons inside the Redux Toolkit, and okay, so if the fetched Pokemon's length is 0, then what we'll do is we'll just return an empty array. Return empty array, that's it. And we need to resolve this Pokemon.types.map. Not sure why is the error here. Let's do the TS ignore. Let's check it out here. Okay, I still have to head over to Pokemon slice, builder.add case, get user Pokemons.fulfilled, state action, and we want state dot user Pokemons is equals to action dot payload. That's it. I'm gonna refresh the page. Okay, state dot user Pokemons is not assignable to type. Let me check that. What's the error? Okay, so we'll tell explicitly that this is not undefined. This is gonna return a value. Reload, and this is still not getting the data. I think we forgot to get the user Pokemons, so we also have to call this reducer. I'll just check it out. Okay, so let's head over to my list and have a use effect hook here. Use effect, import that from React. Use effect, and in here we'll dispatch. Okay, we do need the dispatch, so const dispatch is equals to use app dispatch. We are going to dispatch get user Pokemons method reducer, and this is going to run whenever there is a user info change or the dispatch method change. Let's check it out. Still nothing. Let's do one thing. I am gonna create a new use effect, and in here console.log user Pokemons, and this is going to change whenever the user Pokemons change. Reload. Okay, let's reload this again. So this is being set as undefined. Why is that? Still user Pokemons is array of 0. Let's add a Pokemon inside the collection. Add my list. Refresh this. Let's do one thing. Now I'm gonna head over to the get user Pokemons first. Also, when we add the Pokemon, we want to call this. We have already written inside the add Pokemon to list get user Pokemons after the Pokemon has been added. Now get inside the get user Pokemons. Now I think there would be an error because of this. Give me a minute. Okay, so I've found the issue. So inside the add Pokemon to list, we are not passing any kind of email here. So we have to pass email user info dot email here, and we will try to add any Pokemon to the list now. Let me refresh this. Is it making any API calls? Yeah, it is making. So yeah, add, and add. Let's close this. Head over to my list. Inspect, console. Okay, undefined of map. I think this is from here. Let's check it out now. Get user Pokemons and let's remove this TS ignore. Pokemon dot types. Okay. Const types equals to Pokemon dot types dot map. Let me do one thing. I'm gonna replace this code with the one I have written. Oh, there is no error here. Okay, so that was Pokemons, not the Pokemon. I'm sorry about that. Pokemons. Save it. And let's try it out now. Still any error? Yeah, we do have error. Pokemon types is not defined. Okay. We have to import this. It should work now. Oh, we have any other error. Cannot read properties of undefined image. Let's do one thing. Let's console user Pokemons from here. Console dot log user Pokemons. Is it reaching here or it's not? Yeah, it is reaching here, and the user Pokemons are still empty. Why is that? Let me try to resolve this issue. Give me a minute. Okay, so I made a mistake in add Pokemon to list. So in here, when I had this types, there was the issue here. So I'll remove this, and instead of that, I'm gonna paste an code block. If there is no Pokemon.stats in the current object, Then I'm gonna for each and get the keys of everything and push it inside this types, or else I'm just gonna pass in the Pokemon.types. So that's it. So this was because I have written this code because this comes from the Pokemon page. So in the evolution page, so we haven't designed that yet. So for handling that, this is the else block, and for our scenario that was that. And again inside the get user Pokemons here, you have to replace this everything, uh, Pokemon.id. Here Pokemons are there, and again here that is Pokemon.id. So replace Pokemon.id with Pokemons.id. That's it. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete this collection Pokemon list, delete, and now let's start everything fresh. My list, login, and now head over to search. Let's add some Pokemons to the list. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's add some more Pokemons. Let's head over to my list. And yeah, we have the Pokemons of our list here. It's here now. So let's try the compare functionality. Rotom has been added to queue. Yeah, that's working. So all that is left is to delete the Pokemon from your custom list. So let's do that. So now let's create a new reducer, which is remove Pokemon from user list.ts and export const remove Pokemon is equals to create a sync thunk, and this is going to be Pokemon slash remove and a sync id and this is going to be id would be string. We just need the id, Firebase id, and then that's it. Now let's wrap the try catch, the usual stuff, error console.log error, and what I'm gonna do is await delete doc Pokemon list ref and just pass in the id. As simple as that. Make sure the doc is imported, and what I'm going to do is return the id from here. Now inside the Pokemon slice we are going to write the code for this. So we'll add a new case, builder.add case. This is going to be remove remove Pokemon here dot fulfilled, and we need the state action and what I'm going to do is remove the id that we just received in the action.payload from the user Pokemon. So const user Pokemon is equals to spread the state dot user Pokemons and find the index of the Pokemon and just splice it. Very usual stuff that we do in JavaScript. User Pokemons dot find the index, get the Pokemon inside it, and compare the Pokemon dot Firebase ID, Pokemon dot Firebase ID triple equals to action dot payload action.payload dot id. That's it. Now we have got the id, and now user Pokemon dot splice index and 1. After that, state dot user Pokemons equals to user Pokemon. That's it. It's completed. Now let's try this functionality inside our Pokemon card grid. Let's head over to Pokemon card grid. In here, trash, we need to add on click dispatch remove Pokemon, and what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pass in id as data dot Firebase id. That's it. Let's check it. I'm gonna delete this magmotor. Okay, that's not working. The last of the Pokemon is being deleted, not the one that we want to delete. Okay, and it's also not being deleted from Firebase. Delete. Index of is not a function. Okay. Let's head over to remove Pokemon. And in here, await, delete doc Pokemon list ref and id. Let's grab console.log id. Delete. We are getting the 479 id, so not sure we need that id. Pokemon card grid id is data.firebase id. Okay, let's use this as async and await this. Let's try it again. If that was the issue, reload this. Delete. Index of is not a function, and this should be the Firebase ID, not this one. You get user Pokemons. Inside here we have the Firebase ID as Pokemons.id. Okay, let's go to the Firebase here now. Users, I'm gonna reload this. Pokemon list. Okay, so we are getting this ID, and that seems to work. There, remove Pokemon from user list console.id, delete document doc, Pokemon list ref, and we are passing the ID. I think we have to pass this ID in here. Let me fix this, give me a minute. Okay, so I found the issue. It was because of this. This was not Pokemons.id, this is Pokemon.id. So let's try it now. delete. Yeah, it was deleted. That's working. Delete, delete. And let's head over to my list again. Yeah, Pokemons are not there. Let's reload it. Yeah, they are not there. So it's working. Now we just have to add the toast notification, and when we head over to compare, if we add any Pokemon to the compare list, and we have to add from there too. So add this to head over to compare, and we can add the Pokemon from here. Let's do the functionality that too, and the logout functionality. So first is the toast notification of removed Pokemon. So Pokemon card grid. After this, we are going to dispatch. What should be the message? Okay, dispatch set toast as Pokemon removed successfully. That's it. Goes to async, and this should be wrapped inside a curly braces. That's it. Let's remove our Pokemon. Delete. Pokemon removed successfully. Now I'm going to copy this at Pokemon list data and head over to compare container, and from here on click of this button, dispatch add Pokemon to list, and we'll just pass the Pokemon. That's it. Now let's do the same from here. Add and add over there. Yeah, that's working. That's done. Now let's delete this. Let's try to delete all the Pokemons. Yeah, that's working. Don't have any error. Let's add some more, and let's sign out now. Let's develop the functionality of sign out. So for sign out, we have to head over to the footer section. Footer section. Footer.tsx, and on the click of this we want to call our sign out function. So let's create a function. Const handle log out is equals to arrow function, and on click we want to log out, handle log out, and in here first we'll call the sign out method provided by Firebase. Make sure that it is imported from Firebase auth sign out, and we'll pass Firebase auth in here, so that handles the sign out from Firebase. Now we'll dispatch an event. For that we need the const dispatch is equals to use app dispatch and dispatch. So what we are going to do is we'll set the user status as undefined again. Undefined, set user status, and dispatch and toast notification for the user's logout status. Set toast, and this is going to be logged out successfully from Firebase. That's it. Let's check logout. Logged out successfully from Firebase. Okay, that was working, and go to my list. Yeah, that's working. Refresh. That's working. Now let's log in again. We have the Pokemons. Now let's log out. Yeah, so our my list functionality is also completed. Now Let's head over to here and create this about page. That's a very small page and it would take around 10 to 15 minutes to complete. Let's do that first. So now I'm inside the about page, and in here let's give the class name as about. Let's remove this about text. Have image. src would be avatar image, so that for that I'm going to import that from avatar image from assets avatar, it's kishan.jpg, and this is going to be avatar image avatar. That's it. Now we'll have h1 with h1 dot profile text. This is going to have hi, I am Kishan Sheth. h2 with profile text. This is going to have the creator of this awesome Pokedex. After this, an h4 with a profile text again, profile text, and this is going to be this project is created for YouTube for my channel Kishan Sheth. That's it. And we need some profile link, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just copy that, because that's some static stuff and you can just write it by yourself. We just imported the three icons of YouTube, GitHub and LinkedIn, and have the profile links, wrapped it around an anchor tag, have the href as the link, and have the icons. Save it and let's head over to browser. That's me, and we need to style me. So I'm gonna shrink this and we will head over to components and pages, and yeah, we'll create underscore about dot scss. Inside the index.scss, import that about .scss, and inside the about we'll have about, and what should I write there? I'm not sure about that. Yeah. So about initially will select the ampersand image. I think this should be given the name profile. Yeah, because we can select with ampersand. So this is profile and ampersand image. So what should I give it here? Let's give this a height of 15 rem. That is not working. Let me do one thing. Background color red, or display of, yeah, background color was that, so that's working. Let's remove this, and this is ampersand image. Did I give the class name here to the image? Profile image, no, I haven't given the class name. So class name profile image. Let's head over to about.scss. The height is there, height 15 rem, and a border radius of 10 rem. Let me do one thing. I'm going to have the other styles first. Display flex, flex direction column, justify content center, align items center. We have to give it a height of 100%. Yeah, that's in the center now. Let me have this window here. Let me shrink this so you can see the styles in real time. Height 100%, and let's give this a gap of 2 rem. Gap 2 rem, color white, margin top of 2rem. That's it. Now let's have the ampersand text. So this is going to have text transform of uppercase. After that we'll have letter spacing as 0.2 rem, and we'll select the H1 and give it a font size of 4 rem. Okay, that's looking great. Now after this ampersand image, we'll select the ampersand links and give it a display of flex, border radius of, I think, no, border radius is not needed here. We'll just give it a gap of 2 rem, then margin top of 2 rem, and select the anchor tags, give it a color. So this is going to be var accent color, and let's select the SVG, give it a font size of 3 rem, and let's give this a cursor of pointer. That's it. Let's click on one of the link, GitHub, yeah, that's opening, and yeah, this is styled. So yeah, this is also complete. The about page is complete. So all that is left is this Pokemon page, the main highlight after hours of hard work. Load. Okay. So now let's do this. So now let's create this Pokemon page here. So for that I have created a starter file. You can find this inside the gist. Just copy this pokemon.tsx, and actually I had recorded this, but the recording was corrupted, so I just copy paste the code. So I'll just explain you the code one by one. So this is not all of the code, this is just the basic code. So initially we have this use effect, this one, which will run first, and in here we have created an image element and set the image element source as images.params.id. So what this params.id is, this is that params is equals to use params, and this is from React Router DOM, and this will get the id from the URL. So that was defined in the React Router DOM. And now after this we'll getting the image elements .src, then this is the options for the library extract colors. So you need to install this library yarn add extract colors, that would extract the colors from an image element. So that's it, just install that and start your application. Then these are the options, you just have to define these options. No need to understand these options, just type it. I will just copy this from the documentation of the extract colors package. Then I've created this function to get the color. So we are getting const color is equals to await extract colors, and this is going to be image element dot src, and again we'll pass in this options here. After that I'm getting the root of our React application and setting the CSS variable accent color as the color that we got from this colors package, and I'll show you the accent colors. What that mean is, these is the accent colors. This what this library will do is get the image and get the most dominant color of that image, which is this blue color, and set all the accent of our application to this color. So we have used the accents here, we've also used it here. You can see that accents are here and that accent color got changed. Now we also use that here. Now when we go to search, let the Pokemon data to load, and we are not getting any images. Let me reload this. There could be problem with my internet connection. Inspect network. Okay, the images are blank. Okay, they are being loaded slowly. Yeah, they are being loaded. So I'm gonna select this Pokemon, and now it will load the Pokemon page. So now it set the accent color to this pink. So that was the code for that, this accent color. And in our application we haven't set this again, but this is being set of this green color. So we'll search for another Pokemon now. For example, have this app Pokemon, and we'll head to about, and we have accent colors here. So we still need to fix the accent colors in our application. We'll do that now. What I'm going to do is, here I'm going to call this get Pokemon info and passing the image element here. So what this get Pokemon info is, it calls multiple APIs to get the data. So actually we are just calling 3 APIs here. So I'm going to show you. So also head over to constants.ts, and in here I've added two more routes, which is Pokemon route and Pokemon species route. The Pokemon route is Pokemon API / Pokemon, just simple, and Pokemon species route is Pokemon API and Pokemon species, and we have used that here, Pokemon route and Pokemon species route. So now we are getting the data from Pokemon route, and from that data we need the data encounters. So what that means is, that will get us the location where the Pokemon, the user can find that Pokemon. So that is inside the data dot location area encounters. So we need that, and after that we also called the evolution chain URL to get the Pokemon data, and we also get from this we get the evolution URL, and we call that to get the evolution data. Now for encounters we have the data encounters, and we had this for each to get the array. Let me remove this console. Then for Pokemon abilities, we again had the map, and inside that we have abilities and move. And for evolution we have a recursive function. I'm going to go to that, get evolution data. Yeah, this is the function get evolution data, that's on the same file, get evolution data. And what this will do is, it will call this recursive function. So this has a base condition and will push the data and call the function accordingly. So that's pretty simple JavaScript. And yeah, that's it. And we are grabbing the evolution level from evolution. We are going to pass this evolution level here, and we are just finding the evolution level by Pokemon.name equals to data.name, and we are having this here. So I'll just display up the console, and we have the Pokemon data here. That's it. That's it. Now let's have this accent colors fixed throughout the application. So For that, first let's head over to compare.scss, compare.scss, and this is going to be compare element, not compare SCSS, compare element, and empty component, border radius, not border radius, we need the border. Let's give here 1 pixel solid where accent color, and let's give this a margin also, margin 1 rem. That's not working. Let me remove this and let me check. Give me a minute. Okay, I'm sorry, we already have applied this accent color to background color. We don't have to give any border. These are already being applied here. If we go to compare, yeah, this is applied here, so we don't have to make any changes here. Sorry for that. Now let's get to this navbar.scss, and change this background color to where accent color. That's not working. Underline, background color is this. Let me refresh it. Let's head over to Pokemon. Yeah, that's working now. Now I think let's log in. Do we have to do anything here? I don't think. Okay, not here. And inside this about, we have a border here. So let's go to about.scss. So the color here is white, and for the border, okay, so inside the image we'll set this border with accent color, and we'll also give it a padding of 1 rem. Let's check it out now. Yeah, that's working. This is looking great. Let's check if the colors are changing again. Yeah, the colors are changing. Okay, that's it. So our accent color is done. Now let's create this tabbing structure here. I'm talking about this one. So let's create that tabbing structure. So now for tabbing structure, I have created this base values. So let's copy this. This is inside Pokedex snippets. Copy, and what I will do here is inside the footer first, footer.tsx, I'm going to paste it and have this routes here, and this Pokemon tabs should go inside constants because those are constants value, and inside the footer we are going to import this Pokemon tabs. That's it. And now inside the data, let's map this Pokemon tabs. So in here goes our UL, and then we'll have routes dot map, and inside of here we get the route. We'll return li. This is li. The key would be route.name, and we'll also give it a class name of dynamic, but we'll do that after setting the state. So on click, for now we don't want to do anything, just have that on click handler there. And now route dot value, let's head over to our here, refresh this. Okay, we have that here, but we need to style this. So let's head over to footer.scss, footer.scss, and let me shrink this. Okay, now let's control V, and inside the footer, inside the data, I'm going to have a UL, give it a display of grid, color of white, that's here, list style type would be none, and grid template columns would be repeat 4 and 1 FR. That's great. Now let's give it a height of 100% as well. After that, let's select the LI, give it a text transform of uppercase. After that, let's give it a font weight of 500. After that, let's give that a letter spacing of 0.2 down. That would look good. And let's center it. Display flags, justify, content center, align items, center. That's it. After that, let's give it a cursor of pointer, cursor pointer, and let's give it a transition property, transition 0.3 seconds is in out. And when we hover over this, we want the background color to wear accent color. Let's check it. Yeah, that's working. Now, initially the selected one would have the accent color. So for that, let's do that also. After this, dot active is going to have a background color of where accent color. So that would not show up now because there is no active class on any of the route. So now let's do the functionalities first inside the routes. So when we head over to here, then also this is showing. We only want to show this when we head over to Pokemon. So let's do that. So we will map this only when the location dot route is of Pokemon. So for that we need to use the use location. Const location equals to use location, and import from React router DOM use location, and here we'll check location dot path name triple equals to slash Pokemon, and then this. That's it. Let's head over to compare. Okay, we have to use the includes here. Includes this route. Yeah, that is working now. Now let's have this tabbing structure. When we click over this, we want to change the page here. So for that, inside the pages, where is pages? inside the pages here, I'm going to create a new folder named as Pokemon pages, and inside of that I'm going to create description.tsx rfce. Then I am going to create a location.tsx, I think. Location.tsx rfce, then new file, and this is going to be evolution.tsx rfce. Then the last one is going to be capable moves.tsx, again rfce. That's it. Now let's head over to pokemon.tsx. Not pokemon.tsx, I think we need to go to app slice to set the route app slice, and inside app slice we will go to app initial state, and here we'll add a new value. Current Pokemon tab is going to be string. That's it. And inside the app slice, current Pokemon tab is going to be I think one of the constants value, which is Pokemon tabs dot description. Yeah, that's it. And now we'll also from here have a reducer set Pokemon tab, which is going to have state and action. Now state dot user info, no, state dot Pokemon tab is equals to action dot payload. Also we have to export this from here, set Pokemon tab, and now let's head over to pokemon.tsx. And in here, instead of this, we'll have the conditionals. Like first, let's check the current Pokemon tab. Also, yeah, we need to grab the current Pokemon tab from use app selector. Const current Pokemon tab is going to be use app selector destructured app and return app. Now let's check current Pokemon tab triple equals to Pokemon tabs dot description. If it is correct, then we want to render the description component. That's it. Now I'm going to copy this 3 times and change the things accordingly. This is going to be evolution, and if it is evolution, we need the evolution component. Now this is going to be moves, and if it is move, then we need the capable moves. And after this, locations, then location, not location, this one. Yeah, that's it. Let's check it out here. So we have the description. When we head over to evolution, okay, we also have to use the use navigate in the footer. So let's head over to footer, and on click, not use navigate, we have to dispatch the state. So for that we have the dispatch, and what we will do here is dispatch set Pokemon tab, and this is going to be route.name, I think. Route.name, and let's check it out. When I select evolution, yeah, that is changing. Evolution, catching. So we have location, capable moves, in description. Now let's add the active class, and for that I am going to get over to Pokemon, and I'm going to copy this current Pokemon tab, copy, head over to footer, and in here after dispatch this, and also import use app selector. Now inside the route, this is going to be dynamic, and we'll check if current Pokemon tab triple equals to route dot name. If it is correct, then we want to pass the active class, or else we'll pass an empty string. So yeah, the active tab is working. So we are changing the tabs now, and we have the different pages here. So now let's develop the evolution page, then we'll do the catching page, and then capable moves, and then the description page at the last. So let's do that. So now let's head over to evolution.tsx. In here we don't have to do much. We'll just reuse the Pokemon card grid component, but first let's do certain things. So first we'll have const dispatch is equals to use app dispatch. Then we'll need a state for maintaining if the APIs are loaded or not. So for that I'm going to use state snippet. So this is going to be is loaded, set is loaded, and use state again. Initially this would be false. Now we have to import the use state and use effect hook. Use state and use effect hook. Now let's use them. So use effect, we want to run it once, and we'll run it when the dispatch method is available, and we also need the Pokemon current Pokemon. So we haven't set that in the state. I think inside the Pokemon.tsx, did we set that? Set Pokemon? No, we are just consoling it, so we have to set it. So we'll just head over to Pokemon slice, and current Pokemon is going to be undefined first, and let's define the type of the current Pokemon. So let's head over to types.ts, and in here current Pokemon, what name did we give that? Current Pokemon. Let's copy this and paste it here. Current Pokemon, yeah, it's perfect. And the type would be current Pokemon type, or else it would be undefined. So we have to define the interface of current Pokemon. So we are going to use export interface current Pokemon type, and in here goes the ID as number, then name as string, then we'll use types as Pokemon type interface, yeah, and image would be string, in image would be string, then we have stats as Pokemon stats, Pokemon stat, not stat, we have to use stats type. Did we define that? Yeah, we have that name and value. Then we have encounters, which is going to be string array. Then we will have evolution, which is going to be level as the number, and Pokemon, and this is going to be name string, URL string. That's it. Now we have Pokemon abilities, which is going to be object of abilities, which is of string array, and moves, which is again of string array. That's it. Now let's head over to Pokemon Slice, and in here we'll add set current Pokemon as state, not stat, state and action. This is going to be an arrow function, and state dot current Pokemon. So maybe state dot current Pokemon. That's not showing. Why is that? Let me see this, and oh, we have to pass. No, that should work. Okay, I've added this current Pokemon type inside app slice, I think. So this should be inside the Pokemon type initial state. That's it. Now let's head over to Pokemon Slice. We have this here, and state dot current Pokemon is equals to action dot payload. That's it. And let's export this. Set current Pokemon, and let's head over to Pokemon.psx, and instead of this console, we are going to replace this with dispatch method. Dispatch, and this is going to be set current Pokemon. We will just add this here. That's it. We also have to add dispatch here. That's it. Now let's head over to evolution and get the current Pokemon. Const current Pokemon is equals to use app selector. We need the Pokemon and return the Pokemon. That's it. Now let's check for current Pokemon, and when we have the current Pokemon, what we are going to do is evolution and create a fetch data function. Fetch data is equals to async, and call that fetch data. And now in here what I'm going to do is const Pokemons equals to Pokemon data, not Pokemon data. This is going to be current Pokemon dot map, not current Pokemon, current Pokemon dot evolution dot map. What is the error? Map does not exist on type. Okay, so inside the types.ts, inside this evolution, this is going to be an array. Pokemon abilities, yeah, that's going to be an array. And now head over to evolution.tsx, and in here we need the destructure the Pokemon, and what I'm going to do is I am going to just return this Pokemon, so I don't need that curly braces. That's it. Now we have the Pokemons, and what I'm going to do is await dispatch and get Pokemon's data and pass in the Pokemon's evolution Pokemons. And what is this? argument of type name URL is not assignable to generic Pokemon type. Pokemon says name URL are undefined. Okay, this is not going to be undefined. We know for sure. And after this, we'll set is loaded to true. And now, first we'll check if is loaded is true, and then we'll have Pokemon card grid and pass in the Pokemons as random Pokemons, and random Pokemons would be from inside this use app selector. So random Pokemons. Okay, this is again not going to be undefined. That's it. And class name would be the page, and let's head over to base.scss. In here I'm going to add a class page and give it a height of 100% and a width of 100%, and let's go to our UI and head over to evolution, and we have the evolution data. So let's head over to one of this Pokemon. Yeah, we are into 3, and I think whenever we click on any of this Pokemon, we want to change the route. So let's do that. Let's head over to Pokemon card grid, and where we have the onClick function, navigate data.id, and we will also dispatch a method dispatch set Pokemon type. So dispatch of set Pokemon tab as Pokemon tabs dot description, and after this we'll again dispatch set current Pokemon as undefined, because we need to reload the data of the Pokemon that we are clicking. So I'm going to click on Venusaur, and we are here, and the data would be reloaded. We'll head over to evolution, Ivysaur. That's working. Let's head over here. Evolution, yeah, that's working. Now let's add this to compare and compare. Yeah, that's working too. Okay, let's add this to our list. Ivysaur and Venusaur added to your collection. My list, Ivysaur and Venusaur. Let's delete Ivysaur and Venusaur. Pokemon, add. Let's head over there again. That's working. So evolution page is completely working now. Now we have to do is catching and keepable pages. So for catching, let's head over to locations.tsx, and in here I'm gonna get the Pokemon data and current Pokemon. This is going to be pretty simple. So const Pokemon data is use app selector, and inside of this Pokemon current Pokemon So we have the Pokemon data, and after this let's give this a class name of Pokemon locations. This is going to be UL and class name, Pokemon, locations, list. Then I'm gonna map Pokemon data dot map, not Pokemon data dot encounters dot map. Then have encounter which is of type string and return an li. The key would be the encounter value, and class name would be Pokemon location, and this is going to be encounter. That's it. Now let's head over to catching. We have the different locations here, so all that is left is to style this component. So let's head over to pages and add a new page which is going to be location.scss, and inside the index.scss I am going to import location.scss. Now I'm going to shrink this so that you can see, and head over to locations.scss. So in here, first we have Pokemon dash locations, which is going to have width of 100% and a height of 100%. Then we have Pokemon locations list is list style type of none. Then we'll give it a color of white for now, color of white. Then what should we do? We'll give it a display of grid template columns of repeat 4 and 1 apart, grid auto rows property with 150 pixels, and after this we'll have gap of 1 rem. We'll give it a padding of 1 rem. We will also give it a width of 100%, and after that, when it overflows, we want to give it a scroll property and give it a height of 100%. After this, we have the Pokemon location, Pokemon dash location, which is going to have height of 100%, then a padding of 2 rem. Font size would be extra large. After that, we will give it a background color of RGBA 255 255 255, and this is going to be 0.125, not just 0.125. That's it. And after this, we'll give it a border radius of 1 rem. Also box shadow, I don't think box shadow is required. I'll just give it a display of flex, justify content center, and align items center. Let's look great, and let's give it a cursor of pointer. And now let's head over to here. We also have to create this Pokemons here first. Whenever the route changes, we have to dispatch to clear the Pokemons. Let's head over to this. Head over to catching. We need some more data. So let's have this Pokemon. There's nothing for catching. Let's load no catching information. Okay, it's there. It was being loaded. We have to grab a common Pokemon. Let's have this Polybag catching. Yeah. And this is not scrollable. We gave overflow vibe of scroll, width of 100%. Let me check a minute. Still not scrollable. Why is that? Let's give this a height of 10 rem first. And let's see the scroll bar appears. Yeah, it is appearing. So the parent component meets the height, I think. Let's give this a 80 viewport height. I think if that would work. Yeah, that's working. 80 viewport height, because this is 80 viewport height container. This is 10 viewport, this is 10 viewport, and this is 80 viewport height. So yeah, that's working. Now we'll head over to Pokemon and we need the capable moves page. So let's head over to capable moves, and here we are going to do some simple things. And let's head over to locations.tsx, and I'm going to copy this div. I think let's copy this whole component, paste it here, and change this to this f2 capable moves. That's it. Now this Pokemon locations can be capable moves. So I'm just going to select this Pokemon location, and this is going to be capable dash moves. This is list, and again after this div we have an h1 of we have single action h1 with a class name of capable moves, and this is going to be title, and here goes the abilities, and inside the UI this is going to have the class name of move, and instead of encounters we'll have the Pokemon abilities, and we'll also give this the ability class name. This is going to be ability. That's it. Now let's copy this and again paste this. This time this is going to be moves, and this is going to be moves, ability, moves, move, sorry. That's it. Inspect, console, capable moves, and in here, what is the error? Cannot read properties of undefined reading map. So inside of this Pokemon abilities dot abilities. Let's do this again. Refresh. Let's head over to capable moves. Capable moves.tsx inside 11. Let's see if we have abilities, then only we have to map. Let's do the same for this. Did I make the spelling mistake again? Yeah, I made the spelling mistake again. Abilities did not exist. Abilities. Let's check it again. Capable move. Okay, abilities is not coming because I think I have messed with the spelling names again. So I'll head over to Pokemon, not Pokemon, I'll head over to types.ps, current Pokemon type, Pokemon abilities, and let me copy the spelling again. Yeah, that should work now. Capable moves dot abilities, and we have the abilities now. Now let's head over to location.scss, and I'm gonna copy this code inside the pages. I'm gonna create a new pages which is moves.scss. Paste it here. Now I'm gonna head over to index.scss and copy this. This is going to be moves. Head over to moves and select this, and this is going to be capable moves. That's it. Let's check it here. This is there, and instead of this Pokemon location, this is going to be the move. We have that here, and this is going to have overflow y of scroll, and did I make a mistake here? Let me check. Where is the move section? Let's head over here. It is down here. So capable moves list type type none, blurred, for 1FR, 150 cap, padding, width, overflow y of scroll, and the height. Let's remove the height. Yeah, it's here. Overflow y of scroll. Let's give this a height of 80 viewport height. Yeah, that's great. Now let's style this title. Remove this, and before capable moves list, we are going to add the new class capable moves dash title and title. This is going to have color of white, text transform of uppercase, padding of 1 rem, letter spacing of 0.1 rem. That's it. And after all of this, we'll check for ability class, ability, and inside of that we want to select the move, and we'll give that a background color of where accent color. That's it. No, we just wanted to give dot ability. Did I give inside the capable? Okay, I have to remove that from here. Yeah, that's looking great. And here we have abilities and we have this color here. That's it. For catching page, evolution page and capable moves page is done. So only thing left is to have this description page, a main page. So let's do that. So now let's head over to our code base, and inside the description.tsx we are going to create some new components. Let's close this assets, and inside the components we'll create a Pokemon container.tsx rfce, and we'll create an info.tsx rfce again. Now inside description, let's head over to location.tsx and grab the Pokemon data. Let's head over to description.tsx, paste it here, import the use app selector, and now inside of here I'm gonna call the Pokemon container. That's it. Let's head over to Pokemon container. Oh, make sure that we pass the image element here. Image is equals to Pokemon data dot image. Let's head over to Pokemon container. Okay, this is Pokemon container, and over there this is going to be receiving an image prop which is n type of string. That's it. Now inside of this we'll give some class name. Class name is equals to circle container. Then we have outer circle dot outer circle. Inside of outer circle we have the inner circle. Inside of inner circle there goes our image Pokemon. After this div we have another div with lines. Inside this lines we have another with line dot line 1. Then we have line and dot line 2. This is line dash 2. That's it. So this is our markup, and now we have to style this. For that, let's head over to SCSS and inside components create Pokemon underscore container dot SCSS container dot SCSS, and inside index.css import container Pokemon container this, and let's head over to Pokemon container and give me a minute. Okay, so here I am going to be let's head over to description. We need to save that file. Okay, this is not going to be undefined. Save it, and let's head over to Pokemon container. Head over to our app. We have the image here. Let's style this, and first let's have circle dash container display of flex margin top of 3 rem I will also give it a background color of red so you can see where we are styling what. Then we'll have the outer circle. First, I'm going to give it a background color of orange. It's not visible yet. So we'll give it a display of flags, justify content of center, align items of center, and give it a height of 24 rem and the width of 24 rem as well. Still not visible. Outer circle. Let's head over to Pokemon container and check in the class name, which is outer circle. Spelling's correct, I think. Okay, we had the issue with the spelling name. That's it. Now after this, we'll give it a border radius of 0.2 rem where accent color and solid. The color would be at last, I think. Now border radius would be 50 rem, and then let's give this a position of relative. After that, let's select the inner circle and let's give this a background color of green, and then we'll give this a height of 20 rem, a width of 20 rem as well. Border would be 0.3 rem, so border 0.3 rem solid where accent color. After this, what I'm going to do is, give me a minute, this is not border radius, this is going to be border. So yeah, we have the border on the orange circle as well. After this, I'm going to give this a border radius of 40 rem, again a circle. Now after this, I'm going to give it a display of flags, justify content center, align items of center, and select the image inside it. Give it a max inline size property of 100%. Give it a block size of auto. After that, let's give this a Z index of 100 and height of 17 rem. That's it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the colors, this color, and this color, save it, and this should be in the center, I think. So justify content center, that's it, it's in center. Now after this, we have the lines, and for that what I'm going to do is display of flex, gap of 3 rem, and the position of absolute. Now let's select the line 1, not line 1, let's select the line only, line, give it a height of 28 rem, width of 28 rem, and the background color of where accent color. Now there are the lines. Now let's transform this, transform, rotate, and this is going to be 45 degree. and now the width would be only 0.3 run. 0.3 run. That's it. So these are the lines. So yeah, this component is complete. You can check it. Yeah, this is complete. And let's grab some another Pokemon. Let it load. Inspect. Network. Console. I think I need to reload. Also, we have to clear these Pokemons. The requests are failing. Okay, there seems to have internet connection issue. Reload this. And yeah, let's head over this. Okay, the image is now loaded. So we have to also create a loader component. So everything loads, then only we want to render this component. So we'll do that at the end, fixing the bugs. Then let's have the battle stats here, the name and the battle stats and everything this. So for that, let's head over to info.tsx. info.tsx, and what I'm going to do is, this is pretty simple. I'm going to have this on the GitHub snippet, and you can just copy paste the code of the info of the CSS and this, because the length of the tutorial has exceeded, and that can generate an issue with the YouTube. And also we also have to do the hosting stuff. So this info component is pretty simple. So I'm just gonna have that from my GitHub. Give me a minute. Okay, so I'm inside my GitHub gist, and after this data.tsx file, I've added two more files. So this is the info.scss. We are going to copy this info.scss and Control V, head over to components, and this is going to be underscore info.scss. Paste it here, the SCSS code, and inside index.scss import, this should be info. That's it. And now let's have it over to info.tsx, and after this we have the info.tsx component. We are going to copy this and paste it here. That's it. Let's head over to here. Okay, so there are some issues, we need to resolve that first. Okay, so let's resolve this issue. bg color. So let's head over to info.scss background. I'm going to remove this. Reload this. We still have this error. Let's find where this is coming from. Okay, we don't need this. Okay, Pokemon types is not found in utils. Let's head over to utils. I think we should head over to info and Pokemon types. This is going to be from Pokemon. This is get Pokemon types. Now that's it. Utils has the Pokemon tabs, but this is constant C capital, and this is P capital. That's it. Now evolution does not exist on data, so evolution and ID, image, name, Pokemon ability, stats, types. Yeah, that's right. It doesn't exist. Let's have for now this. We'll do one thing. At ts ignore, that doesn't work. So this is evolution level does not exist on current Pokemon type. Let's head over to types, and we don't have the evolution level here. Evolution level is going to be unnumbered. That's it. Head over to info. Okay, so this is working now. I'll just show you the changes that are made. So first, inside the info.scss, we instead of deleting this linear gradient, we just pasted this background color here, and at the end here. That's it. And after that, we added inside the app.scss, we have this dot content, and inside that we added this position relative. And after that, if we head over to the info dot not info.tsx, head over to description.tsx, we change the component like this. First we checked if there is Pokemon data, then we want to return the info and Pokemon container. So yeah, that's it. It's working. That's it. So without wasting further time, let's get started to host this website because it may take time. Yeah, that's working. So now let's start to host this website on Netlify. So now let's head over to our code base, and we have some problems that needs to be fixed. So let's head over to app.tsx. We have to fix these issues before hosting, or else that would fail wrapper. And let's head over to add Pokemon to list and remove this as well. Now I'm gonna yarn build, let this application to be built, and while this is building, I'm going to add a dependency. So that is yarn add Netlify CLI -g. Wait for this CLI to be installed, and while this is being installed, you should log into netlify.com and log in from here. I've already logged in. That's it. Now wait for this build and CLI. I'll just pause the video. Okay, so the build is complete and this is also complete. So what I'm going to do is npx and netlify deploy -- prod. I am going to create and configure a new site. Yes, Kishan Sheth's team. Site name would be Pokedex Kishan. That's it. And we need /build. Enter. Wait for the assets to be deployed. I'm going to pause the video while this is being done. Okay, so the deployment is complete, and now when I will click over this URL, open, and that would open the our application. Yeah, so that's working. Also, I think we have to make changes in the Firebase, so we have to add this domain there. So let's click over this Pokemon. Look, that's working. Evolution. This is also working. Now, when we head over to my list and try to log in, that would give us an error of Firebase error. So let's copy this, only this route, and I'm going to head over to my Firebase. So this is my Firebase, agree and continue. I'm going to head over to this Pokedex project. Okay, I don't want to delete this. Let's just head over to console.firebase.google.com, this project, and from here in the authentication, head over to settings and authorize domain, add the domain, paste, add, and that's it. We can now log in. Let's refresh the page. Oh, that won't work. List, my list, login with Google. Yeah, that is working now. We can also delete the Pokemon and saw it has been deleted. Add the Pokemon. Yeah, that's working. So yeah, that's the tutorial for Pokedex. If you like this tutorial, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. It would help me a lot. See you next time.